Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 round number 5. And today it's a very special day. We have some more guests on our screen. As you can see, I'll be introducing them. But before that, we are at round number 5, Sarah, right now, and a very exciting day. Vaishali moving towards her grandmaster title. Arjun playing very steady. Can you talk a little bit more about it, and also why we are starting 1 hour late?
Good evening, all. Welcome to the fifth round of the Grand Swiss, FIDE Grand Swiss, being held at Isle of Man. So, being in Europe, today is the date of time change. So, they start an hour late at 8 o'clock. And of course, we get the transmission 15 minutes with a 15 minutes delay by 8:15. So, that is why we are coming to you at 8:15. And this is going to be another exciting day for sure. We have two of our Indian horses, Vidit Gujarati and Arjun Erigaisi. They're in the second point group at 3 points out of 4 games. And they are facing very strong opponents today also. Arjun Erigaisi will be playing Renat Jumbaev, and Vidit Gujarati will be playing Evgeny Nair.
Yes.
So they have very strong opponents today. Yesterday was a very exciting game where Arjun Erigaisi was just inches away from a victory. Let's hope that today will be a better day for our horses on the top.
Oh, that's a nice
Namaste,
introduction.
namaste.
And yes, there we go. We have WIM Angela Franco with us. I guess everybody knows who she is. But let me also introduce you. She's a women international master. She has played Colombian national premier 6 times. No, she has qualified for the Colombian team for 6 times, right? Am I right,
Yes,
Angie?
right.
And she is also the wife of our own Nikhilesh Jain, who runs the ChessBase India Hindi channel. So yeah, there we have very interesting panel today. How are you feeling, Angie?
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here after a long time. Chess is a part of Angel, Niklesh, and my family. Chess is everything for me. So I'm always to be happy either playing or watching chess. Sir was talking about yesterday Arjun game, and I was so excited watching that game, and he was so near, so close to win, but he went for the draw line. And okay, but he's doing a great tournament, same like Vaishali and all the Indian players. I'm happy for India. Sorry for my no proper English, but I speak Spanish.
No, it's amazing Spanish. And guys, also check out the Spanish channel, ChessBase India Spanish. We have some videos by Angie. They are amazing. And your English is now very good, Angie.
I'm trying. But I'm a happy chess player. That is, I do well play chess.
Yeah, Saravanan. So, have you met or interacted with Angela before?
Yeah, of course I know her. We met in Mumbai during the Maharashtra Open in 2022. I met her and her wonderful baby. And of course, Gukesh is a well-known chess personality of India. So yeah, it's one big happy family spreading across our shores also nowadays, the Indian chess.
Thank you, senor.
Yeah, exactly, Angie. That is the reason I invited you. Your love for chess, I am very well aware of it. But the games have not yet started, guys. I think because it is 1 hour late. But I'm just, a little bit worried. I hope it is not like 2, 3 hours late. No, just
No,
kidding. I'm
mostly
sure
so
it wouldn't
1
be
hour.
like that. But Sakar says you and Nikhilesh are doing great work for chess in Bhopal. Yes, absolutely. Lots. The culture is changing, guys. All those from Bhopal know that very well. In the meantime, let me show you. We are at round number 5. All those who are joining new to this tournament. The tournament has begun from 23rd October to 6th November. It's in Isle of Man. and 164 participants playing from all over the world, and the top 2 will be qualifying for the candidates. This tournament is very, very long time control, as we have already experienced it. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves and 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, 15 minutes for the rest of the game, and there we have 30 seconds increment from move number 1 in the men's section. And the women's time control, you see, is different. And because yesterday, as we figured out that it is basically the similar time control like the candidates time control, so that is the reason. And these are the prize funds: first place $80,000 for open section, first place $25,000 for men's section. And this is the right now we are looking at FIDE candidates. Okay, Sarah, what do you have to say about the FIDE circuit winner there with points? Right now, these are the 4 people somewhat in the race: Gukesh, Wesley, Anish, and Arjun. So, do you have any guesses there?
Well, I would, of course, like our Gukesh and Arjun Erigasi to win and go through to the candidates. So definitely, we need as many candidates as possible in the finals. But these are all, of course, the best players in the world. By the way, Amruta, there is a
Yes.
shock. There is a shock for us in the board of Arvind Chidambaram versus Nihal Sarin if you go directly.
Draw?
It has started, by the way. I'm getting all the transmission already.
A game
Yeah,
started
now it's
already.
here. Now it's here. We can check it out.
Go directly to the game between Arvind Chidambaram, Nihal
I'm
Sarin,
here.
and
I'm here.
shock.
4 nights. And are we looking at a very standard theory which like ends in a draw line? Yes, 1 hour 43.
Most of the pieces are already traded off the board. And I'm very sure the way both are playing their moves, look at that. Both of them have got more than 1 hour and 42 minutes. So it looks like they both have come very well armed and
Preparation.
can draw anytime. Yeah.
Mhm.
So this game, so basically both of them will move to 3 points if this ends in a draw.
Let's see. I suppose the position is still a lot imbalanced. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, so bishop a5, and let's say if they play the game, then right now what would you say the assessment? Because imbalances, yeah, I do see quite
There
a
are
lot.
only 2 ways, or either one super preparation from both, or either they are going to draw soon.
I'm guessing a draw here.
I think so.
Okay, let's see. And what about going from the top, we have Nair versus Vidit Gujarati. Vidit, who yesterday played an amazing game. He's playing with the black pieces. And bishop b5, he goes knight f6. d3 over here. Bishop c5. What's the name of this opening? Can anyone help me?
It's like Archangel, something
Archangel.
like
Is that correct? Yeah, I did think, but not sure. Okay. So then with its Nair played c3, short castle, short castle. With it goes d5.
Okay, now it's not Archangel.
Okay. Mr. Developers irregular, that's it. Yeah.
Irregular, yeah. E takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop goes to c4, and queen d8. The queen goes back to d8, even if it had other squares. So yeah, can we try to understand why did Vidit go back queen d8? Has it been played before? How popular or not it is? Do you want me to check in ChessBase, or are you having a look?
Yeah,
at
I'm
it, Sarah?
checking.
You're checking.
Queen
That's
8 is the mostly played game in this position, mostly played more in this position. And this is quite a formidable variation, quite a fashionable variation. Many of the top players have played it, like Magnus Carlsen, Caruana, So Wesley, Aronian, Anish Giri. So the top players of the world have played this variation, and Queen D8 is a very popular choice here, which means we are still into theory and it's still very early games, I would say.
Yeah. Okay, so this will get interesting. B4 played by Nair, and Vidit goes bishop d6. He doesn't stay on this diagonal, but chooses this diagonal instead. Rook goes to e1, and Vidit stops bishop g5 over here by playing h6. Knight bd2 played by Nair. He also seems to be very well aware of this continuation. Can you let me know about Nair Evgeny? Like, have you ever played with him as well? Maybe because I guess
I never faced him.
you never faced him.
No.
And I think I was playing at a tournament in Aeroflot where he won the event, I guess. But yeah, Sarah, are you there with us? Are you able to hear us? Maybe not.
Yes, and definitely he is a super strong player.
Mhm.
You can means, of course, he knows the opening, but he has to play. But definitely that bishop c5, d5 is not mean line. So anyway,
Yeah,
let's see
d5
what
is not a
happens.
main line by Vidit. So a great preparation by Vidit mostly. But we have to see because Nair is also prepared. He goes knight b d2, and now Vidit is thinking what are the first quick moves which come to your mind for black here, guys. And Bikiran also says, I am excited for Vaishali today
Yes,
for
me
how
too.
she
Me too.
defeated
Mhm.
top third women in 23rd moves. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
definitely.
We will go to Vaishali's game as well. But here we have, and also I'm going to get the bars. Guys, we had to start an hour late this stream because the timings have been changed as
Yes.
Sarah explained. So they have started, like, it's the time they have started, and we are also starting. So 1 hour late we will all be sleeping. So knight bd2. Okay, while Vidit is thinking, he does have options like rook going to e8 or this bishop developing. The first thing I would look at bishop g4 trying to pin. I don't know how this move is, but bishop g4 does look like a
Yes.
tempting idea. But I have to make sure for h5, h3 what is my plan.
95 is 94 is also coming.
Yeah. So
So
so maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe it's better to just play rook e8 and stay solid and keep an option for this bishop to go to f5 or g4. Can we look at Arjun's game now? Because Arjun with the white pieces, he goes e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop goes to b5, knight f6, d3. And what do you play with the white pieces?
sometimes it's Rui Lopez, sometimes Italian, but always E4.
Always e4, yeah. Amazing. Yeah, so this is the Rai Lopez, and Arjun has gone c3. And any guesses why Rinat Jumabayev is already thinking? Is c3 not very popular over here? Because it does
If you
seem
see
like
the
it.
position, it looks just like an Italian, but with the bishop on b5.
Hmm.
So c3 is I mean, from what I see, it's a natural move. After all, in my database, I'm getting more than 2,300 games, and in fact, this seems to be the main move here. So I have no clue as to why Jumbayev is thinking so long because I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
Castles looks a very normal reaction here, played among others by Magnus Carlsen. And this is a very, very prominent position, again, played by the top grandmasters of the world. So I don't know what is happening with the long think at this point.
Exactly. So yeah, maybe he didn't expect Arjun to go for c3, and somehow Arjun in this tournament has been able to, get those openings where his opponent has to think.
Well, it's early days, of course, but yeah, I mean, what you say has a point. Arjun is, as Pragnananda told recently, Arjun is extremely well prepared and he has different repertoires for different time controls, separate for classic, separate for rapid, separate for blitz and all that. So all said and done, definitely this must be a surprise for Jimboyo today.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving to the next game, by the way, I'm just soon going to get the bars on the board. But let's go to the next game. Can we have a quick look at Vaishali's game before we go ahead because she's playing on the top board?
Vaishali played Rui Lopez, I think.
So many Rilopes
Exchange
today, yeah?
variation.
Knight f6, bishop b5, a6 was played. Bishop goes back to a4. Knight
Okay,
f6,
well,
short castle. Bishop e7, takes
mhm.
here, takes here. This is the exchange variation we're talking about. Knight goes back to d7. Vaishali plays bishop e3. Castle. Let's not forget for women's, the time control is 1 hour 30 minutes. So that's why they both are still in the preparation. And this move, Anna Muzicic took around 9 minutes and made the move f6 over here. The main move might be rook e8, but why did she think over here? Did she not expect knight b d2? Or is it just one
Yes,
See,
that
second, I'm
is
this
sure.
strange.
variation, this variation, the delayed exchange variation of the Rilopus is not a common opening. So definitely this must have been a surprise for Anna Muzicic. That's probably why she is taking her time. See, the position on the board, for example, let's say white generally goes knight h4 followed by knight f5 and f4 and all that. This is basically a position where white operates on the king side. And remember, white doesn't have any weaknesses in her position right now. So,
Yeah.
black definitely needs to get a good defensive construct ready to face the middle game from here on.
But the R&D square is getting weakened. Like, what is the point of f6 exactly? Because also the bishop on e7 looks a little ugly. So how is such a move, which is, I believe, a standard move in such a position, how is this a good move here?
Because she needs to move her knight. So maybe she thought, okay, I will now move my knight. I don't know, knight c5, bishop e6. Means that the squares will be anyway defended in any moment with the light bishop.
Nice one. That is the
But
idea.
yes, the f6 is a little strange because people means you can think better rook e8, bishop f8, g6. I don't know. So many plans are there, but which
Possible.
one is better? I don't know.
So knight h4 played by Vaishali, and
Mm.
Anna goes g6 here after 2 minutes of thought, stops knight f5, and now Vaishali comes back with the knight. Was the threat anything to do with f5 there? Or what is the reason again to go knight f3? Because can you not go f4? The first very question.
Maybe, or maybe she wanted to provoke only g6. Maybe provoke one
Just to provoke and come
advance.
back.
Maybe,
Okay,
huh?
that's the way. Because here, if you play f4, black does have a nice move, and let's see if we have the chat kind of activated for black to play. Guys, can you send a move very quickly, if possible, black to play? There it is. Vaishali's preparation also has been amazing in this tournament. So,
Yes.
Well, she has a homegrown grandmaster to help her after all.
Okay, viewers are saying f5. F5 is really
wow,
interesting.
that's
Bishop
the right
e6.
one. That's the right move, guys. Just a moment, let me bring it on the board. But while you are all thinking, we also have the bars on our screen. Yeah, there you go. So f5 is a very powerful move by black, attacking this knight and also creating tension in the center. So this is not possible. So that's why Vaishali goes back knight f3. Anna goes knight c5, exactly as mentioned that the knight is going to go to e6, and Vaishali makes a move over here which is d4. Strikes in the center. Has this
See,
been
this is
played
the
before?
point here.
Yeah.
This is the point here. Basically, when black captures ed4 here, let's say after ed4, knight d4, you have the same position from an exchange developers where white has 3 pawns on the queen side, black has 4 pawns on the queen side. So effectively, white is a pawn up in this position. So because of the provocation, knight h4 followed by knight f3 and then d4 now, black's king side is weakened as well. So
Wow.
if, for example, if all the pieces get exchanged, it's a straight win in a king and pawn ending in this position. Yeah. So
Wow.
something like that. So this is essentially what white aims for. And what black aims for is that he has two bishops. So he has to hope that the two bishops are enough for the pseudo compensation for a pawn and as well as mild weakening of the king side. All said and done, it's more pleasant to play white in this position than black.
This is a very important point actually. Knight h4 simply provoking g6, and then when you get your central break, the weakness is just felt so easily. Yeah, beautiful preparation. D4, and is D4 a novelty, Sarah, or has it been played before?
Let me check
Yeah.
that, but I have a feeling, this is a very common position.
Okay.
I'll give you a shock now. I have
Mhm.
played this variation for the first time in 1999.
What?
1999.
24
Exactly.
years ago.
Yeah. So basically, this is a well-known position for any opening preparation. But this particular manner of NH4, G6 followed by knight f3 and then playing d4, this is very clever because generally white is happy to just aim for an advantage of 4 versus 3 on the king side. Now white has achieved it with provoking the weakening G6 also. I suspect that white has a very comfortable advantage on it.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, it's difficult to play. Means I have the old bishops, pero bishop are how to play. So for black, it's difficult to manage all the pieces with no enough space. That is the
Very
point
correct.
also.
Very correct. Yeah.
So she went 96. Okay, one last question here for this game is, do you think Anna is also still in her preparation?
I
Don't
think
think
so. I'm just checking the. Okay, we both commentators have two different viewpoints.
That's
that is
nice. That's
good.
always nice.
There is one curious thing here. This very position has been, the whole variation of knight h4 has been paired by Anna Muzichuk herself with white pieces.
Ah.
Okay.
So that's very good, big news. She played it
Very
against
interesting.
Arabidze in at Batumi just in June 2023. In that game, after knight h4 g6, Anna played knight c4. She didn't play the knight f3 and d4 played by Vaishali. So, this is a very curious thing. Vaishali is playing something which was played by Anna just a couple of months.
Okay, so when that game ended in, what was the result?
That ended in a draw, but looks like that's a quick draw in just 14 moves. That is the result.
Okay.
But in the current position, let us say after 96, just as Angela was telling, the black bishops are in some kind of a traffic jam. So it's a very comfortable position for white, slightly better for white.
Nice opening by Vaishali again on her board. So if we just compare by the way, we also have an interesting pairing today, which is Divya versus Harika.
Yes.
Oh.
That I think today 3 matches are Indians. I saw
Oh
also
yeah,
men
maximum
also.
for today.
Mhm.
That's true, because in men's also we have two. So
Two.
Divya is white, and this is the position right now. Knight h4 has been the last move by Harika.
And looks like they are playing or they will draw also.
No, I think they're going to play, yeah?
They always play. For example, Hampi and Harika, even though they are two grandmasters from the same state of Andhra Pradesh, they have always played all the games fought between them in any tournament, whether it's a
That's why
tournament played
Indians
in
are
India or
strong.
abroad.
Mhm.
That
In
is the
Colombia,
beauty.
we are friends. Okay, draw. That's why Indians are super strong.
Nice. Okay, so that's about it. We'll also come back here to check more games. Let's go to the men's section and have a look at Anish Giri versus Anton Korobov, because yesterday I think Anish had misplayed the opening, and it was not like a preparation or anything there. I mean, so c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6. knight c3, dc4, a4, bishop f5, knight e5 over here. Main line, yeah, all knight d7, knight takes c4, knight goes to b6. White says, I don't want to exchange knights too early, so knight goes back to e3, tempo there, and a5. So knight goes back to d7. Please explain this, because wasn't it like this knight came to b6, wanting to go to d5, and now it only allowed a tempo to white, plus it also allows a move like a5, which looks great for white once again.
This is a system from pure Slav. This variation with knight bd7 followed by knight b6, this was one of the inventions of Vasily Smyslov, the world champion, ex-world champion. But one curious thing, after knight c4, knight b6, which is standard theory, generally white goes back to e5. Knight goes back to e5 after that. The point of e5 is, in the long run, white would like to play f3 followed by e4 here. At the same time, white is also threatening a5 grabbing space, and here black plays a5 in this position himself. So this is all standard theory. So in such a position, Anish has gone knight e3, which is okay, not a new move. It has been played by, for example, Danny Dubois. So it's quite a well-known variation. But at the same time, definitely it is not mainline. And so knight e3, the standard theory here is bishop g6, of course. And after bishop g6, white plays a5. This is the point. For getting this push of a5, white knight comes to e3, which is a little bit of clumsy. You know, now he gets in the way of the white bishop on f1 and e3 to develop. So it looks like Anish is going in an original direction today.
Yeah, but why would black go knight bd5? So for knight bd7, my first question is, can you play knight d5, or is it a mistake or anything?
Well, knight bd5 is playable. Once again, looking at the database, that's probably played more. Recent past, no one has played it, but guys like Ivan Sokolov, Bu Chiangzi, all of them have played it. Having said that, knight bd7 has also been played. It has been played, among others, by Sergei Rublev and Kirill Georgiev, the earlier generation of grandmasters. So this is a known position, and now white plays g3, bg2, and I mean, it's a little confusing, the whole thing. If you see the white knight on e3, it went to f3, e5, c4, and e3.
And maybe that is the reason why knight d5 no, because if your knight is there in a little awkward position, why I'm going to exchange your knight, go back.
Yeah, normally it's like I have made 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, then I wouldn't want to exchange the knight. So that's the principle black is trying to use, going knight d7. Korobov definitely looks then prepared if he has gone knight d7. Otherwise the natural move would be knight d5.
We can say one more thing. The knight on e3 is not in its natural square. So maybe Korobov says, let it be on e3. I don't mind. I'll not allow it to be exchanged. That's why he has gone back to knight bd7. That also can be said. Yes. But you see, one thing you see, Amruta, if you see the whole picture of the board, this is a position very difficult to understand conventionally. I'm assuming black is going to play e6 now, and after a move like e6 and bg2, the white pawn on d4 cannot be pushed. And to activate his position, white has to play from knight e3 to c4 once again to continue the game. I mean, white has spent so many tempi with his knight, and it's a very unconventional position. I think Anish just wants the original game on the board.
Correct. Or also Korobov is a very, very creative and aggressive player. So trying to find a line which is more towards strategy, that's possible. Is there any way that Anish could have an idea like going aggressive? Or is it too...
I hope so. We want action.
Angela loves attacks, so yeah, let's hope something creative Anish is able to bring up here. But this will be an interesting game for sure. Anish versus Korobov. Okay, let's go to the next game. Arvind versus Nihal. They are still playing after bishop e5. e6 was played after a long thought. 20 moves of thought by Nihal. and here he goes a6, which the computer is suggesting that the main moves were over here rook b8, rook a b8 or rook f b8 here, or even why not win this pawn on c2? Queen takes c2.
Actually, there is a game already played in this position with bishop into c2 instead of a6. That was between Jan Smeets and Rustam Kazimjanov, the world champion. In fact, there are two games have been played in this position just in 2023, this year. So we can say that this is a hot variation right now. So that game between Smeets and Kazimjanov went bishop c2, bishop d2.
Okay, so you attack.
Queen c5. Queen c1.
You're pinning here,
Rook
you
f,
can't take.
pinning the bishop, and now rook f b8. Rook b2.
Everywhere it's
Rook
like a counter
rook into b5 and rook into c2. So this is just almost an equal position with material being equal, but in an open position, white has a bishop. So we can conclude that this is a slight advantage for white. So from that position, instead of playing bishop c2, our man Nihal has played a6, right? That's what he said.
Yeah, he played a6, but also what happens for queen takes c2? I mean, or is he going to recover it anyway later? Maybe just takes. Yeah, just exchange, yeah. And then white has a double bishop. That's what is he saying?
Yeah, queen c2, white can even play rook b2 there instead of taking the queen. So just rook b2, queen into d1, rook d1, and white has a slightly better ending because of two bishops.
Okay, so that's why Nihal goes a6 after a 20-minute thought. And now if Arvind goes bishop a4, bishop going back to a4, then this does seem like black's queen is very, very active along with the bishop here, and the open file seem like black is getting tempo over there. So doesn't it feel a little uncomfortable for white?
I have a feeling white is better. I have a feeling that a6 is not the ideal move here. See, if you look at the position, I'll take it for granted that at some point c6 might fall. But even then, in an open position, white has two bishops in this already. So I have a feeling the 20 minutes thing was probably because something has gone wrong in Nihal's preparation. Because after a6, bishop e4, now, white is guaranteed of two bishops, and it looks to me that white is slightly better after.
Just a quick question. So for me, natural move, rook goes to d8. I firstly attack the queen. What's your plan?
Queen e2, so you have to defend a6.
Then I'll go, you attacking a6. Yeah, so let's say I ignore the pawn. Take it. Rook e8. I'm going for activity of the pieces. And now if you take it, okay? Is
there something rook e1? I don't think it's so dangerous.
No,
rook e1, you develop your bishop.
b2. Also, you have maybe. Yeah, bishop goes to b2, and then I don't have time to take here. Queen takes. Yeah, not so easy, huh?
Instead of rook e1, there was bishop c2 in that position for bishop queen into a6. This would have just given back the pawn. So in fact, queen into a6 was a mistake, I think. White should go queen f2 in that position. Yeah, now he preserves everything. Actually, Amruta, instead of your rook d8 and rook f8, I think queen c4 was a very tricky move.
Oh, you are attacking this guy further. And if I go bishop b3?
I just take queen c6. This is a much better way to play it because, now at least the material is equal. You have two bishops, and let's see. That should be the order.
Definitely. So queen c4 is there with Nihal. And now first I was thinking, okay, this game will end in a draw. They have played such quick moves. Now I'm thinking, okay, now Nihal took 20 minutes and a lot of things are there happening. Maybe it goes on. Yeah. So, okay, after Nihal's game, let's have a look at another, this matchup, SL Narayanan versus Gukesh. And they did play in Qatar Open as well. And I think what Gukesh will try is to go for a revenge match, because in that game, SL was able to beat Gukesh.
This is a game between two young lions of India. So I'm very, very excited. And did you see that Gukesh has chosen the King's Indian for such a very important encounter? So this is going to be the game of the day, in my opinion.
Okay, already predicting the game of the day. H3 by Narayanan, and we have been seeing Narayanan's preparation was great, but yesterday it did something went wrong over there. Today, I think with Gukesh, as of now, Gukesh's opening preparation, where are you placing it? Because it's very much improved, right? Than a few years back, of course.
I remember when I came to India 5 years back, Gukesh was playing Delhi Open and he defeated me at that time. He was a child, and now he's almost a man. You see, he speaks so hard, and at that time he was so cute and shy, a shy boy. I remember.
Wow, he beat you, yeah, 5 years ago in Delhi. And then
And at that time I was super strong now. I mean that now is
yeah. No, now also you're very strong and you are getting stronger. But yes, we will see that game and yet some other stream. We'll definitely look at that game.
If you just see one nuance here, Amruta, if you go back for H3, Black played E5 directly, which is a very rare move. In the opening. Yeah, here for H3, generally Black plays castles followed by E5. Here you are playing E5, you are actually inviting White to play D, Queen D8, King D8, and the Black King, gets stuck in the center. So this was a small nuance in the opening, which, this itself you can see, Gukesh opening preparation. It has been played before, by the way, by Nigita Vityuko and Amin Basam, such solid grandmasters. But this is definitely not the main move here because generally Black plays castles. So you talked about opening preparation of Gukesh and you had it already. So,
You're already answering. Yeah, exactly. So
because of this E5 early now, because of that, if you go through the game, E5, D5, and what happened, Gukesh is delaying castling, which is very important. See, if you go through the game, for example, H3,
D5,
D5, A5. Yeah,
Bishop
so
E3.
Bishop E3. Yeah,
and
knight A6.
I was going to ask, I thought after E5 he castles, isn't it the same? But that's the point. He's not castling until yet.
See, that's the point here. Generally, White plays G4 in this position.
Okay, here.
Okay, it is a very common move here to play G4. But G4 is not effective when Black has not played castles. You got the point? So you can see now there are nuances happening already, small nuances. So if White cannot play G4, if he has to play Bishop E2 here, you never know whether it is well placed or not in the long run. Because generally after G4, White goes Knight G2 and Knight G3. Yeah. And because now Bishop E2 has been played, that road has been blocked for White already.
Ooh, very deep.
So not castling and not bothering to answer an uncomfortable G4 later on after castling. See, Gukesh preparation. I mean,
amazing,
these are extremely strong players. Extremely strong players.
And all those small details make a big difference in the game.
What makes it big difference?
That is small detail, that G4 or Bishop E2, which one first, and that makes a really big difference in all the game.
Yeah.
Very correct. It's a small difference, of course, not playing castles and playing castles, but already it has made a big difference in strategy. Very correct, Angela. Well put it.
Nice. So here after Bishop E2, Gukesh in fact goes the next move. Guys, if you have not seen the game yet, can you try to guess what Gukesh played here with the black pieces? Can you try? Can you try to think and also try to quickly start with the sessions, training sessions, as Sarah loves to ask questions there. Yesterday, by the way, Sarah, yesterday you were able to ask a lot of tough questions, which is not so easy. Because our chat is many times used to easy questions and then we have like the whole lot of answers there. But yeah, people are guessing. Angie, maybe you can also try to think if
Yeah.
you don't know, but if you know, it's okay.
No, I don't know.
Let's make
Yes.
Angela ask the questions
Yes,
today. Let's see.
Angie, which is your next tournament you're going to Colombia for?
Really soon. I have my national games. Only the
Wow.
national games only every 4 years. And this year is in
Oh.
November.
Oh.
Something like 17, 18 November. I have to go.
Wow. So that's a practice for you. So black to play.
Okay.
And guys, these are your candidates here. 1, 2,
So many options. Bishop d7
and
also. They are
3.
saying h5.
Yeah. What's your move? What's your instinctive move here?
I don't know. I don't play this opening. For instinct.
Yes.
I like h5.
I know that. I knew that. That's your instinct. So
Looks
h5.
crazy, but I like h5.
And then, guys, some of you did guess. I mean, many of you wanted to castle, but Sharvesh, Shlok, yes, Gukesh did play h5, and in a way, he is stopping g4 idea as well, somewhere. Or he's still waiting. What should we say? Is he really wanting to stop g4, or he doesn't? It was not the thing. It was just being patient.
Yeah, this is discouraging g4 as well as black is now threatening bishop h6, exchanging of that crucial dark square bishop. You know, for example, if white allows bishop h6, after that, in the resultant position, white's dark squares are very weak. Yeah.
Oh.
So I have a suspicion that by King's Indian standards, black is already very comfortable.
Right.
I mean, generally life is not so good if you're playing King's Indian pieces. But today, I think by King's Indian standards, already black is fine.
Like somebody.
And I was
is-
thinking to
huh?
study that.
Yeah, go on.
I was thinking to study this opening, but now no.
No, no, it's like, how are you, man? And it's like, life is not so good. I am playing King's Indian. That's what Sara means. Life not good for King's Indian players. But Knight F3 developed by SL over here, and Gukesh goes Bishop D7.
Okay, Gukesh played h5. That h5.
Yes, he did play h5. That's in the game. It's happening. And year after knight f3 was played by SL, bishop d7. He still is saying, I'm not going to castle. In fact, now I'm thinking that is Gukesh planning long castle in the future because he can do anything.
Long castle is a little
Too much.
suicide.
Little too much. Queen c2 played by SL. Actually, SL took in this move for knight f3, he took 10 minutes. And after bishop d7, now again he took around 4 to 5 minutes. So it's like original game for SL now. I don't think he's preparing. But even Gukesh down to 1 hour 23 minutes here after bishop d7 and after queen c2 he's been taking a long time. Oh, he goes knight at 7. Oh, it's completely something else in his mind. Any guesses?
The whole idea with h5 is a new one here because no one has played h5 in this position.
Is it a novelty?
For example, yeah, this position has been played by Gata Kamsky in the past, and he went for knight c5 here, which is a regular setup. So having played h5 here, and SL played nf3 so that in case black plays bishop h6, white can play knight g5 in that position. That was the idea behind it. So after that, bd7 is kind of a developing move. Black can always play moves like c6 or queen e7 followed by triple and all that. So see, the point is after queen c2, if you see, it's some kind of a zugzwang it is. It's not clear as to what black should play here. And of course, no King's Indian player ever sits still. So knight at 7 is a typical King's Indian move. But the problem is I don't see any real idea behind it except for bishop coming to f6 and knight coming to g5 here. So this is the only idea I can think of.
No, can you not consider a move like g5? Okay, I like your idea of queen e7 first. Just still wait. keep the pawn on g5, and after long castle you might go for f5, or is it too much of a fantasy there?
No, it is white to play here. So if you play triple O here, for example, or if white plays triple O here,
Swag suggests knight g5, but knight g5 your piece is hanging because you have two people here. So yeah, what move did you mention right now? Triple O.
so if white plays triple O here, for example,
Hmm.
a move like G5
Now doesn't make sense.
doesn't make sense because after knight D2, you are in very big trouble with a H5 pawn. So,
Yeah.
Yes,
bishop
that's
F6 is what I expect here in case of triple O. But my question is, the whole thing looks very unnatural, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is weird, definitely weird.
Till knight h7, it was good creativity, but with knight h7, I think it's a little too much of creativity, I feel.
Wow, so this is
But I think
going.
maybe he's looking for that because they know really well each other. So maybe he's looking for a strange position and let's play.
An
This
original
is-
position, yeah.
No, Gukesh is a man without fear. Yeah, he goes into these kind of position, and most of the times he's able to. Even equalizing is not easy, but he's able to do that smoothly. So knight at 7, and Narayanan is thinking he's down to 1 hour 16 minutes. It's the 10th move, only 10th move. Let's go to the next game. Pragnananda is playing with Marisho Sandro with the white pieces, and there's an interesting position as well. Bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, a5. Bishop goes to g5, h6, Pragg goes bishop h4, d6 over here, knight d2, bishop d7. Sandro Marico is from Spain or what?
Argentina, from Argentina.
You must have
Near
played
to
with
Colombia.
him. Ah, yeah,
He's
you
really
must have
strong
played
player.
with him, Angie.
Excuse me?
Have you played with him?
No. He's super mega strong.
Mega strong.
He was in the same team with Alan Pichot
Uh-huh.
that he's also playing, but now Alan is playing for Spain.
Ah.
He changed his flag.
Okay. So Angie's saying Sandro is super strong. So let's see how Pragnanda is going to deal with that, because here he long castles and we don't see this very often, right? Sarah, in Italian, white going long castle.
Yeah, definitely not. It makes some sense because black has played h6.
Yes,
So
that is
black
the
playing short castles is a little dangerous here. Anytime he plays short castle, white can play h3, g4, and there is a problem with the h6 pawn here. So yeah, this is very creative to keep the white king at c1 in an Italian game, but as I feel there is some justification to that.
And so, but then black is not going to short castle, so he will also try to long castle, right? He will have to.
Yeah, this is basically what I suspect he's doing. Oh my God, look at that. Knight e7, having bishop into jf6.
Yeah, bishop f6.
Black is threatening b5 and a4 immediately here. That's quite dangerous.
b5, b4. But I think it's really original the way how to Praganda play this Italian, because it's not so common. But what to play with black? Leave your king in center and go for attack, or try to long castle? That is the question.
Attack. I think that's what Sandro will try to do with having
that
this
is my
shelter.
Amruta, attacking.
So that's what maybe Pragg also wants. In a way, he's provoking. But the question here is, after gf6, white to play, and Pragg is thinking. And guys, can we try to think what to play in if you are in Pragg's shoes? White to play here. Can you suggest? Oh, Vaishali bar is there. Did I click on some other bar or what? No, okay, it went over. Wait.
Vaishali game become a little slow.
I'll go there after. After Pragg, it's good to go to Vaishali to see what the siblings are doing. Hmm.
Okay, they are saying d4, a3, h4, knight h4. So many good ideas. Bishop b6. But looks like d4 is winning till now.
So d4, knight h4 are the main moves, yeah, for white.
Yes.
Which one? What about you, Angie? What's your suggestion?
I like d4 because yes, if your king is in center, so d4 looks like logic.
And if all the people who've suggested, if you try to go knight h4, already white will land up in trouble. Surprisingly. Immediate trouble. This one, black to play. Let's have our chat moves here and black to play. Can you try to find the best move here? This is something Pragg will have to be careful about and not miss it.
I think, probably d4 being the best move in this position, we can think now that maybe white could have done that without taking bishop f6, If you're going to play d4 anyway, then why bother taking bishop into f6? Maybe that could have been a good option as well for white, yeah.
Yeah, but like bishop f6 seemed like, yes, this is definitely weakening on superficial level. At least it felt like that. But yeah, while going deeper, I'm quite surprised that immediately in such a scenario, white can land in a big trouble. So also looking at the chat here, our guys have found it. Wow, b5 found by Sriram Rangachari, Preetham Haladi, Shlok Trehan, Rahul Chaudhary, Stepping Stone, Cooking My Way, Shreyas Krishna, Beloglavi Soup, Shrikar Garlapati, and Penguin Chan. Oops, did I not? Maybe nobody was able to see the names here, but just a moment. What did I do wrong? Give me a moment. Yep, there you go. So there we had b5. Okay, going back to the main board there. So why is b5 creating such a huge trouble in Pragg's game? Because is it too fast of an action from black? b5, where do you go? Bishop b3, yeah?
See, that's a problem. b5, bishop b3, and then a4. So many
Bishop
pawn moves
c2.
are coming there. So that is why I feel that, white better
Yeah.
play d4 instead of allowing this whole thing.
And he plays it. Pragg goes d4. Very alert. Doesn't miss this chance to, go for any wrong timing. So now what happens for b5? That's the first question again.
Yeah, now for b5, I come
Wait,
back to bishop d3, right? Simply,
wait.
or I can
But
even
the
take.
point is, yeah, this is hanging. With the pawn when it was on d3, it was not hanging. So d4 is actually, yeah, stopping b5. Queen b5 check.
Let's see
Wow.
here if king f8. I don't think black has any compensation for the sacrificed pawn. So maybe he won't play b5 for d4.
No.
But black can prepare for it with a rook b8 simply here.
Rook b8, yeah?
See, after all, in a way, once you have captured bishop into f6, g into f6, for d4, now there is a very strong support with the doubled pawn as well on e5. So now rook b8 idea, b5, b4, black might get a ready-made attack on the queen side here.
Yes, because looks like nothing is coming in center. Means so open and something fast is not possible. D into e5 is not good. Means for what? Or even trying to improve your knight f1, knight e3, and trying to find out any strong square looks like slow. So he will come fast with the b4, b5, b4.
No, Amruta, bishop to d3, not to b3. Go to the bishop to d3. Now, as Angie said, b5, b4 is the way to go for black.
So what is white's play? Like one is, yeah, these squares, these weaknesses there. Uh, Pragg has to think. What is the best way to continue for Pragg according to you?
I have a feeling black has already equalized.
Hmm?
I think this whole setup of queen e2 triplo is not doing well for white in this position. I have this feeling if the game happens according to what we analyze here, I mean, playing rook b8, b5, b4, and all that, I have a feeling Pragg is in some kind of trouble already.
Oh.
But he will solve.
Also, one question by our viewer is like, what if black first goes a4 with the idea of b5 there? But yeah, that's the question. Even black has to be very much accurate, actually, if you look at this position, and that's what the Indians say. So I don't think it's possible to be so accurate, right, with the timings at each and every move. So it's a complex position. Yeah, he played knight g6. He didn't play a4 or anything. But if a4, white to play, um, actually the
Now he
engine
has to think
suggests
in
a3
B3.
is a very good move. That would be possible. And me, yeah, something like rook h1, I'm not sure. I mean, why would you bring the rook on e1? So it's complex. We need to understand it on a deeper level. But knight g6 played by Marco over here. Knight g6 heading for f4.
Now looks like G3 is the move. Means
Yeah,
forward to play.
natural.
Looks
Yeah.
like only G3, H4. I don't know, but no, bishop G4.
Right now, bishop g4.
No, I was thinking to plan H4, but there so many weaknesses
Then
there.
okay, if black decides to long castle, suppose that is going to be in Pragg's favor, right? Queen e7 long castle would be very slow.
Correct. So after knight g6, g3, I think he will go back to rook b8 and push b5, b4 here. So in the long run, black is going to keep his king in the center and attack on the queen side. That is
Looks
how
like.
Okay. Yeah, so the plan is clear, at least what we understand is black cannot try for anything else. That would be too slow, and Pragg would be very having a good position with the center control. Here, rook b8 is important, right? That's happening again and again. Rook b8, b5, fast action from black is necessary. If Sandro goes slow anywhere, then he would land up in trouble. Okay, so after knight c6, let's go to knight g6. Let's go to Vaishali's game once and see what are the updates there. I guess Pragg also would be getting up and watching her game. So we saw here d4 takes knight d4, knight e6. We saw till here. Vaishali takes on e6, bishop takes e6, and now she goes queen e2. And Anna goes queen e8. So yeah, that's the position.
Well, definitely white has a stable advantage in my opinion. One, he has this kingside majority, and two, black's kingside is weak. Having said that, black has two bishops as compensation for that. But in the long run, I have a feeling, a thrust of f4 is very dangerous for black in this position.
Oh, because whenever you go f5, I get a connected passer as well. Yeah, this is a nice idea for the future, for sure.
Yes, I like. Means you are threatening always to either f5 or keep the tension there, and I like.
If I start already with f4, you have to stop f5, right? Like you have to play f5.
Hopefully, but don't you think it's a better idea to bring the rook first?
Rook
I mean,
where?
I
E1?
mean d1, E1 or d1 and then play f4, I thought.
But
Because
even black will get some time, maybe queen f7. And here if you go f4, f5, whenever you go f4, f5. Question is, would you go e5 and commit or not? Or do you want to maintain the tension? No.
With a bishop on e3, definitely I'm not going to put my pawns on f4 and e5 for sure.
Oh.
So for that reason, probably white will delay playing f4 forever.
You can prepare. And the question is how black is going to solve the method of his black bishop.
This
Her black
bishop, yeah?
bishop.
Ah.
Means how to play, how to coordinate your pieces. Difficult.
I think black will try to. Also, the question is where should the rooks be for black? This is an open file, but maybe because there is a pawn on e5, do you bring your rook to e8? Do you go bishop d6? You have to not forget this guy here. Yeah, I like Vaishali's position. It's much more pleasant. Also, at this point, bishop h6 is a move to consider because you're forcing black to go rook f7 here. And now with rook a1, this can be another way to play.
Also, some plans with h4, h5, f5 are important. I don't know with bishop h6, but h4, h5 is also important to think in this kind of position.
Yeah. So nice position for Vaishali. Can we have a look at once again the top boards? Because I think it's been a while. We also have an interesting pairing: Alireza Firuza versus Hans Niemann today. Yeah, that's another interesting pairing. This is the position. Oh, they're playing very slow. Ninth move. Hans has
By the way,
won.
you see there was an exchange in Twitter between Neumann and an international master from US because it seems yesterday's win, Neumann's accuracy was about 100%.
Whom? Niemann.
Neumann, yeah, Hans Neumann.
Oh.
So let's not get into the details, but there was a lot of activity on the Twitter regarding this particular information. So today Neumann is playing Alirosa Firozia. Let's see the accuracy levels today.
Okay, and there we have. So this is the game we will come again and watch. Have a look at it. Hikaru Nakamura is playing with Alexis Sarana, and Hikaru is white, still in the opening stage. With the black pieces, some moves have happened. After where did we last leave? I think we left at rook e1. He went at 6. Knight goes to knight bd2. Rook e8. Yeah, here.
Amruta's move. Rook
Yeah.
e8.
None mine. Computer. I balance it out. A4 over here. A6 played by Vidit. Bishop b2. Bishop f5. This was my question, Likin. Because I was tempted with bishop g4. But this is definitely an important diagonal to be at. Also pressurizing the d3 pawn. Queen goes to b3. Let's not forget this guy there. Queen d7. Knight jumps to e4. Knight takes c4, d takes c4, and bishop e6. And we are looking at a lot of exchanges there. And with it in this position, goes for rook a b8. And is he intending a move like b5? Or what is his idea of rook a b8? Also, his time, he took around 17 minutes for this move.
But I didn't understand bishop d6. Why he played bishop d6 instead bishop b6? Is because of e5 pawn was in troubles or was the idea?
Here you were saying why not bishop g6?
No, bishop d6. This was in opening.
Here.
Or was his preparation here before? Why not bishop b6? It's not more natural. Bishop b6.
You are saying bishop e7 is more natural. But then the pawn, wouldn't it be weak on the open file? Bishop e7 is the main move. Yeah. Very few games, I guess, do played in this line. But
and bishop b6, no one is playing.
No, it has been played. It has
no,
been...
B.
B6.
What is the problem with that move?
Good question.
Because is that normal Italian now? But why in d6? I couldn't understand.
So if let's say just nothing, a simple development with knight d2, you are going to go a6, a4, and that would be the normal standard kind of
bishop
thing, bishop f5. And then you in fact don't even have the bishop on d6. So maybe, and for rook e1 you have Oops, no, now rook e1 is a problem, no, with bishop on this diagonal.
We have someone here who wants to speak Hindi now.
Oh, hello. Wait, Nikhilesh, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Hello, Saravanan ji. How are you?
Hey, Niklesh, how are you doing? Missing you.
Saravanan ji.
Ah.
Arre, nice photo there. Wait a second.
So, what's going on today?
Today a lot is going on, Nikhilesh. And Angie has some amazing insights as well. I think she's here enjoying like a training session.
Yes, señor. And Amruta are super strong.
No, Sarah
learning a lot.
Sarah sharing his opening knowledge there, and you know the stories. And Sarah, today you have to still come up with some story. Not come up, not make up. Bring up some something from your memory. That is not
What was
what I
inside your
meant.
mind? What was inside your mind came out, right? You have to make up some stories. So that was inside your mind, it came out. I got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, what happened, Vaishali, today?
Vaishali is
doing
going
well.
a slightly pleasant position there. Sakar says, can you check in mega database? What one? Bishop b6. Yeah, maybe that's a very good question Angie has asked. Sir, do you have any knowledge about this move? Like bishop b6 is just something which he said he doesn't want to go into the normal stuff. But how come there are no games? Like, do you have mega in front of you?
Generally, bishop b6, when it is played, the e5 pawn is always under some kind of pressure. So bishop d6 is played primarily to support the e5 pawn, generally. That's what I have seen in these kind of positions. See, for example, if you go bishop b6 here, let us say knight bd2, common. What can black play here? Maybe a6 first.
Yeah, that's one move.
Yeah,
a4.
a6 and yeah, a4, basically.
Now
See,
bishop
now
f5. Let's see.
bishop f5. Okay, so
And if maybe
Some-
Vidit was, sorry, maybe was thinking in b5 immediately and knight into e5.
Oh.
Yes. Means bishop b6, b5 immediately. Maybe he was thinking, no.
Not here. Yeah,
Maybe-
it's a blunder.
Maybe he
because
was
of-
thinking immediately he was going to lose pawn. When b4, bishop b6, b5 immediately.
So you're
Maybe
immediately
this was the
b5,
reason.
yeah?
No?
But then there is always knight a5 because
And when he
if you take
there-
here knight c4,
Mhm.
if you take dc4, that's I think a structural problem, no? You will anyway lose the pawn later. But
But what about knight c4?
Maybe he didn't like this line.
Whoa!
Play with pawn down. Miss, but I don't know.
Wow!
What do you-
Look
Nikuji,
at the assessment
what do you think,
here for
Nikuji?
black.
Maybe this is the reason.
Yeah, but
So-
what is the
so-
here? What will you play?
He
Here
played
is an important move for black.
That is so. This is already out of database, or still some games are there?
No, I haven't checked on Mega. Think.
see, basically after knight e5, knight into c4, let's say knight into c4, black plays bishop g4.
Yeah, after knight c4, na? Yeah, over here. Bishop
Yeah.
g4 is
Oh,
a strong move.
Bishop g4, and if you play queen d2 and just rook e8, idea rook e2, already white is in some trouble already.
Black pieces are doing
Very
really well.
active, very active.
He was spent too many moves to capture that e5 pawn, you know. So black has a very large advantage in development already.
Thank you, senor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one actually, and it's you should know this, right, before finding and wanting to assess on the board because it's a very common thing, b5 and knight goes to a5, but dc4 is clear to get a composition, but knight c4 also, black's piece activity is going to be so powerful, is an important knowledge.
Yeah, this is basically, you know, in this kind of Italian structures, it's very common. If you play b4, b5 and come for the d5. For example, this is that variation which we were discussing yesterday, where black plays d5, e d5, knight d5 in the Italian. In that, there is this very variation is there with almost the same concept for black.
Got it.
It's not my
Okay.
invention. It is just a common variation.
So yeah, so this was, I think bishop b6 would be possible. He did want to play bishop d6. And yeah, or were you telling about it? Anything else for bishop b6?
Yeah, that's what. Bishop d6 is more common because black now easily supports the d6 pawn. That is one. And now, once again, the black knight can come to e7 and g6 very easily here also. So generally for b4, bishop d6 is more accepted square than b6 in such positions.
Got it. So rook e1 was played, h6, knight went to d2. Yeah, this all we saw. And then the position has right now reached
Yeah.
rook a b8, and over here Nair goes bishop c1. What a move to decide to
What?
shift the bishop from this diagonal. He's found the best move in the game, and that which was also very tough.
Bishop c1.
Yeah.
He played bishop c1.
Yes. I mean, I was looking at the computer and I was like, come on, you don't go bishop c1 here. But he was
That takes
bishop
the
c1.
cake. Well, he knows that the bishop will never have a scope sitting on b2. So it's a very pragmatic decision to take, though it looks very, aesthetically very uneven, let us say. But the point, in the long run, white will exchange the light square bishops. So in the long run, white has a slight advantage because the only bishop left for black will be the bishop on d6, which is a bad bishop. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the reason here for black, bishop g4 is quite an interesting move to pin this guy. And now if rook d3, maybe this was Vidit's point actually. Because bishop g4, if you go rook d3, get out of the pin, support this guy here, then you have b5.
Well, I don't know why rook b8 was played, but yeah, maybe something like this.
I think Gukesh game is becoming very interesting right
Okay.
now.
So yeah,
Now
this
he played
Vidit's game is
f5.
interesting. Let's go. No, don't tell the moves. We will go there. And
Oh.
then you can tell the moves. Also,
But that was
Arjun's
Amruta's
game as
idea.
well. Okay, look at this. Gukesh or Arjun, both are interesting. We'll go to both the
Okay,
games.
Arjun is in good position.
Okay, Gukesh here, we left at knight f3, bishop d7, queen c2,
God.
knight h7, g3 was played by Narayanan, and Gukesh goes f5.
Gukesh have no fear. Gukesh, oh my God.
This game is our hope for action. Of action.
English
Although
guy,
action
when
already- Action already started.
those two sentences were separate or together. Gukesh has no fear. Oh boy. So was it together one sentence or different sentences? Because I think the meaning was different. Yeah.
So, Amruta, what is your experience these days as a commentator? Now you are the more regular commentator in Indian chess. Apart from even Sagar is not so regular. I am not regular. You are more regular commentator now.
I've just started it. I'm just, the game is just begun. I'm learning
Uh,
openings right now.
How
the
is your
first four
motivation
moves.
level?
My motivation is good because I can drink water, I can eat food, I can go to the washroom. So I think that's the main point of being at home.
And with this good chess.
So the main motivation of being a commentator is you can drink water, you can eat food and all that, is it?
No, also she enjoyed this wonderful chess.
No, I remember in starting days, I remember it's difficult to call Amruta for commentary. She always denies. Simply Sagar say no, Amruta is not ready. Means then somehow Sagar make her ready to sit with him, and then slowly Amruta have now become habitual for
my role was
commentary.
my role was different, so I didn't like coming in front of the camera too much. And sometimes, for photographers, they have this thing, they prefer to be behind the camera rather than in front of the camera. So for me, that was there. I had to break that thing, and now I have transition and more getting back into chess stuff. So
No, it's very good.
interesting.
It's
I'm
very
enjoying
good. It's
it. I'm
very good
enjoying it.
for Indian chess.
We love you.
Extremely tempting to pull Amruta in front of the camera, but I'm being a gentleman and not doing.
Please do it. Please go ahead. Here, everything is allowed. That's another reason. You can crack jokes. This is not official commentary. This is official ChessBase India commentary.
I think that is why more people like this, and we also feel free.
Yes, and Nikhilesh, I think we are having fun here with Angie here, you are here, and guys, do like and subscribe to ChessBase India Hindi as well. Lot of effort has been put there and great.
We reached 1,20,000
Oh,
yesterday.
Nice. Congrats. क्या बात है? 1,20,000.
क्या
Nice
बात है?
number. क्या बात है? Angie.
1,20,000 of what?
In ChessBase India Hindi subscribers.
Okay. Congratulations. Okay.
Nice. Angie, do you speak Hindi or do you understand Hindi?
Sorry.
Thodi. And Nikhilesh.
No, I don't know him.
Do you understand Spanish, Nikhilesh?
Huh?
Do you understand
Say sorry.
Spanish?
Say sorry. Say sorry first. Say sorry
Muy
first.
bien. Muy bien, muy bien.
Okay, cool. So
Angela, I also don't understand Hindi much, so it makes a pair.
Okay, senor, because you are from South
India.
India.
Yeah, I'm from South India. Whatever Hindi I learned was only by traveling in the country. So, I can probably just manage, but at the end of the day, the grammar and the usage.
India is so big country. In Colombia, we all speak Spanish. Only
this is the beauty in India. Now, for example, Amruta can speak Marathi, English, and if you call Sagar, he will speak Gujarati also. So multi-language.
Yeah, I think sometimes Saravanan you will have to learn Hindi from Vishy Anand. That moment will happen.
Yes.
When you will be the one who
speaks Spanish. Anand speaks Spanish really well.
He surprised me in Olympiad when he came to Hindi ChessBase India commentary and he started saying, Nikhilesh, ये position बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है तुम्हें.
Nobody's really improved right now in Netherlands. When we met, he was talking in Hindi and really improved. Yeah. Okay, so getting back here, by the way, after F5, we have a move by Narayan and that's A3. But firstly, what is Gukesh? Like, what do you think, Sara, is Gukesh's mindset right now?
See, as I told you, this is a typical King's Indian where positional rules get suspended for the game. See, for example, the previous move, instead of A3, if white had gone EF5, would have gone GF5. And, who plays chess like this in the opening? Opening up the king set completely and keeping the king on the center and playing F5, GF5. There is this expression, burning the bridges before you cross them. It is something like that. So positional rules are suspended for this game, obviously. This is a kind of a sword fight, where you don't look at the strategic strength of your position. What matters is attack, initiative, dynamism at all costs. So if you see only by that parameter, Black is doing very well. This is a very interesting position. Of course, any engine will say that white is better. But again, openings like the Benoni, the King's Indian, and even the Sicilian sometimes, it goes beyond an engine's understanding because, human mind doesn't process such openings or such positions in the same way as an engine. So we have a very full-fledged fight here today.
Amazing. No, amazing. Like what Gukesh is showing here, because at 2700 exactly, this is what we were missing in the openings. Not going for things which the lines would suggest is not the best for you, but that is making chess so interesting right now. A3.
I was telling them that maybe Gukesh, they selected one no-min line because they know each other very well. So he's trying to surprise.
Few days back, when I took interview of Pragg and I asked him that according to you, what is the Gukesh main strength? So he told me that Gukesh is the master of the positions where for other people it's difficult to calculate. So he is the master of that kind of position where other people has to calculate so much and accuracy needed, so much risk involved. in that kind of position, Gukesh is master.
Hmm.
So this is Pragyananda told me.
When did you take this interview, by the way?
Just 2 interviews I took. First before the World Cup and one immediately after World Cup. So he promised me he will give me interview before every big tournament.
Nice. Okay, so A3 has been played. Oh, what shock!
What happened?
Gukesh castling. Yes, sir.
Oh, he
Well,
castles
as I was telling you, सब कुछ चलता है in King's Indian. So that's the logic behind playing to double O. In fact, I was expecting this. See, the position after A3. See, for example, for argument's sake, now after A3 castles, okay.
Okay.
If white plays triple O in this position, okay. Now, suddenly, there are a lot of chances here that black might get an attack on the white king here. Let's say with moves like,
Six, but
FE4, knight E4, knight F6. Slowly in this position, even though black's king side looks fragile and all that, black might get some kind of play here. So the double O is not at all unexpected in this.
whoa. Oh, what I was thinking all the while is Gukesh is delaying castle, which means he doesn't want to castle at all finally when he's going for such a structure. But this is
Exactly. He only delayed castle. He didn't deny the castling to himself.
wow.
This is going to be a very big hand-to-hand combat. As I was telling you at the beginning of the round, 2 young lions fighting with each other, and they took King's Indian as their playground, battleground. This is going to be indeed the game of the day.
Absolutely. Nikhilesh, क्या लग रहा है क्या होने वाला है for this game? Any prediction from you guys?
No. You know one thing. Okay, definitely Gukesh is favorite for me always. But these days, SL Narayanan is playing really good chess, and he's very solid. And means it's not easy to outplay SL Narayanan with so much attack.
Hmm.
It's not easy. I think SL Narayanan this match will be very good. I think we need to keep watch this game in every 5-10 minutes. And
yes, we will come here.
something will
Yeah, no,
happen.
we can't miss it. Like every single move has to be seen for this game. Very interesting. Shall we move to Arjun's game here because that too with the
अखिलेश जी,
kings defeating-
मुझे मालूम नहीं आपने देखा कि नहीं है, सुना कि नहीं अपना कमेंट्री में SL नारायणन ने 12th स्टैंडर्ड एग्जामिनेशन में कितना स्कोर किया आपको मालूम है फाइनल एग्जाम में?
No.
1200 out of 1200.
He is so accurate.
1200 out of 1200 in his 12th standard final examinations, higher secondary examinations. See, SL Narayanan is one of those quiet achievers. I have had the pleasure of, giving him some training sessions when he was like 10 years ago or something, when he was a real small kid. In his formative years, he was trained by Varghese Koshi, one of the best trainers in the country today. Varghese Koshi was also the trainer of Harikrishna and all that. A very unassuming boy with an excellent parent, From the beginning, he was always something special, and I always expected him to go up. And he is living his dream today.
Wow, nice. And by the way, your Hindi is amazing. I heard you for the first time speaking Hindi.
Oh,
निखिलेश जी,
he-
सर्वानंद का एक हिंदी में इंटरव्यू हो जाए.
He already came to my Hindi ChessBase India as
No,
a
he would have
commentator
come,
in
but-
Olympiad and so many times, and he's
Speaking
speaking
Hindi.
very good Hindi only.
And he say, I can't speak.
His
English."
Hindi is much better than my English. This is I'm telling you.
That says it all. That says it all. Lovely.
Actually, this is off topic, but I will tell you something. Being a South Indian, being a South Indian who knows a little bit of Hindi has a very big advantage. क्या पता है आपको? If you understand Hindi, being a South Indian with so much difficulty, मुझे actually मैं मराठी समझता हूँ, बांग्ला समझता हूँ, and being a South Indian, I can speak Malayalam, I can understand Kannada, I can understand Telugu. That's a huge advantage of being a South Indian learning Hindi. You pick up so many languages very easily, actually.
Man.
And one thing I'm very much sure, someone who knows so many language, they are doing really good in chess. They are good in chess, and one of the reason maybe South Indian people are doing really good in chess because of they have controlled so many language.
Control.
Control or understand. As I told you, my English is your Hindi is better than my English.
Means they can defend themselves with language.
Oh my goodness.
But this is the Arjun game.
Someone came.
Wow.
What?
Vaishali selected the Senor Sir plan. Bring the rook and f4.
Ah, we will go to right now. Oops.
Really nice.
Oh my god, how did I just close that? Okay, doesn't matter. We will finish this game first. Arjun's
Yes,
game
yes.
going very interesting. Bishop c4, queen
I know.
d6, b4 was played by Arjun with Jumabayev. He has 1 hour 41 minutes. Rinat goes bishop b6, knight d2, bishop goes to g4. Not a good idea as what the computer says, and it was 15 minutes being taken by Jumabayev. Arjun goes a4 over here. This is the first moment where he thought for 12 minutes and 30 minutes of almost 30 minutes of a difference between both of them at this point.
This position is suddenly heating up so fast,
Yeah.
Let us say, let us take it that e4, d4.
Yeah, e4, he took d4, but e4 was a very, very alert move by Jumabayev. D takes e4, and now he plays a5 over here. So firstly, what happens for b5? That's too committal and the structure, you don't like it. Knight is going to jump on b5. There is a pin, you are attacking c4. Black looks clearly better. So you can't even think of b5. But then why did he go a5 here? My question is, why couldn't he go knight e5 here itself?
Well, for knight e5, isn't there a problem for the dark square bishop if white plays, let's say, see, black's
A5.
original idea here is to play knight d3 check, okay?
Yeah.
So if now white plays bishop e2, knight d3 check,
Okay.
let's say bishop d3, queen d3, and now white has a5 here. So to stop this, black plays a5 first. He threatens the pawn on b4.
But
And
why
now
can't
if
you
you
go
play-
a5 here? 1 second, just to
I want no
see.
f5 directly. What is the
No,
difference?
Oh, you mean to say for
knight
Ah,
e5.
because knight
e5?
c4. Knight c4, knight c4, queen d1. I think.
F2 gone.
And f2
Oops.
is hanging.
Not even queen d1. Bishop f2 also. No.
No.
Ah,
No,
sorry.
bishop f2 is not working.
Correct, because
But
I.
yes, d1, king d1, bishop f2, but rook f1. Okay.
Bishop is oh, knight e4.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No, I will take in f3 maybe. No.
No, but knight e4 you win another pawn also. Why not?
Yes.
Wow, that was the reason. Okay.
What about, but why rook f1? Why not first play e5 or something?
No, but then bishop on f2, no?
No,
This
yes,
should
sir.
be okay for black. Like maybe
Yeah,
because this
bishop
is better,
F2.
no? Bishop e2.
Okay.
If you can go bishop e2,
Yes,
then
yes.
this is better. Okay, so what did you say here? So that's why he played a5.
So that is why
first.
black played a5 here.
Hmm.
The point is b5 is now met with knight e5, bishop e2, knight d3 check, giving compensation for the pawn.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because of that, for a5, I think it is forced for white to capture b cross a5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But knight a5 now?
I think there lies black's compensation for the pawn. He gave e5 to e4, right? So this is where black's compensation is. So a5, maybe, okay, white need not take b5. He may even play double also. He can just give the pawn back. Yeah.
This looks better. This looks like steady. Oh, but he did take on a5. By the way, Niklesh, you are out of the camera. Maybe you can pull the chair a little bit.
Actually,
back.
these chairs are very big actually.
Wait.
So I have to be like this. Otherwise, I have to come so close to NJ like this.
Okay. Okay, so that is good. Or maybe later I'll try to adjust or see some other.
Oh, now it's fine. Now it's fine.
So B takes
Now
A5 played by Arjun and Jumabayev thinking, but Jumabayev has used a lot of his time. This is just move number 12 and he's down to 47 minutes. But he's playing well. He's fighting there. Which game, Angie, you wanted to check? Vaishali, right?
Vaishali played the plan of Sir.
Oh, okay. Plan of Sir. F4. She went F4 already. So she didn't prepare for it, yeah?
Okay, she played directly.
Yeah,
After
F5.
Rookie 1.
Now rook e1 and now queen f7 has been played. And Vaishali is thinking. Tanya was winning but lost her advantage. Okay, that's an update. Rakshit says Kannada Swalpa Swalpa Gothu. I don't understand.
Swalpa Gottu means I know a little. Swalpa is little. Gottu means I know.
Got it. Decarbon says, my coach played against you in a practice tournament and missed a mate in 4 against you in Rajkot. Do you remember? It was in 2012. Kiske saath? Actually, here we have now 4 people. With who?
I
No,
think he's talking about Senor.
She didn't play.
I never.
And Rajkot, I also did never play.
2000.
Oh, I played in Rajkot in 2012.
So now only 2 options.
Okay, Dekarban. That's good to know that he missed the mate. Queen f7. What should Vaishali? How should Vaishali continue? Because I think Angie, would you go e5 or not? Because Sarah did mention that this doesn't look like a good idea because of having the dark square bishop. Do you agree with him?
It's really difficult. Yes, you can see e5, but my bishop will lose activity. So why? And also his white bishop will get, I don't know, in future and maybe
But
c5.
But I have one idea. Maybe put bishop d4 first, and if opponent will exchange your bishop in that sense, then after the exchange you can go for e5 maybe.
No, still I don't like. I prefer knight f3, knight e5.
Means I like that position because now you can
But-
bring your knight and maybe in future h4, h5 something. No?
Okay.
And opponent have bad bishop. No.
Okay. Looks very good. Bishop d4 looks good. So bishop d4
Because
looks good,
bishop
actually.
d4 will force black to exchange dark bishop. Otherwise that bishop will be super dangerous.
No,
Monster.
what if rook a d8 here? Just attacking your bishop. Where are you going?
Just take back to c3.
And can I go b5 with the idea of b4? I mean, it looks ugly. No, maybe it's a big blunder. ef5.
After exchange, yes, so many. Queen e5 is come. Yes.
Yeah, I missed it.
But Amruta, instead of b5,
Hmm.
it makes more sense to play fe4 there. You know,
Okay,
you have 2
bishop
bishops, so let's
d4.
open up the position.
Here, no,
Bishop d4, rook a d8.
Rook a d8. So I don't have
Yeah.
time here for the same idea with ef5 because I'm losing my bishop as well. But this is the main threat of bishop d4, and now bishop c3.
Now
you want to
for
go?
bishop c3 now. No, white goes bishop c3 first.
Yeah.
Rook a d8. Now take fe4 now.
You change.
And for queen e4, you have the cold-blooded.
Wait, can I
Okay.
guess?
Yeah. Let's ask chat, for example. Guys, now what will you play for black in this position? What is the best way to defend the piece which is attacked on e6? Let's ask.
What is black? What about bishop c5 check, then bishop f5? Oh, we have a video also.
Wait.
Tournament.
What? Seriously, Niklesh? You're talking about the video in the loop, isn't it? At the
No,
tournament.
I just right now I had closed it. Now I again started it.
This is very risky thing actually to do.
Why?
When me and Aditya was there in Sharjah Master, and they put so many strict thing, and then we started doing live connection with video. So
No, this is not live, Nikhilesh. This is
huh.
a video on ChessBase India. Sagar has shot the starting moments and
Okay,
then
okay,
he
okay.
has put it for a few moments because we cannot show it. No, it has to be a delay. So it's a.
No, you remember now when we connected, when you or Sagar is doing live commentary. So one day what happened? Just before entering the hall, sound on.
Oh.
So me and Aditya was, after that, me and Aditya was super duper careful. We connect everything from start and then start walking. So
yeah, no, it has
लेकिन
to
वो
be.
लाइव करने में क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या था?
नहीं लाइव का नहीं था प्रॉब्लम तभी शारजा में नहीं बट वेयर देयर इज अ डिले इफ वी आर गेटिंग द फीड लाइक इन कतार लेट्स से वी गेट अ फीड वेयर द पोजीशन इज different like the position is current but the live delay is basically for anti cheating no so then we have to make sure that we are showing the move which is actually showing on leeches that way so
Pragyananda heard your voice actually. He listened your voice, Amruta. So he
Yeah.
recognized. And after the game, he told me, that was Amruta sound, huh? Yes, yes, yes.
Oh God, Nikhilesh. Okay, but guys, we have had some answers and a lot of candidate moves here. If I
Lot of
must show
answers.
you in the chat, here we have Bishop C5, Rook E8, Rook D6, Rook F8. What was the answer, Sarah?
Rook F8 is the best move, you know.
BD, Roshan, Hatres, only 3 people found it, but no, even Rook E8 over here. Ankur, guys, you have to write the notation properly. But what is Bishop C5?
The problem with Bishop C5 is if you
Mhm.
give the check early, King H1. Now if you go Rook F8, yeah. Now Queen E5 is just winning for white. That's all.
So, okay.
Oops, sorry. Mate.
Yeah.
यहाँ पे
Queen E5.
checkmate in one move is threatened, so dark
Look
squares are
how
very
dangerous
weak,
is that
and
bishop.
Anna Muzichuk will have to be careful like this.
And
if
C5 is also attacked, by the way.
Rook E8, Queen E5 directly. Rook
Hmm.
E8, Queen E5.
So if you play Rook E8,
happened in the
now
match
if you play Queen E5, now Black has an amazing defense. Shall we ask the chat about this amazing defense?
Yes,
Black can play.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Black
this
to
is
play,
a
no?
this is a tough one, guys. Come on, Black to play. How do you defend this position for Black?
Angie, you're also thinking, right?
He's my training. Now, yes. Really beautiful.
Ah, okay.
Vidit is nodding.
Yes.
No, chat is thinking.
You already told me, you are already telling. Acha, when you say something like that, na, this is the super tough one. So people already start looking some extraordinary moves, some sacrifices.
They found it. 2 of them found it. 3, 4. 4 of them found it already. That's very nice. निखिलेश जब हम कर रहे थे एशियन के लिए हम
हाँ।
इतना एक सवाल नहीं पूछ रहे थे ना हमको मालूम
अरे,
नहीं था इतना इंटरेस्ट है लोगों के लिए ऐसे आंसर कर
Amruta came with super technology like Sagar Shah, these things, so many things, they are becoming master now. Yes, we need to ask, I think, more questions.
Yeah, mainly they like to interact, so that's they all.
That's nice.
And also
Okay,
many
so
people
the
also play
answer is-
tournaments, so that's the reason they are happy to give answers.
So the answer is
Wait, oops, sorry. Let me just show it to you. The answer: King F8.
no. The
Bishop
answer is
F6?
Bishop F6.
Oh,
Bishop
Sameer,
F6.
Samita, Mom's Magic, Himanshu, Nalan,
Bishop
Sai,
F6.
Satya, Jagannath, Digitalogy, and Mani. They have found it, but many people attempted it for the tough position. So Bishop F6, classy move here. If you take, Queen takes, Bishop takes, the bishop was deflected and the piece is recovered. That's the whole point. Nice. That was a nice question. So Bishop D4 she has to go for, yeah, Vaishali right now.
Yeah, that's true.
And she's
So, but
thinking quite a long time, 51 minutes to 34 minutes. She has used 15 minutes. This is move number 17th.
yeah, as we were talking in a previous day, this is one of Vaishali's issues on the board. She does consume a lot of time generally. In the long run, she has to handle the clock better. As she goes higher up in the ladder of grandmasters, it is very important that Vaishali will have to, cut down on her thinking time.
Correct.
And this is very interesting. She's very good in fast format. Fast means she's doing good in rapid and even bullet and blades. But in classical, she consumes so much time.
There is this theory about time pressure. Time pressure is actually not about quick thinking. It is basically about personality. Those who come under time pressure are not necessarily, slow in thinking, but they are people who take decisions in a way that, they take more time than the others in taking decisions. So it's a personality trait rather than a technical chess issue.
Really interesting. And this is so funny because, for example, in my case, there was, I don't know, 5-6 years back that I was the best player of Blitz player in Colombia, means in women, the faster. But at the same time, when I was playing standard chess and I have to face present time, I was not able to play proper. Means that is,
Yeah. I mean, it is almost nothing to do with quick thinking. It is just a personality trait.
It's your personality, Anji.
No, and also sometimes, like with time pressure, you have seen everything in the very first few minutes. The move which you're generally going to play, it's all about going deeper and deeper, and trying to be perfect and creative. I think sometimes it's also the problem of more creative players where they want to find something beautiful, that kind of a thing, something.
In
perfect.
my case these days, after doing a lot of commentary, mostly whenever I play Blitz, mostly my opponents tell me, "Oh, flag down." This is the case mostly.
Funny.
This is nice, interesting story. A very young Vishayanand who used to take only 10 to 20 minutes per each game. So after a national championship, he came to Tal Club Chennai. So one of those elder members asked him, Anand, if you play slow, if you can avoid blunders, right? So why don't you play slow? Anand said, if I play fast, I can avoid time pressure, right? That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's time pressure is a disease, but I think every guy who's reached the top, very few didn't have the problem, like they had to solve the problem of time pressure.
I agree with you, but at the same time, this is something I've experienced as a player. People who are in time pressure in their career, especially from their young age, they all have very low longevity in chess. If you learn how to handle the clock properly from the beginning, you can stay at the top of your game for many years. This is something I've seen from my experience. Because that constant time pressure coming in the time pressure kind of frays your nerves. You become some kind of an agitated chess player over the board in the long run. That's what I've seen.
Okay, guys, you have to definitely work on your time pressure if you suffer from that, and that's completely another deep subject, how to do that. But
and maybe is a little dangerous for your heart, your nerves. Also.
It is.
Yeah. By the way, b3 has been played by Vaishali. She didn't go for bishop d4 first. She went for b3. And now maybe next her plan is bishop d4. But Anna might go rook a d8 and already stop bishop d4. So this stays a complex position, but Vaishali a little low on time. She'll have to be a little careful. Can we go to the rest of the games there?
I'll be just back in a moment.
Yes, please.
Can you check Gukesh?
Yeah, can we go to... by the way, Arjun, after b takes a5, Jumabai has been thinking. Let's have a quick roundup. Can we have a quick roundup? Looking at the bars, Nair versus Vidit. Nair is having a very slight edge. Arjun versus Rinath game is going complex. Some initiative with Arjun right now. Giri versus Anton. Giri is having the slight edge. Arvind versus Nihal. Arvind actually has a decent edge. We have to go there and check it out. Narayanan versus Gukesh. Narayanan has been from the opening, having a great advantage, but let's not believe the bars when it is Gukesh. That's yes, dhokebaz meter.
Dhokebaz meter.
For Gukesh, for sure. But yes, Gukesh definitely has risked it. I would say that today. And Pragg versus Sandro. Pragg's very slightly in, I think, very slightly trouble. We must go there as well because it was another interesting game. Hari
Yes, I
playing
think
with
Sandro
one-
found I'm sorry. I think he found the plan.
he did. We'll go there as soon as I finish the roundup. Hari versus Ruslan. Ruslan is having a slight edge there. Similarly, Maqsoodlu is playing with Ronak today, and Maqsoodlu also having slight edge. We are having
I think
yeah.
Ronak is getting very good chance in this tournament to play against all the strong players. I think this is very good for him.
Yeah,
And,
Ronak has like with Nakamura also, it was a pretty smooth draw, and in general, this tournament has been very good for him.
Nice.
Yeah, oh my god, Gukesh, what? It is completely changing.
What
G3,
happened?
F5, A3, castle. E takes F5 was played by Narayanan, and Gukesh took G takes F5. Computer said he had to take with the bishop here, and then bring his knight to C5. That was something like the follow-up, opening the F file there. He goes G takes F5. Narayanan long castles calmly. Gukesh brings his knight to C5. And here Narayanan finds an amazing move. G4.
Oh my
Ah.
god. I think it's
Yes, bishop f5 was necessary. Means keep your a little defense there with your pawns. But now after g4.
I think Gukesh and Pragyananda both already played 4 matches drawn already. And they are not a kind of player to play so many draws. So they are somehow today, they both want to try something to just break that draw line.
Yeah, but G4 and then I mean, this is a complicated position because of course you don't want to take HG and give this open file
If
there.
Narayanan beat today Gukesh, this will be continuously second win in classical against
Oh,
Gukesh.
that is
Really?
really
In
hard.
Qatar Master he
Yeah,
beat, na?
in Qatar he beat.
Yes.
Goes E4. Gukesh goes E4 here. Of course, the computers do not like, and
He
as
has
we have
to
discussed,
find out any
let's-
contra play.
yes, knight D2. But with such an exposed king, how are you going to fight? Because you have nothing yet
Play.
started here.
मतलब हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं ना कि राजा का बाजा बज सकता है इस मैच में.
Yeah,
Or maybe
absolutely.
he's planning to play knight d3 and disappear that white bishop
Here?
and play with those 2 bishops. No, I don't know. He has to find out any compensation, otherwise they.
It's very
maybe
difficult
lose.
for me to commentary in Gukesh game usually.
Why?
So many things start happening in the game and then what is happening? ये मर रहा है, वो मर रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है?
Oh, nice. No, so Sarah, this is the position. Knight D2.
I think things have gone very badly wrong for Gukesh. If we can go a couple of moves before. See, after EFI, GFI, triple O, sorry, after EFI, GFI, na,
Yeah.
already I have a feeling White is having a tough position because for EFI, I think GFI was a decisive mistake. Yeah, in this position, I was expecting Bishop F5. See, generally for Bishop F5, if White gets Knight E4, the position is good for White. But yahan, after Bishop F5, Knight E4, Black is having Knight C5, which is a problem. You got me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, this basically was expected.
Knight F6 will be stronger here than Knight C5. Because for
No, Knight F6. Knight F6, I thought White can play Bishop D3 here. That's the point.
Wait.
See, if you can play knight c5, bishop d3, then you can take knight into d3. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the problem.
But here, if you
Yeah.
play bishop d3, then there is takes, takes,
Yeah.
knight
Yeah.
takes, queen takes, and black is getting rid of his problems after queen
Yeah, exactly.
f6.
Exactly. That is the way black should get rid of his problems. Yeah. He played gfi, which is a mistake. That's what I
Yeah.
mean.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically here, I
Mhm.
think after bishop f5, knight e4, this could have been probably a satisfactory position for black. But gfi is a big mistake in my opinion.
So is this
But what is
mistake
the
made?
Gukesh thought behind it?
Yeah, that's what.
See,
He wanted to do e4 only. That is his point.
You,
e4 or f4, either of
and
them.
at some point this.
I think after what was played in the game, gfi triple o, knight c5, I think he did not expect g4 here, probably.
But
G4
g4
is a-
for a like if you say the king is exposed on g5, there's no pawn. Still, it is the first consideration, right? You
Yeah,
want to
maybe
break
it's
open.
natural move, na g4.
But maybe he missed something in
Actually-
his calculation. He was thinking of g4. I don't know, bishop g4 in any moment, and he thought everything will be fine, but dangerous.
Yeah,
So much
correct. But
risk.
at the same time, I thought instead of g4, even knight h4 is good for white in that position. Let's say after knight h4, how are you going to defend the h5 pawn is a problem. Yeah. So after knight h4, if you play, what can you play? Queen
Maybe
e8?
f4.
f4. Okay.
Queen-
f4.
But
Angela,
queen
is-
g6, queen is coming to g6. No, I don't know.
Is this even working?
Right.
Queen g6
E3
is too early,
E3 is
No, not now. I mean, in
No, I
future.
was
no.
looking even now, but there is no.
In
trend.
future. Huh?
No, but for f4, I think black can take bishop into c5, yeah?
Bishop
Mhm.
c5 and then
Bishop into
Bishop
c5,
And
d5,
knight e4 is
bishop
correct.
h5. No.
c5, d5, and see now the light squares are extremely bad. Yeah, I mean
Yes,
white
yes,
can play anything and win this position after. Let's say knight e4 is just a complete advantage for white here.
Yeah.
So-
but one question here, one question
Yeah.
to the chat and to all of you as well. Your black is a very nice defensive idea. Can you try to find it?
But why go queen g6 at all?
Just because I felt tempted for it again and again. Then I was like, what is happening?
So I had-
What lone queen will do there? Okay,
I think
Amruta,
I
next
told
one
this
is
during-
bishop d3, queen h7.
I told this during the Asian commentary. I think we had this older chess player in India named Muhammad Azan, full of this rustic Hindi wisdom.
Hmm.
So he used to say this: whenever if we play a move, instead of playing on the queen side, if you play on the king side or something, he will say, "Game यहाँ चल रहा है, आप वहाँ क्या कर रहे हो?"
Look how good Hindi he
लेके
has.
जाके क्या
Oh
कर
my
रहे हो?
God.
What are you doing with the queen on g6?
Oh. Nice. So the move, guys, what is the move? Rook f6 and queen f6 is being suggested by many of you. Angie, are you thinking here?
What a bad student I am.
I got one move. Let's see. That is going to work or no.
Oh, you got? What's your move?
Should I tell now?
Yes, please. To me.
To
Help.
I'll
you.
give a clue.
I need help.
No, I was thinking something.
No,
Why not you
queen
force
G5,
bishop e8 and force this queen to go back?
and if you try to exchange
and then
the
queen
pieces-
g5 is also looks fine, no?
I have a nice move, and I can say the clue is a guy is sleeping and you just woke him up.
Nice clue.
Yeah, the guy was sleeping, you woke him up. The guy was sleeping nicely at
Rook a6.
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
a flexible move. Yes.
Rook
I
a6
like.
is such a cool defense, kicking the.
I got the title for one video now.
What is that?
Wake him up.
One
Okay.
video, I will put this title definitely. If I found one good game like that, I will say.
Sorata Hati. Come on, tell something in
सोते हुए मोरे को उठा के जीता मुकाबला.
Yeah. That's too much of Hindi. That's too much
नींद
of
से
Hindi.
जागा नहीं नींद जब नींद से जागा हाथी तो क्या हुआ?
Something like that. Yeah, that's more of it.
Yeah.
That is why I don't know Hindi, because his Hindi is super tough, difficult, deep Hindi.
No, so this was actually this was I mean rook a6 could be such an idea. What an idea. I mean this pawn gets away after takes and takes. But knight d2 was played here by SL Narayanan, and now Gukesh is thinking at some point he needs this, right? This to be open, but it's so hard to consider that. A move like c6.
Now the problem is the
c6.
king side is going to get open. The black's king side is going to get open, as well as the e4 point is going to crack. So this is now very, very clear advantage for Narayanan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if Gukesh is able to even not lose today from this position, it is going to be a miraculous thing because he's so much under trouble.
I have an interesting question for chat. There was a world champion who famously said, who thought that King's Indian is a terrible opening to play with black pieces. So with white pieces, he used to punish the King's Indian. So he said these very famous words: thanks to King's Indian defense, I am able to provide my family 3 meals a day very satisfactorily. You know who said this?
Thanks to
So
King's
to be
Indian
clear with
defense,
the-
I am providing 3 meals very satisfactorily.
If a grandmaster who is a world champion who is to be very happy about playing against the King's Indian with white pieces. So he used to say that his famous quote was that, thanks to King's Indian defense, I can provide my family with 3 meals a day. Who was it?
Okay.
Kramnik
In
is
which
what
year
people
he
are
give
saying.
this quote?
Nobody
Huh?
asked for year, you will
वो मैं बोल दूं तो you can find it very easily. Sorry, Angela, you said something, Angela? Sorry.
Okay. Okay, can I guess?
2 guys have guessed in chat already correctly. 3.
They are saying Petrosian.
Yes, it's
He's
Petrosian.
Oh,
Tigran.
nice.
Tigran Varanovich Petrosian. Yeah.
Lovely. No, these are I think these questions which he asks to the chat. Guess the world champion, like guess the guy who said this. These are, I think I really love them. And it's so much, oh, he will be this guy, he'll be that guy. मजा आता है, बहुत सही है.
Amruta, whenever I had to take break during the Asian Championship, I always request Saravanan ji to just say some story related Anand or something, World Championship. And that time I took break. So he had so many stories, and I don't know how much he knows this much.
Exactly, he remembers
Gukesh,
everything.
what you are actually telling is I am a motor mouth, yeah? I'm a loose motor.
No. I'm telling that you
got
are
it,
the
I got it.
person who knows so many good things about chess, which is not so common that everyone know these things. So we are thankful to you.
Absolutely. And going to Anish Giri's game right now, it has all settled down a little bit. It's unclear though because of the imbalance, but nothing special, right? Anish got out of the opening when he got his knights on e3 and c3. Or do you like it? Some initiative? Or if black gets c5, then he should be okay.
Well, it was just an original position he got out of the opening. So I don't know whether he got anything special. And it is just an equal position. The middle game is yet to happen. So, we have a lot to come by yet, I think.
Okay. Yeah, but this is to be kept a watch. Arjun played b takes a5 and his opponent took on a5 with the knight. So Arjun is thinking maybe a check there.
But that check c6 and maybe in future one bishop c7 is there.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop e2 directly.
Bishop e2 direct.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go castle, let's say. Oh my god. Sorry, I blundered. Did I blunder?
e5.
Double attack.
I know e5.
E5 is there, I thought. Bishop e3. But you have bishop c5, right? And then
and then maybe
and then e5.
now e5.
So castle is a blunder, not possible. What can you see, Angie, here from black?
I can see now Arjun is defending really well his position. Now next move I think will be castle, because for black, who are to play?
Exactly,
Queen
there's
c5.
a very interesting move for black to consider. It's I don't know how easy or tough it is, but
What do you think with c5 and take a pawn? Nobody's risky.
which one?
Queen c5. So
Queen c5. You want to do a double attack here.
No, I'm taking that.
I think I
Castle.
don't know.
And if you take here,
So much risky.
yeah, it looks very risky for sure.
Yes. But pawn is pawn. Queen c5 now.
So queen c5, if you try to win, yes, white will definitely get a great compensation.
Oh yes, no. I don't
So
like.
after bishop e2, no, there is a move for black. Very interesting move for black.
Very interesting.
But I'm a little bit in disbelief. That's why I'm asking. Like, what are your candidate moves for black?
Which is my trainer today.
Okay. There's something is happening.
Overall, looking at white's pawn structure, I have this feeling that black has already equalized, definitely. I mean, that pawn sacrifice was very much worth it. You have a pawn on c3, pawn on e4, pawn on a4, bishop on c1. Kind of, you get a disconnected picture of white's pieces here. So I think black has already equalized. So maybe Arjun's game is not going very well for him today.
Yeah, not today.
And ideas with bishop f3, for example.
Bishop f3.
Uh-huh.
That's also nice. Actually, you can give up the bishop for the knight at the right time. But the move here is long castle.
Really nice. I like.
Long castle, man. I mean, with open file, black is saying everything is safe here. My knight is blocking a pawn. Actually, here what Sarah said about the pawn structure really matters because no pawn break on the king side. So that's why it seems like a possible move. So e4 was important for him to find, for Renat to find. I think for Arjun, at this point, he should have simply castled maybe. He should have gone for castle and later on thought about these ideas with e4. Okay, so that is about Arjun here. Going to Vidit's game with Nair. The exchanges did happen after bishop c1. He did go b5. No, he didn't go bishop g4. He went directly b5. Bishop e6. Rook takes e6. Nair went bishop e3. Vidit goes knight e7 here. Where is this knight
The
going?
idea. F4, maybe. Or what is the idea?
Okay. So then he goes knight e1. Nair goes knight e1. And Vidit goes queen c8. And now maybe he's threatening c5. Also
Okay, yes, looks like he's
And
trying
this
to
also-
play in queen side. Yes.
With black, things look like in control, yeah? For Vidit. I think it's equalized. Okay. What about Nihal Sareen versus Arvind Chidambaram? Because we had left at a6, if you remember. And then he went bishop a4. Arvind went bishop a4. Queen went to
he found
c4.
queen
Oh,
c4.
Sarah, this is what you had mentioned about the queen.
Yes, yes.
Attacking a4. Bishop went back to b3. Queen c6. Bishop e2. Rook a d8. He took his queen to e1 and f2. h6 there, but white is having this deadly double bishop. Bishop d4.
So I would say white
Yeah.
has a slight advantage because of the two bishops. But having said that, the technical task of conversion is not at all easy. So, this is going to be a long game, but Arvind will be definitely pressing. This is one of those positions which Nihal likes to play also, making small moves and keep on defending. So this is going to be a long game for sure.
But because, yes, against the double bishop advantage, isn't black having slightly an advantage of this pawn structure there with the king on h1 and back ranks?
Well, yeah, white's pawn structure could have been a little bit better, definitely. But at the same time, I think the king side pawn structure is the most important factor here. Sorry, the queen side pawn structure is the most important factor here in the long run. See, white can definitely attack opponent's queen side pawns comparatively easier. But yeah, definitely, yeah, white's king side pawns could have been better, yeah.
Yeah, so I am still putting my bet on draw for this game. I think Nihal will be able to defend those slightly. Also, I don't know at some point whether this can be considered or will it make black king weaker with the double bishops.
But by the way, did you see an irony?
No.
2 grandmasters from Kerala are playing against 2 grandmasters from Tamil Nadu today.
Wow.
Nihal Sareen and S.L. Narayanan on one side playing against Gukesh and Arjun Chidambaram. All the way going to the Isle of Man and playing each other instead of
National today.
Yeah, Gukesh has gone in a long thought.
Monkey.
Oh.
Mommy. Hug, mommy. Oi,
And we have another
hello.
commentator here.
Angel, say hi. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Shrestha.
That's the best commentator for ever.
Hi, Shrestha. How are you? Are you ready to do commentary?
Say I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Oh, great.
English. Just a
So
minute.
cute.
Hey, where is Bishop?
Where is Bishop?
Go. Tell me where is Bishop? Okay, I think I'm leaving now. I will make him asleep. And thank you so much for inviting me. I will
Where is
leave you with
Amruta? Wait,
Nikuji
Amruta. Let
for
Amruta come
more
back.
commentary
Where is
with
Amruta?
Nikuji.
Angel?
So much. Thank you so much, Angela.
Thank you, senor. You are so wise. Nikuji will take my place, okay? Thank you, everyone. Happy to be here after a long time.
Put in your pocket. Okay, I will put. Give me. I will put in my pocket. Yeah, thank you. Say bye. Say bye to Amrita. Bye, Amrita. Ji.
Bye, senor.
Bye, Ji.
Bye, Ji. Bye, Shrestha. You will get to hear a lot of chess stories.
Okay, tell me what is this here? What is here? What is here? Tell me. No? Okay, go. Pocket. Okay.
So 92-year Nikhilesh and Angie. Is he playing chess now? Is he learning chess?
Every day he set all chess pieces and then bring his car and then destroy them all.
Yeah.
He know how to set everything.
Maybe you can start with showing Gukesh's games every day.
No, he set all the chess pieces. He knows every name, and then after set everything, he bring his cars, small cars.
No, he's just starting with ChessBase in book.
He's reading in night ChessBase now.
Nice.
We do some stories.
Put the pocket.
So knight d2 here played by Narayanan and Gukesh still in a long thought seems very dangerous for him. In Pragnananda's game, while we were watching Long Castle, he did play g3, rook b8, a4, king f8 was played by Sandro, rook df1. Pragg made an error here, seems like that, but why? Rook f1, black went rook h7, rook h7, bishop goes to b3, queen went to e8, the whole pressure on a4, d takes e5 by Pragg. Man, this game is getting, very complicated, Sarah. Knight h4, look at this move. Very natural. I mean, you want to go f4. Why would such a move be a bad move? Can you explain to the chat? And I'm very sorry, I'll just come in a minute again.
Most like rook d f1 or we had this very ancient theoretician, middle game theoretician named Aaron Nimzovich. He used to call them as mysterious rook moves. So I really love the rook f1 because at some point Pragg wanted to play knight h4 and then f4. That is why he brought the rook to f1. But the question is, black can just capture bishop to a4 here. So honestly, I don't know what is happening. Nikleji, you can understand something. What is white
No, I
doing here?
also no. For example, if black will exchange first knight h4 and then bishop a4, then I think black is fine.
Black is more than fine. I have a feeling
Yes.
black is already slightly better in this position. So looks like things are not going well for Pragnananda in this game so far. See, at this point, after knight h4, I am assuming that black will capture knight into h4 here. So after knight into h4, g into h4.
And then queen, bishop a4, queen a4.
Exactly. Bishop into a4. I honestly don't know if white has any real compensation for the pawn here. See, the idea of playing rook f1 was to play f4. So after playing bishop f4, you have to preserve the bishop, right? So let us say for bishop a4, if you go back bishop b3.
No, bishop a4, knight h after knight h4.
So, but what about
Knight
knight h4? Knight
we are
h4
considering
first?
knight into h4, g into h4, bishop a4, Amruta. Take knight into h4.
Take here and then
Give your opponent a double pawn, bishop a4. Now bishop a2, let us say if white plays, to play f4. Even now, the pawn on f7 is very cleverly defended by rook h7, right? So the idea of this one mysterious rook move to f1 was to play f4. The other mysterious rook move to h7 was to defend f7. But at the end of everything, black is a pawn up here. So I don't know what is white doing in this game.
But black's king definitely looks weaker than white's king, right? And also the a7 bishop seems out of the game.
Amruta, it looks weak, but white pieces, it's not in the position to attack him right now.
In fact, black has attack here. Play b5, Amruta.
Yes, yes.
So remember what we talked. Forward Kazimierz, like Mikhail Tal. And let's start attacking. That's it.
Oh, so knight h4.
I think where did Gukesh go? I'm sorry, Pragg went wrong in this game.
Here.
I didn't like Gukesh a4 at all a few moves ago. If you can just retract a few steps. Yeah, here. For black's rook b8, a4 looks very risky for me, burning bridges and all that. He could have coolly played bishop d3 here. And for b5, he can go king b1 and just consolidate first, There is ready-made attack on the king side in the long run for white. So he could have played much more defensively in this position. I was expecting him. I think a4 was the mistake by white. Right now in the current position, black is enjoying a better position.
So here in the last position when Pragg goes knight h4, actually speaking, the feeling is like you take, and that is a very, I would like to say thank you to you, giving me the open file. Your king is weak, your rook is misplaced, h6 is weak. Everything looks for me very good for white. So it could be only a tactical reason, right? This a4 pawn which you're talking about. Bishop takes a4, and let's say I have to take what else? Rook.
You go to bishop a2 may be better. By taking a2, you're inviting the black queen into your house to attack you. So bishop a2, but now Magnus Carlsen's policy. At the end of the day, I believe in material. So b5, b4, and see, I mean, white has 6 pawns, black has 7 pawns, and among them, white has a double pawn as well. So materially, he is like 2 pawns up already. And I somehow don't believe in white's attack in this position. I think black has a completely better position. in
But
this game.
Sandro has to find this. I
No,
mean,
but-
assess this.
No, but Amrita, for example, my question is, if he play knight h4, gh4, and bishop a4, whatever happened in later on, means why black has to fare in this position? Because if you see that rook on h7, queen is there, means I am not able to see how white will attack black. How?
Okay, for argument's sake, let's see bishop a2, b5. Let's try to attack with rook at g1 here. Okay. I mean,
Okay.
this is what basically Amruta was telling that he can attack on the h file, for example. So now after rook at g1, now black can, I think, cold-bloodedly play b4 here.
Yes.
I'll just ignore your threats on the queen side, because even if you play a move like let's say queen g4 here, yeah. Maybe can we ask our chat here? There's a very cute defense for black in this position. Let's ask our chat. What will you play for black in this position? The clue is, day before yesterday, I was telling that an invention of Vladimir Kramnik when your king is being attacked. This is what we were talking day before yesterday. So what is black's move in this position?
You already received hint, guys. Okay, so
Yeah, the very first guy got it. Fantastic. Jayendran Venugopal got it. VH got it. There is this Grandmaster Yasser Saravanan. So one of his oldest annotations in this magazine, Inside Chess, and one of the king was being attacked. He said, when his king is attacked, Anatoly Karpov does the best thing known for man in dangerous situations. He just runs away from the place. That's it. King E7 is a fantastic move here.
Wow.
I think one more player from Uzbekistan now is very near to 2700. Sindar Rov.
Yeah.
His live rating is, he already gained rating from Qatar Masters, and his live rating is currently 2687.
2687, yeah? Nice.
Amazing.
So Pragg's opponent has to play knight h4. Then Pragg is in trouble. Actually, he will definitely. Oh, it's going to be very tough for him. And here after knight d2, queen e7 was played by Gukesh after half an hour of thought, and SL is thinking. Going to Vaishali's game, she played. Rook a8 was played. C4.
Yeah. C4 is a very strange move. I think C4 looks a little abnormal in this position for me. I mean, see here, I think white has a problem after FE4, knight e4, bishop f5. Light squares are very weak in white's position. That's what I feel.
So this is the position, e5, rook d8. If I just go to the current position, rook f d8. Just a moment, someone's at the door.
What's that? Is this the current position, Amruta? I don't know what we are looking at on the board, because let Amruta come back. So Niklesh, when you look at this tournament with so many strong players, what do you feel?
means in field as a reporter, I'm very happy that every day I have some news, some upsets to, but means this is
Coffee,
also.
I feel very suffocated,
But
So
one more
many
thing,
strong players in one place. Kisko deke, kis game deko. I mean, it's
one more
like,
thing is I about to tell you that there is also one more thing is happening, that I'm missing every day some good games also. Means
because there are too many games, yeah.
too many good games are there, and also it's difficult to write report for these kind of tournaments, because you have to be highlight, okay, you have to pick some highlight point to for the report. Otherwise it's difficult to write report, because so many good games happening, so many top players are doing, so it's tough also.
So, Amruta, I don't know where you got this. I think the game on the board is completely different, what I'm seeing.
This is the game.
Really?
Hmm. She
Okay.
just played Queen E8.
That's all very strange things are happening. I'm trying to make sense of what is happening in this game. See, the position when white played c4, I thought black had a clear path to equality with fe4 and bishop f5. fe4, knight e4 and bishop f5, but yeah.
I think
Because
whenever we have time, we should also look the Vaishali position also.
This
Achha,
is
we already came to
Vaishali.
Vaishali. Okay, already. No, current. Okay, I didn't saw. Okay, I was looking here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you can look at the zoom camera where we have the screen
Ah,
sharing.
okay.
Yeah, bishop f5.
so, yeah, I thought this was fine for black because what happened in the game?
Yeah, this looks with the rook on e8 looks very good for black.
Yeah, I mean, look at black's position. All pieces are active. All pieces are taking part. That's what you want, right? When you have a 3 versus 2 majority for white on the king side, but black has a double bishop. So when two bishops are there, you get an active position. You can definitely hold the position. But instead of this, black went for bishop b4 and then white pushed e5. When the position is locked, definitely the side with two bishops is not going to get much of a play. The bishop on e6, for example, it's very difficult to get any role for the bishop in this game. So after e5, rook d8, rook d1, and rook d7, knight f3, rook d8. See, now both the rooks are going to get exchanged, and then the remaining position, the knight on f3 is actually a good piece compared to the bishop on e6, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I like Vaishali's position right
Yeah, now I think Vaishali is pressing, but the problem is again, she has less than 15 minutes on the clock compared to Anna Muzichuk's 43 minutes. That's a bit of a concern.
No, 30 minutes less.
So, Niklesh, you will have a story today, but it's going to be an exciting story. Tense story of Vaishali being under pressure, time-wise. Which of the newspapers do you write for, by the way?
I'm writing actually the Hindu Samachar Limited, all newspapers. So the Punjab Kesari is there, Jagbani is there, Navodaya Times is there, and they have, I think, Hindu Samachar. So 4 newspapers.
And these cover which states of India?
8 states, but mostly North India, upper side.
Yeah, of course. I mean, which states? Which states of North India I'm asking?
Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, started from Punjab, Jammu Kashmir, Haryana, Uttaranchal. These states all are covered. Rajasthan. So I think in reading wise, Punjab Kesari is one of the top newspapers in India. I think after one of the, I think Dainik Bhaskar and one more after. So in Punjab,
the most populated states in India, right?
In Punjab, it's number 1. In Punjab, it's number 1. Yeah. But this was, for me, it was very surprising thing to know that in Punjab Kesari in Hindi only is more popular newspaper compared to the Jagbani in Punjabi. For me, this was surprise when I get to know this fact.
Nice, nice.
Anyway, I'm thankful to them because they are publishing chess news every day, every single day from last 9 years, 8, 9 years. Amazing.
Wow. Amazing.
So
Yeah.
what is happening
So
in this
Vaishali,
game?
which game? The previous one?
You just
Vantika's
played.
one, no?
Yeah. What was happening there?
Wait, I'll just go there again. Yeah, Kostenuk. She's playing with Kostenuk there.
Alexandra Kostyniuk versus Vantika Agarwal. So very complicated middle game. That's the first impression you get. Well, white is definitely slightly better. I mean, one look at the bishop on e8 and the double pawns on c5 and c6. That's the impression I get. And okay, Vantika is a little behind on time. So I think she's under some pressure today. That's what it looks like.
But this move seems like Vantika gets some possibility to equalize with rook d5. Or even bringing her bishop out. Which is... Okay, but she's in... I mean, she can hang in there. Then if you wanted Divya versus Harika. This is the position.
This is the game between two young Indian tigresses. Two tigresses, at least. Okay, I think Harika is slightly better, probably. Somehow I feel that the knight will be a better long-term piece than the bishop. See, for example, once again, the familiar combination of rook e1, rook e1, rook e8, and then black will have the queen and knight combination against queen and bishop. So that's a traditional advantage. So I think Harika has a small but lasting advantage. That's what I would say.
Okay. And to show you Tanya's game.
So Tanya's playing
Olivia.
Olivia Kielbasa.
She was better
Well,
2 moves ago.
I somehow don't like white's pawns on the king side. They don't seem to be very encouraging here. I have a feeling black has more than equality because of the pawns on the king side. And generally, somehow white's position is not very compact. That's what I feel. For example, white's knight, what role is it going to play and all that. So I think Tanya will have to defend carefully in this game.
Okay. And last, this is Savita Shri versus Mai Narva. Savita is white.
Give me a second.
Quite complicated, it looks.
Yeah, I think it's just a tense position. And once again, this is one of those positions which can come from the Sicilian Naidov or the Sicilian Sveshnikov or the Sicilian Classical, basically. So white looks like he is ready to make this c5 strike, but, it's never so easy. Practically, black is always better in such positions, because he's the one who is operating in the center. So I think this position is equal, but again, Savita should be careful in the long run, I think. But it is still a long way ago. But one encouraging thing is Savita has a lot time advantage against Narva.
Oh yeah, 20 moves to be made. Okay, so that's for the women players, all of them. And finally, after these exchanges happened, knight takes e6 was played, queen e6 and rook d1. So Vaishali either at least holds, I think, this position, or could try to press slightly.
She may try to press, but I think black should be able to hold. I'm sorry, Niklesh, आप कुछ बोल रहे थे.
Can we come to Pragyanand again?
Okay, Let's
It's
go.
very interesting thing happened, and we need to remember what Saravananji was discussing there.
Oh, this happened.
No, Queen A4, after Queen
Knight
A4,
H4,
this is
Knight
very
H4,
funny. After
GH4.
GH4, Queen A4, this was the position. When Pragyananda played Rook G1, he went back to Queen D7. Okay.
Topping G4.
Okay, now come back here 1 minute. 1 minute. If you play B5 here, and white goes to Queen G4, this is very interesting. Okay, we can ask the chat, okay, how to continue from here, from black.
You mean to say the defense found earlier is not the defense here also?
No. The point is,
There's something interesting.
black don't need to defend.
I got it. Okay. I got it.
Nice question, Niklesh.
I got it. I got the idea now. From what Niklesh told, I got the idea. That's beautiful, actually. Black's next move is very interesting from what I see.
This is normally not happen. Means you leave everything. This is in it. What his opponent did is purely human point of view. Okay, don't allow your opponent any counterplay. My position looks already good. So it's
So black to play, yeah? Black to play, you have to find a very, very aggressive move.
I think till now I'm waiting in chat. Till now I'm not able to see. Yeah, someone found now. I hope you guys
Rohan and
have...
Anup. B4.
Yes.
And you
B4 is the
don't care
move.
about the rook?
Yes, just give the rook, and after Queen H7, and
B.
now there is only one move. Take the C3.
Take C3, yeah. BC,
And
BC.
this is game over.
Also, the move is cute, yeah? Black move is cute.
Yeah, this is also important. Black to play, actually. Not easy.
And now black to play. Yes, this is the move. Now black
Very
to play.
I can see the cute move, yeah.
Need at least 10 people have to give right answer. Black to play, but it's a tough one. That's why 10 people. Easy rather to 50 would have found. You might
वो सोते हुए मोहरे को गेम में ले आओ वापस. Someone who is sleeping, bring to the game. अरे राहुल चौधरी जी जो ऑलरेडी काम कर रहा है उससे काम मत कराओ, किसी नए आदमी को काम दो. Yes, I think one person already got. Let me check more. Yes, okay. Yes, Rahul Chaudhary, Ansul Saxena, Krishna Kumar. Yes, Bishop C5.
But imagine this is the only move which is the winning move. I am so shocked. Because you're a rook down.
Yes,
right,
rook down.
like
We
if
have
you
to
give
check,
a check here,
No, that will be, you have to find, then perpetual will be there, I think.
Yeah, the king will run. Oh, यहाँ पे तो king will run. Sorry, king इधर भी नहीं.
No. Here we have to bring the rook, I think.
Yeah, rook b2 or queen a4 check again.
Or queen a4 check again. Yes.
King
Yeah,
d3.
queen a4 check again.
But even this was not so easy, all these calculations, because it's not a forcing one, no? So b4 would be like a masterpiece game if anybody has to play. Amazing. Nice question there. So then what did he play in the game?
No, after
Queen
I
b7.
think after b5 means white need to secure his defense.
No, he didn't play b5.
No, he didn't play. He went back to queen d7. And now position is already equalizing because his opponent already started exchange the pieces. He put already rook g7. I think now white in control. White is okay. Saravanan, what do you think?
Yeah, I also thought so, because taking the queen back to g7, d7, I'm sorry, black is missing a step in attacking now. So once again, the position is wild now. That's what I feel.
Wow, here I think if Pragg finds f4, it can get crazy.
What? Here?
F4?
Yeah, open up the position with f4, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so Pragg is complex. Gukesh and Arjun.
Gukesh is still in deep trouble.
Queen E7. King B1. Even King H8 and Rook H G1 by SL.
Yes. Still, they are maintaining the tension both, but I think white is fine. More than fine.
Oh, Arjun is getting some advantage, it seems.
Okay, after E5, Arjun's E5,
Yeah,
what exactly is Black going to do here? It's a little curious because after all, E5 is a fork. Yeah.
exactly. How is black? I mean, how is it not a blunder? Black to
Maybe
play.
that also we can ask chat, Amruta. Only one move or two moves here for Black. What is the best move for Black in this position?
Chat and also me, because I also don't know.
Yeah, many of
Found
them
it.
found it recently.
Found it.
So Queen E6 is the best move here. So that for if White plays E cross F6, then Black can capture Queen into E2. So it's some kind of a pinning of the pawn against the White bishop on E2. But Amruta, I think if White just moves away Queen C2 with the
You're
intention of Bishop D3 here. No, not here. For Queen E6 itself. If White just plays C2 with the idea of playing Bishop D3 here, Queen E6 also had a threat. Bishop and F3 was being threatened by Black. So Queen C2, the idea is that if Bishop and F3, White has Knight F3 anyway. Now White is threatening Bishop D3. You know, White is suddenly slightly better. Our man Arjun is doing well now. And he has a lot of time advantage also. He has about more than 30 minutes, whereas Juma Bayev is under 20 minutes in this.
And how many moves?
Well, they both haven't even completed 20 moves so far. They're on the 17th.
Oh,
Can you believe it?
man. Yeah, so Jumabai might land in a deeper time trouble than Arjun. It's a good news actually, because we really need Arjun to,
No, Arjun is good to see that Arjun coming back on track from this tournament.
he's played amazing in this tournament. By the way, Vidit is going for attack or what? Really? After Queen C8?
You sound surprised, Amruta.
No, but the position, this position, and he's going for an attack. Amazing.
Remember fire extinguisher he is.
Rook G6 he went. G3. Queen G4. Knight C5. Bishop takes C5. Computer doesn't like this exchange, by the way. But Knight C6. Oh, why did he go Knight C6? Oh, there, where will it go?
Somehow I don't like Vidit's play here. See, yeah, he has a rook on G6 and queen on G4, but so what, you know? There
He
is
want to do
almost
what?
nothing happening on the king side here. Whereas in the long run, I don't like that construction of the pawn on B5 and white bishop on C5 and white pawn on B4. So I think Nair is slightly better in this position.
Yeah, but queen and knight, if they are able to create, because there are definitely these weaknesses. I think and h5, h4 upcoming. So I like the ideas, the potential of this position for black, but Nair will not let that happen so easily.
The problem is, yeah, there are potentials for the Black Knight, but the point is, it will take a very fast taxi to bring the knight to the king's side ultimately.
Yeah.
Someone is asking if I'm having coffee. Yeah, I do have coffee.
But you didn't have
I'm,
dinner today, no, Sarah?
I had an early dinner. Basically, I'm someone who goes to bed early, so coffee is what keeps me awake and keeps company with Amruta through these days.
निखिलेश जी आपको कुछ कहना है?
I will leave now and
कुछ कहना नहीं.
कुछ गलत पूछा क्या?
no. I was planning to go. No, actually, I'm these days I'm trying to sleep little early and try to wake up early because what happened in last 2-3 years, my and Angie both schedule is there is no schedule at all. But now Shrest is going in little shape. He's adjusting, I think, better now, slowly. So we are trying to get back little
Nice.
in our schedule, but it's still okay. As a journalist, you can't plan because you are about to sleep and one big game happen and then I have to come and make video.
Yeah. No, it was great to have you and Angie also today with us. And I think Angie was very excited about the chess part. So, मजा आया बहुत. I think you guys should come more often. And right now you can leave and have a good time. Take care.
Okay,
Bye,
take
Nikhilesh.
care.
Thank you for joining
Good luck.
us.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye, Niklesh.
Oops, oh, I have to adjust the camera. I forgot about it. निखिलेश को बोलना था कि निखिलेश 2 मिनट रुक जाओ. But okay, now I need to wash my hands. Sarah, you have a thing to share some story and interact with the chat. Because, and that too without your face maybe. Very quickly I'll run and come.
So whenever Amruta has a job to do, I have to come out with a story. What is this? This is very cruel. So, any questions today in chat? Can you comment on how Hikaru has changed after his streaming days? There is no change in Hikaru, but it's very admirable to see how fantastically he has become the speed monster. I mean, winning the maximum number of title Tuesdays at chess.com and even dominating the bullet brawl at chess.com. Continuously playing blitz games. There is a story that during Tata Steel 2022, Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz, the guy reaches just before the tournament, so he's zonked up because of the jet lag. So what Hikaru does is, after the evening games are over, he goes to his room and sleeps and wakes up at midnight, around let's say 1 o'clock, plays the Title Tuesday tournament, and then keeps playing chess for another 6 hours or so, sleeps again at 10 in the morning, wakes up just before the game at 4 o'clock. And he says playing chess for 7-8 hours at a stretch helped him to get back into form. People like Hikaru have almost redefined the way one can improve playing chess. See, 50 years ago, the grand old man Mikhail Botvinnik said, you shouldn't play more than 100 rated play games in a year, otherwise your creativity will go. Today, we have youngsters playing 20 to 25 tournaments, and including those online tournaments also. They're all doing very well. So, there is this fundamental understanding about chess improvement itself. We have to take a relook at it. So, Hikaru is on the front line of that revolution of rethinking about how chess can be improved.
Yeah, so many. I mean, that's like even Nial or even everybody. Like earlier, the disciplined life during a tournament would be you play, then you come back, then you practice a bit, and kind of you don't overtire yourself. But here there are different kinds of chess players now.
Great. Mahendran is asking, have you read Tiveko's recent book? Yeah, I just saw the book. I borrowed the book from Sashikiran, Rock Solid Chess. Actually, it's a very nice book for understanding positional chess. It's a very well written book. So I would really recommend to anyone around the rating of between 1500 to 2000. It's actually a very nice book on positional chess. Tiveko's latest book. Amruta, have you
Yeah.
ordered it by any chance?
Which one? I don't
Tiveko's
have the
latest book.
list. I have not been in that. I'll check it out.
It's called Rock Solid Chess by Sergey Tiveko.
When was
He's
it
out of
released?
Canada.
Was it released?
I think about 6 months. It's a very recent book, anywhere between 3 to 6 months. So I started reading it just 2 weeks ago from Sashikiran. It's a very nicely written book.
I'll check for sure. So also
Let's go
Mixed
for the game.
asks, Mixed asks, please do share your stories and secrets behind these stories. How much did you read? Array Mixed, haven't you checked the video also with Saravanan? We have Olympiad stories. We have his book video on ChessBase India. You can try to search. But of course, I mean, this is a common question by people. How much has he read?
The most funniest story regarding my stories with Sagar is that I went to the US in 2019 and I made friends with, there is this gentleman, Balaji Govindan, who runs this online chess platform called chesskids.com. He does a very good job. Yeah. So I went to Alabama, his state, and to do a program in a university, a coaching camp for 2 days. So after the first day's camp was over, I went to his house and we had coffee. And then he said, do you want to go to the temple? I said, yeah, sure. So we went to the temple. You know, in the US, you don't have permanent priests. Rather, somebody from the community, Indian community, acts as a priest in the evening. So we went to the temple and we were praying, and Balaji introduced me to the priest. This is Saravanan. He's a chess player. He said the priest likes chess. So he said, this is Saravanan, chess player. He has come from India and he is giving a lecture for chess.kids.com. Before I could say any word, the priest said, I have seen your video with Sagar Shah. I was like, shell shocked. What is going on?
Oh, when was this? Like, this was how
2019. I told this to Sagar Shah. Probably I didn't tell you. I told this to Sagar.
Oh, that is interesting. Wow. Yeah, exactly, guys. Do check out all the videos. Don't miss even one if you are enjoying his stories. Definitely. Must
So
hear.
let's go to the games. I'm
Wait,
dying to go to
yes,
Gukesh game.
lots of
Gukesh
Gukesh,
game.
yeah? By the way, just to tell you, Queenie 2, Rook 2, and Arjun has played FG7. He maintains slight advantage here, and he is better. Gukesh with the black pieces, almost big struggle for him. Yeah, G takes F5, Knight
He was
C3
in
check.
big trouble. He has been in big trouble for a long time.
Yeah,
I have a feeling White is steadily on the path to win this game today. The only concession Black has achieved is, he has got the pawns on C3 doubled. Even that, I'm not sure why Narayanan allowed it, but anyway, so the current position that we are seeing in front of us, Amruta, Black kingside has kind of opened up completely.
And materially also, White is a pawn up right now. So White is a pawn up. The king is weak. White's king is way safer in comparison.
The only thing in Gukesh's favor is, the position is extremely still very complicated. It's not an easy win for White per se. So
that is
compensation for Black is that, it's extremely complicated.
But
still.
tell me something, yahan pe, like you feel, okay, this file has been opened. The first question is, can you go B5? Because C takes B5 and you will have either of the pawn defending, right? I am not able to open this file, actually.
Well, I'll just ignore you. For B5, no, why would A4. I take CB?
Wait.
Let me not take CB5, Amruta. I'll just take bishop G6 there. I'll get into your position rather than opening up my position.
Oh, you will start exchanging the pieces. Anyway,
Yep.
you're a pawn up, and here if you exchange some pieces, then the king becomes weaker. Oh, nice move.
Yep.
Nice move. Oh, then what is the
So
counterplay?
bishop g6. Let's see now bc4 for bishop g6.
Okay.
Hmm? So now bishop into f5, rook into f5. No, Amruta, I have this feeling that white is completely better after knight into e4 here. I mean, yeah, the b file is open, but okay, yeah,
I need this bishop also to be open, but this is a
Let's
very
analyze a
stable
little
pawn.
bit more. For 94, can black play rook b8 check?
Yeah, king a2, king
A2 and now rook
b3.
b3. No, bd4. Or I may even give rook into g7, Amrita.
Ooh, wow, what a shot. Yeah, this bishop was a big hope.
And now it's gone. Yeah.
Oh, that is always there with white. Rook g7.
But the problem is whatever we are analyzing here, this is very risky and this has to be found on the board, which is not easy for Narayanan. So there is still some hope for Gukesh, but I would say Narayanan has played excellently today. Very well conducted game by Narayanan today.
Yeah, he never fell for, he never got intimidated by what Gukesh is trying to do. He was very much in control, calm, and if he's playing in this manner, it's been 20 moves, he's retaining his such a huge advantage. I doubt if Gukesh will be able to create any more chaos on the king side for white, queen side.
There is one gentleman crying for the last 20 minutes for us to analyze Tanya's game. So it arouses my curiosity.
No,
Did something
no. It's
extraordinary happen
because
in
I
Tanya's
did
game?
go to the game and maybe you can
Just a
have a look
regular
at it
game.
if there is
Regular
anything else.
position, yeah. The regular position. I'm just seeing Tanya's game, just regular position.
Yeah, guys, by
So
the way,
shall
let
we
me
go
tell you,
to
20 games we are having, totally 20 Indians playing in this tournament. So we may not be able to cover all the games, but right now, majorly we are focusing on the most top boards. You can say that way. Yeah.
let's go to Pragnananda's game, by the
Okay.
way. So Pragg has opened up with f4 finally.
Oh, he played f4.
Yeah, he played f4 here. So
This
what
is
is
a great
happening?
counterplay. I mean, compared to the position which he had just 2 moves ago, where it was
Yep.
so much, under tension. Now with f4, opponent definitely has to worry. And I look at this moves, queen d7 and rook g7. This does give a feel that Sandro is still a little bit confused, slightly confused about how to proceed.
There is this concept about sacrifices. Okay, here white not necessarily sacrifice the pawn on a4. He just lost it probably. If you sacrifice a pawn or an exchange and the opponent takes it, there a huge shift takes place in the opponent's mind. I'm a pawn up, I'm a material up. Now, I just need to liquidate everything to win the game. So at that point, you stop playing decisively. You understand? So when a sacrifice is made, it is important that after accepting the sacrifice and becoming material up, black has to continue playing decisively in that position. And I think that is where black failed by going back queen d7. And that is why white has some compensation for the pawn here. So I think, even though the computers may assess this position as slightly better for black, I think, white has something going on in his favor in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fact, I have been looking at this h6 pawn and this f7 pawn. These two are clear-cut weaknesses plus the knight. At some point, do you think this knight can just become more powerful than this bishop here?
Yeah, exactly. Basically, the bishop on a7 is on a long diagonal and all that. But the question is, what is he actually doing? Does he have a role in the game? That's very difficult to answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see one role where a4, but even for a3, I won't take actually. I'll
Yeah, of course.
calmly have something like this. I don't know, or maybe b3. So, but that's the only way for him. b5, b4 is important. Timing is important. So, e4, let's try rook f4. And let's say I ignore and I go b5. I doubt if can be a good move.
No, this Amruta, white can take rook into g7 and then queen g2 check, and you might have some problems on the black's king, for the black king here. If you go king f8, now I may go rook g4 again. Yeah, so now you have to go, no, rook g4. What is wrong with rook g4?
King e7 is, whenever there is
Ah,
something
king
wrong
e7.
in the position, it's king e7.
So maybe I need not play rook g4 here. Ah, queen g6, can I go?
Oh, nice move. Yeah, it's 6.
Yeah. So,
So, yeah,
white
this is
has
a...
counterplay. So you should be a little bit careful about the g file here.
Got it. So Pragg, ef4 has been played and Pragg will take. Why is Pragg thinking it's a forced move? Ah, he's first thinking maybe if he goes rook g7. But
g7.
if he takes and then plays rook takes f4, then computer says to go to e6, queen e6 here.
Okay. The point is h6 is supported now. Now the idea of queen g2, queen g6 does not take place. No, that's the point.
Yeah, and then b5, b4 will be powerful. So that's
Queen
why
e6
Pragg
is
is
one of those
Hmm.
small, cute moves, yeah? Queen, even I like such moves very much.
But then he can play here also, no? After rook takes e4, let's say if black goes queen e6 right away.
No, now I may double the rooks with queen g2, and for rook into g3, I can take hedge into g3. So maybe that undoubling of the pawn is not a good idea, maybe.
Rook g3, h3. But there is a problem. This bishop was waiting to jump in with queen g2. Bishop e3, and then black is good. Oh, Pragg does that actually. First take on g7. But you know what, Sarah? Here I don't think this position is easy, but rook g f3 or queen f3. I mean, doubling on the f file was important.
Rook g3 followed by rook f6. Yeah,
But I
that's
would say
probably
rook g f3 is one option. Queen f3 was another one. But looked very scary actually to think of such things. That's the reason I think Pragg took the rook here. King g7, and now he's taken rook f4. So if his opponent finds queen e6, then it's a very strong move. The other move computer suggests, I think that is very hard to make. Can you try to guess another move apart from queen e6, which will
you mean black's move, is it?
for black?
Okay. I think I guessed it. Shall we ask chat here? So there is
Can
one.
ask the chat, but I doubt the chat will find. I'm trolling the chat. Let's see. Oh, chat is like, what,
Found it.
Amruta? What
Chat
are you
found it.
doing? What do you think about us? Yes, Jane.
One question is
East.
best world championship match according to you?
Good question.
The best world championship match for me emotionally is Anand Kramnik 2008. The way Vichy played and won it was one-sided almost, the way Vichy played it. Content-wise, fight-wise, when I was young, it was a 1985 World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, 24 match game, second game. What a fight. What a fight. Great match.
Nice. By the way, Satyaki says, where in Alabama? I am in Alabama.
I came to the capital of Alabama. Which city? No, not Montgomery. It was a major city where Balaji Govindan resides. The city name will come to me. I'll tell you.
Okay. And
Birmingham. I came to Birmingham in Alabama.
Okay, so
And I gave a lecture in the Birmingham University.
Why were you there?
I went to give a lecture, chess lecture for 2 days. I told you, for Balaji Govindan's Chess Kids
you
Nation.
went in that academy. Oh, got it.
No,
That's
because he wanted to have a bigger place, he found a very nice hall in the University of Birmingham. Fantastic it was.
Beautiful. So while Pragg is thinking, let's go to Gukesh's game, and Gukesh's opponent did find, SL did find that actually bishop f5, bishop h5, b5 was played by Gukesh, and SL goes bishop g6. So
Okay, this is getting a lot
Mhm.
tougher for Gukesh slowly.
Very hard. Can
This
we?
is huge advantage for white, because mainly because the black king side is open, and the danger is that the bishop on g7 can either be sacrificed with rook on g7 or played bishop d4 and exchange off immediately. Either way, black is suffering in this position. So
But
I
tell
think
me something.
Gukesh, very
Sorry.
difficult for Gukesh to save this game. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
No, tell me something that do you think we are right now? This is the assessment for us. And when Gukesh over there is, of course, he will understand that it's not the best position. But still, how would he be assessing this? Or is he not even thinking that he could be in this big trouble? Like, there was the Vijaya Lakshmi, right? She would never think that she's in a worse position.
I think that's false, Brava, though. See, Vijay Lakshmi is a strong player, so I don't believe that she wouldn't know whether she's in a minus position. I would put it this way: every strong chess player definitely knows on the board if he's in a soup. But then accepting that and then putting up a defense, that would be the strength of a very strong player. And definitely Vijay had that strength, still has that strength. So I don't believe in the fact that I wouldn't know I'm in a bad position. I know I'm in a bad position, but then I resolve myself that I'll give my best in this position. That's the way you should.
Because Gukesh did go into this position, like with every move, he kind of got into worse and worse position. And it's not
What
like
to
he will
do?
be missing the calculations, yeah? Like it's.
See what to do on the board. He would try to do as much chaotic as possible for the opponent. See, for example, he got it. He got the pawn on c3. He opened up the b file. So he managed as much as he could. Let us say when it comes to putting up a fight, but of course he also probably knows that it's a lost cause by now. By the way, I don't like Narayan's last move of queen into e4. I mean, why exchange the queens? I mean, rook into g7, what we saw was extremely powerful.
Oh,
So he
this
should have
was
just gone with
nice.
knight into e4 followed by rook into g7. So I
Hmm.
don't like queen e4 by Narayanan.
But if he exchanges the queens, then it becomes simpler for him, no?
Yes and no. Again, King's Indian endings are not positional endings. King's Indian endings also will be tactical. So even in endgames in King's Indian, it is possible to create counterplay. So it is better not to go to such endgames. See, and also the black bishop, the black king side is in tatters, simply completely open. So why don't you take advantage of it and finish
Hmm.
your job in the middle game itself? Yeah.
Then does this move look like, in some sense, like psychologically, that you had to believe that black's king is weaker and it's also exposed, you should not be exchanging the queens, but a slight fear of something could go wrong, let me get the queens off the board.
Exactly. That is the reason probably which drove Narayanan to play a move like Queen e4. Definitely, you are right. That is exactly what I am criticizing. Why do that?
By the way, rook b8 check is played by Gukesh, and what comes very naturally to you out of these four squares?
C2 supporting C3.
King a2 felt natural actually, but yeah,
Okay.
c2 c3 is
C2 supporting C3, I think, is a better
is
move.
important. So why couldn't he take here? Take and no take defends the c3 pawn. So he didn't
C3
have
pawn.
time. So he
Yeah.
gave a check. King no, this was your suggestion. King going to c2. Actually, king c2 is important, which he will
Actually,
find.
there was a very interesting move, Amruta. Instead of rook b8 check, black had queen e5. The
Attacking this. So
point
if I
of
take,
queen e5 is if you take queen into e5,
yeah,
black takes bishop e5. Now,
knight e4. No,
uh,
now king c2.
king c2. Now,
And
very
knight
interesting,
c4.
bishop f4. No, no,
But
no, no, no.
I
No,
will take,
no,
no?
no. BD4 check. I'm sorry. BD4 check is there. Okay. If
Even knight
before
c4.
BD4 check is there, in that case, I think, already white is completely better there also. So which means, yeah, it is still winning, but okay.
So okay, did I have to go queen f6 like to avoid the queen exchange?
For you're talking about queen
Oh,
f6, I may take rook into g7, Amruta.
rook
Or
g7
bishop
king.
d4.
Yeah, and
Or
then
bishop
bishop.
d4,
Oh,
bishop d4.
directly winning. Queen f6 is a blunder. He does play king c2 here, and
Mhm.
I think for Gukesh, don't know either he will exchange or queen d7. But seriously, this is very tough. 15 moves he has to make. 11 minutes. Position is completely massacred here for him. So if he does any miracle, it's only going to be a miracle actually. By the way, Arjun Pragnananda's game we should have a look at, because that was a critical moment there. Rook f4, rook g7, king g7, rook f4. No, his opponent Mareko Sandro is still thinking, and he's down to now 13 minutes.
Many tense games today, isn't it?
Yeah,
In
yeah,
terms
yeah, yeah.
of the Indian games.
You tell me if I'm missing something. Also, let me know. By the way, one question. Let me take. Rahul is asking now very specific. Can you please explain move number 12 of Tanya's game? So very quickly, I am going to check Tanya's game, and Rahul. It should have some point. 12th move. Otherwise, I might. Yeah. What is it? What is the question here? Tanya took FTX G3. No, 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 no. I'm not going to take it anything seriously. Okay, by the way, Vaishali's game has ended in a draw.
Okay, that's news.
So that's
how did that
good
happen?
good news,
Okay,
no, in a way.
good news. Yeah, she was suffering at some point in the game, and okay, she was slightly better, but at some point in the game, it looked topsy-turvy. Okay, it's probably a just result because no player was better, seriously better at any point.
Yeah. So Vaishali still might maintain the lead. We'll check out what happened on the other top boards. Going to
Yeah.
the main critical. Oh, Anisha's game also has ended in a draw. And
Yeah.
top three boards are actually playing still, like Firuza versus Hans Neiman here. Firuza is in slightly worse position against Hans.
Yeah.
And it all looks so non-coordinated. Everything is scattered here. 20 moves to be made. Hans has 13 minutes. Firuza has 17 minutes. So it's going to get deadly in time pressure. C takes d5 was the last move. Materially, if
Yeah.
he takes d5, bishop takes d5, white is 2 pawns down, right? No, rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces.
This seems to be going very wild, right?
Yeah, too much for the time and for the moves they have to make, and also for the position.
We have two young tigers fighting at the top.
So this one is very, very
Very wild,
complex.
extremely complex.
Nakamura's game, Nakamura is slightly getting better and better. Caruana is playing with the sole leader Esipenko, and Esipenko is actually might hold Caruana and maintain his joint lead, I believe. So that's the top 3 boards. Arjun here played after rook e2, fg7 happened in the board. Renat played rook g8. Arjun goes knight d4. Rook goes back to e8. Okay. Of course, where else? Rook e7 was. Bishop a3. Nice move. Planning bishop f8. Rook g7. And Arjun goes rook e1. And look at the time. Rinat doesn't have time. He's down to 20 seconds. He has to make 18 moves. Arjun has 29 minutes. And there you see the weak moves happening now. Rook d8.
And he has a completely better position also. White has a completely better
Wow.
position.
Wow.
basically you have one pawn advantage for which, black has to show compensation here. So black played rook d8 last, right?
Yes.
Amruta, I think I have a clever defense here.
Hmm.
Rook b1, not bothering to defend the knight on d4. How's that?
So if I take, what's your plan?
Yeah,
And win the pawn?
let us ask chat. What are you gonna do, guys?
Done. Like to play. By the way, Satyaki says I am in Birmingham. Nice. So you should visit the academy then, maybe.
So what are our bars telling? Are they
Yes,
working?
let me show you the move there. Bishop
Ah.
b2,
Of course. Skewer.
right?
What do you call
Chess
it?
is fun,
Skewer,
bro.
double attack? What do you call it? Skewer. Yeah.
Super dead gone. No. For clever. No, I don't know. Skewer. Chess is fun. Rohan Gulati, Gunti, Ganesh, Nirvan, Bhamidi, Akshay, Hemant, Himalayan, Bad Karma, Ayush, and Pen. Well done there. That's the right move. Bishop b2 here. Oh, this is cool. Because it was a backward move, so you had to be a little alert still. So bishop b2. And that's rook b1. I like the move. Very nice move. Let's see if Arjun finds it. You think he will play with that? Rook b1? Also because Jumabayev has less time.
I think it's a very logical move, yeah. I mean, if you take bishop into d4, for example, you're giving up the bishop for the knight to start with. That's a
Yeah.
good start for the white, definitely. So rook b1 is a very natural move, I
Yeah,
think.
also you can't play this. I believe rook e7 check. No, rook e7, you have rook d7. Okay.
Uh,
No, it's
you
not a good
might
player, I thought.
go through it, Amruta.
Hmm?
Let's say rook e7 check, rook d7, now knight e4. Don't you get the feeling that white is slowly getting better, right?
Yeah. Very better.
Because now white is threatening bishop d6 check, deadly.
So Arjun clearly better. Great news for us. Going to then Vidit's game actually. Vidit with the black pieces. He's played rook e1 was played. He went knight d8. He's again rerouting the knight. Bishop a7. He goes rook b7. Bishop e3.
Knight
Rook
e6.
d6. Oh, why?
Rook e6. Remember, we were talking that Black Knight will need a taxi to come to the king side. He was looking like he got the taxi after all. Yeah.
But where will it? He wants to go here, of course. I
Yeah,
think
knight
Vidit
e6
is being
absolutely.
ambitious here. So he went rook d6, bishop c5,
Mhm.
rook d7 now, ab5, ab5, and he actually could really put pressure. Remember, with queen and knight, he was playing with which guy? 40th move he blundered. He had queen and bishop in the end game. I forgot the
Was it the
name.
first round against Erwin Lamy?
No. It was between the second or third game. Second game, in fact, maybe second round. I will check his opponent's name.
I can
But
check. Abhijit Gupta?
no.
No,
Then
that
third
was the
round.
weekend.
Then
Polars. The third round was
Colors.
Polars, yeah.
Hmm.
You know what? Remember when this position started, we were telling that this construct of a pawn on b5 and a bishop on c5 looks very good for black. Now, after knight e6, suddenly the construct looks nice for black actually. Or at least we can say that black has equalized in this position. So, well done with it. Yes, I think turned the game around. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. With Nair. And Nair is a very strong player, right? He has worked with some top players, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So, okay, Vidit's game also very critical here. Now, Gukesh and I think Gukesh and Pragg things are clearing out there slowly and steadily. Narayanan after queen e4, rook b8, king c2, queen t7 was played by Gukesh. He decided to keep the king, and I think queen a4 has to be taken care of. Queen takes c4. That's what he does, winning another pawn. Rook e5 by Gukesh. Queen g4. Queen g4. Hg4 and rook d5. So one pawn down. But in game, still it's not so over, yeah, yet.
I think Narayanan made a huge mistake just the previous move. For queen into g4, instead of taking he4, I think white was winning with rook g4. The point
Oh.
is for rook g4, if you still take rook into d5,
Hmm.
I'll take rook d g1 attacking the bishop on g7. Yeah.
Hmm.
Now,
Bishop
there's
f6.
actually a very
No,
nice
bishop.
tactic coming up. There's a very nice tactic coming up.
Okay. Bishop e5, let's say, or bishop
If you play
f6.
bishop e5, can you see this trick for white? Bishop e5 is a blunder. Chat, bishop e5, what will you play for black, guys?
You mean it's going to be over for black?
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh.
Yeah, some guys got it immediately.
I'm not getting immediately. Oh, no. Oh, God. I was just
Yeah.
looking at trying to get the knight on f7 as a checkmate, but then realized too much
It's a
of
nice
black.
expression, Amruta. Oh, no. Oh, God. So,
Yes.
C4, how many guys got it? Many
Wait.
guys got it again.
C4 was, yeah, 17 people got it.
Wow,
Anup, Om,
17
Jay,
people got
Ankur,
it.
Felix, Kenananda, Ambili, Ashrut, Pranay, and Vipul. Super well
So,
done there.
for rook d g1, go back instead of bishop e5. Of course, bishop f8 is met with rook g8 checkmate. Yeah. So black had to go bishop f6 here. This is the point. For bishop f6, now I have cool knight e4. You got me? And I am basically winning that bishop. And this is,
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if any were alert when we were talking about this on the second day of our broadcast. Two rooks and bishop is an extremely strong combination against two rooks and knight. And again it comes. See, at the end of the day, you make your basics strong in end games. You can understand chess very beautifully. So after 95, it's a completely winning position for white. So I think Narayanan made a huge mistake when he took
Yeah.
Hg for 28th move. He took it immediately. He played it in about 10 seconds, and probably that was a mistake.
Yeah,
I
sometimes
wouldn't say still
you're
big
going to
mistake.
overestimate your position. I mean, you love your position, you know you're winning anyway, and then you just see that these pawns are rolling and unstoppable, and that could happen, yeah?
And also, probably Narayanan did not appreciate the small tactics, rook g4, rook d5, rook dg1, and the d5, rook getting trapped on d5 if the bishop comes to e5. I have a feeling that probably he didn't, he overlooked it in, I mean, excitement and opponents in time pressure and all that.
So this is the position. Last move he played rook b1, and Gukesh is thinking this has been challenged. Gukesh is down to 5 minutes. At this point, we have to see if Gukesh can manage
Okay,
anything.
Narayanan is still a pawn down.
Oops.
By the way, there was a logic behind why Narayanan took hg4. After hg4, now white has connected passes on g4 and f2.
Yeah.
They can just roll in the kings in the end game later on.
Yeah.
So there was a logic behind why he took hg4 also, but rook g4 would have tactically won the game probably. So this also should be in the long run much better for white.
So going to Pragg's game, because here after rook g7, king g7, rook f4, rook e8 was played by his opponent. Rook e8. Still maybe a slightly slow move. And knight f1. Pragg brings his knight to f1. King goes to f8. Already sensing for, oh, okay, Marco does have less time, but already I think this queen, knight, rook, king side, it's a lot of fear here for black, for sure. You have to be careful.
That
Knight
is true, but
G3.
I don't like the knight on F1, It looks like a very strange square for the white knight.
For a moment, no, but Knight G3, Knight F5, can you stop?
You are right, but right now black is threatening D5. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say
If
if I go
white
Knight G3,
plays
you are
knight
going
G3
D5.
here, black is going D5.
And if I ignore, will you take? Ah, Rook E4.
But there is no threat, no, Amruta.
There is Knight
Oh.
H6.
Yeah. No, I mean, nothing serious. So let me go knight, rook into E4, rook into E4, and pawn into E4, queen into E4. Oh, no. Yeah, now simply the cold-blooded queen E6 maybe.
Queen E6 is always being a strong move in this position, especially. Oh, by the way,
See, this
Pragg did go
especially-
Knight G3. So he has invited D5.
That's a little concerning because, see, at the end of the day, it is not just the black king. The white king is also not very safe. The white king also doesn't have a safe cover around him. So this is even if you exchange the rooks, it's going to be an ending of queen and knight versus queen and bishop, but with an equally bad king for white, which means that, queen and bishop may prove to be a good combination against queen and knight. This may be an exception of the rule.
Very interesting. So, yeah, I think Pragg, but Pragg's knight, and with the time, I think Pragg has some advantage here because of the time. If black goes down to 1 minute, and then if this knight is going to show some nightmares to him, then we don't know. Okay, but is there anything else that Pragg has in mind for d5? Not like what I said, knight f5, but something
Yeah,
better.
knight f5. Yeah, knight f5 was probably okay. By the way, I think he has played it already. D5.
Yeah, d5.
Probably now I can just go queen d3 here. Pin the pawn temporarily. So queen d3. Now it's extremely messy after queen a4. I don't know what's
After
happening.
queen?
A4. Pin, counter pin. The white e4 pawn is pinned by the queen against the white rook on f4.
And you cannot take a chat if queen d5. Big blunder, massive blunder. Black to play. Are you alert? Oh, same. Today's that's the theme, no, Saravanan?
What's that?
Your this thing, soe hue ko.
Soe more ko, whatever.
Jagao.
That much Hindi I don't remember. Very nice way that Grandmaster Lev Sakis put these things. Why show blood to a shark? You need not complicate a position and play it. If you still complicate and get into trouble, he would say, why show blood to a shark?
Why show blood to a shark? Wow, 25 people answering. Bishop e3. Well done. That's very alert. Shlok, Vittal and Pankaj.
I'll just be back in a minute.
Yes. So d5 actually happening on the board as we were just discussing this. It's right there. And the bars, I don't know why they were not getting updated, guys, but I have updated for the women's section. For the men's section, I would add those as well. Give me a moment. For you today, which game would you say has been the most exciting game? Guys, in the chat, let me know. Let's stick to Gukesh. No, Gukesh, it's right now. This is a very important moment for Pragg right now, so we should stick here and then just get the bars. Anish drew his game. Nihal is playing. We should look at Arvind Nihal as well. It's been a bit of time. Gukesh, Pragg, Maksudlu Ronak also was an intro. We didn't have a look at that as well. We didn't have a look at that as well. Yeah, the bars have now been updated. I didn't know that. Very sorry. Vidit winning, Vidit losing. क्या हो रहा है? एक minute. Let me go there. Queen
How can both
C2.
happen at the same time, with it winning and with it losing?
Queen E2, Queen takes C2, Rook takes C2. Oh, queens are off the board. So then Rook and Bishop, Nair should have a better combination, but then Vidit did not. Vidit can exchange, but with it Knight C5, BC5, he didn't go for it. He goes Rook T3, attacks this base of the pawn chain. Nair is thinking here.
The point is now white might have the better combination of two rooks and bishop, but the problem is the position is a little closed. So that gives black, black's knight defending chances here. For example, the c3 pawn attack, you can't really support it in a satisfactory way. You have to bring a rook to support it, and whichever rook will support it becomes passive. Hey, that's an ugly move.
Why?
Rook e3 is a really ugly move. Knight into c5. Knight into c5, bc, rook into e3, and white has doubled pawns. Yuck.
Oh,
That's the way to
man.
Yuck.
So that's not
Really?
a slang, yeah? Awesome.
Really, yeah.
Oh, but then why would Nair go into something like this with a choice? Because it's all coming by force.
There's a logic here. After knight c5, bc5, rook into e3, f into e3, the black rook on d3 was an extremely active piece that has been exchanged away. So that is a plus for white. That was the logic. If you don't do that, if you can go back a couple of moves, see, the other choice would have been, let us say, for example, if you play, instead of rook e3, if you play something like rook a3, yeah? Now the rook on d3 is a very active piece, right? It will continue to harass white's position.
Yeah.
Black can even play what? Maybe it'd be knight into c5 followed by c6 and then rook d7 and what.
But eventually with the double rooks, mostly with equal material, it should end in a draw because very hard to convert these minute advantages.
Yeah, exactly. That's the hope probably white has by going on for this ugly position. But I tell you, when you take such a position voluntarily, somewhere something will always be niggling. You know what I mean? Like knight c5, bc, rook e3, f e3. Yeah. So let us bring the no. First knight c5. Yeah. Okay. Either way, already taken. It's okay. Now let us say king f8, the most natural move. The black king is aiming.
Let me make a natural move here. C6.
No.
C6
That's a
is
bad.
a blunder.
C6 rook b6 is a blunder.
Okay, fine.
Now white will play probably rook a6 or king f2. See, some point when the black king comes to e7, let's say king f2 as of now. Yeah. Yeah, this, for example. Yeah, see, once I have brought the king to e7, now I'll go b4. You got me?
Okay.
b4, cb4, rook b4, and now the white pawn will e4 or t4 will fall. And I have the black king on e7 to support this e7 pawn. So if you go one move back, probably rook a6 was not a correct move.
Yeah, rook a6 was not correct.
Yeah, so rook e3, knight c5, bc, rook e3, f e3, king f8. Yeah, here you have to find the accurate move.
King f2 is not accurate?
Thinking, probably king f2 is fine, but king f2, king e7 here, maybe rook a6 was not correct, maybe rook d1 here. But here also, after b4, cb4, rook b4,
king f3.
now black is threatening rook c4, winning the pawn.
Rook d5.
If you go rook d5, no, c6 means e5 is going. First play f6, the next move c6.
Okay.
Yeah, the next move c6 and you win the c5 pawn. Even this ending may not be winning, but the point is, he got himself into trouble because of the rookie.
But what Vidit played, he did not get into exchanging. He went rook d2 and he went to the 7th rank, he said. That's what maybe he felt. But actually that rook endgame was really interesting. Black definitely had an initiative. And now he goes king h7.
So you said knight c5. Okay, knight c5 also was not taken. So he went
No,
rook d2 directly.
directly.
Okay, now I think white has no problems anymore. Let's say rook a8 now. Rook a8, king
Yeah, he played
h7.
rook 8, king
That
h7
was
has
played.
happened
Okay, it
on the
was played.
board.
Okay,
Yeah.
rook a8, king h7, and
Now
now
maybe rook e1 back, no? You want to go, you feel like, but then rook c2 will come and then again you will have to
Amruta,
do
I
that.
think now I'll go rook a6 idea, rook c6. I'll keep the rook on c6 as a thorn.
Quite a,
I have a. Oh, no, sorry. For a minute, I thought I have a trap here, but no, I don't have it.
yeah, now if knight c5, b6,
Actually, I do have
b4
a.
doesn't
I
give
do
him
have a
anything.
trap here. Yeah.
What?
I'm threatening rook f3, rook f5. Can you believe it?
Oh, no.
Attack the e5 pawn.
Okay, then can I go knight g5, but then you have h4, na?
Knight g5 doesn't have a threat, na? So
No,
I can
no.
just go. I mean, yeah. What's the point of knight g5?
So then most likely taking
Yeah, he has to
and
take and
will
before, and the
with
game
this,
should end in a
yeah,
draw.
yeah. So with its game could end in a draw, whereas Arjun over here after oh, he's completely oh, he did find rook b1. He played that move. Bishop went to c7. He went rook e7. Bishop h3, g3, b6 happened. Arjun played bishop b4. Knight went back. This knight jumped in. Rook went to g6. Rook f7. It's one a pawn now. 2 pawns. Oh, look at what is his plan here? He took here. He allowed
Yeah.
this fork. Ah, he's attacking this guy. Rook d7 now. Rook d7, bishop d7. It simply comes back with bishop a3. And now with 6 seconds, Jumabayev makes the move bishop e6. But Arjun
This
is
should be
winning another pawn.
really better for white, I
Yeah.
suppose.
With check here. And if king goes to b8, then check and then win the b6 pawn. So Arjun clearly winning. We can go to Gukesh's game. Gukesh, oh, now it's over. Sarah,
It's completely winning.
completely, yeah.
Remember
He got
those two pawns I was telling about, this connected pauses, f pawn and g pawn, and finally they take their due pound of flesh from black's pieces. Nice.
SL did not give even this one opportunity to Gukesh.
Hmm.
I mean, Gukesh, of course, came up with whatever interesting preparation. No, it's definitely still, no matter what, I do find it brave to go for something which is worse and knowingly do that. But SL just was so right there. This is
Hmm.
amazing.
There's a cute way to finish this position. I don't know if it's working. I thought g6 followed by rook h8 check and then bishop e5, but okay, all this is not necessary. There must be a simpler way to do it. I think just simply, just take your king to g3 and black will resign immediately.
So SL beating Gukesh, which would take away the chances, right, for Gukesh in the candidates through direct, like you got top 2, you need at least 9.5.
But this tournament, it's not a tournament where anyone is going to score heavily. So Gukesh can make a comeback, but definitely very creditable achievement by Narayanan. At the end of the day, Gukesh is number 1, 2 of India now, and beating him. Okay, paper-wise, on paper he may be 100 points below Gukesh or a little below Gukesh. So beating him with such a nice way, good actually, very creditable achievement by Narayana.
Yeah. So here we have Pragg's game. He went queen d2 in this position.
Instead of queen d3, he went queen d2, which we predicted.
And I think there might be some, alertness required by black. Queen c6 and e takes d5. But he gave up a pawn, yeah?
Queen d2, queen c6, did you say?
Yeah, he gave the pawn back.
What?
Actually. But what else did black have? Once
Queen
again.
a5. We predicted this. Queen a4, yeah?
So if you go queen a4 with queen on d2, there is a problem.
What?
Rook
Same.
f5. Rook f5. Now I'm
I don't.
attacking d5 and a3. What do you do here?
H6. You're attacking h6, is it?
h6, h6, yeah.
So queen d2, queen a4, you have rook f5. That's your trap.
I like this queen d2 move now. Very tricky move. Very resourceful.
Okay. But why queen c6 giving up the pawn? I don't understand.
Because I think it's forced. Now it's a pin. If you try to defend a pawn, let's say with what? c6 or d4. If c6, now this knight jumps into f5. And h6 is gone. Rook g4 coming. If you go h5, I think knight h6 and then f7 under pressure. So the knight became active.
Okay, Amruta, for queen d2, why not rook e5 then? Support the pawn on d5?
Yes, rook e5 possible. Again, rook f5.
Okay.
You want to take on f5? Then queen h6 check intermezzo.
No. I will continue to defend with queen d6 here.
Yeah, maybe this is what he.
You saw the
still-
trick, yeah? ed5 is not possible, of course.
No, I didn't see the trick. What's happened? Bishop.
Yeah.
This bishop, I think, where it's just that you have to take care. It exists. Presence is felt. The queen d2 was nice, yeah. Pragg's queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2 is nice. But the way black gave up the pawn is queen c6 is
Yeah.
puzzling. So they at least fought with rook e5 and so on. But anyway,
Time pressure. Clearly, I guess a little bit of time pressure
No.
also.
Actually, Amruta, now after ed5,
Hmm.
what is completely better?
Completely. Queen went to
Better.
b6 with the
See,
idea
now
of
if
queen
you
e3,
see
I
the-
guess, or queen
Is it
g1.
what? If you see the relative strength of both the kings, now the white king is much more secure, right? So let me start attacking you now. Nf5, knight f5, let's say.
But are you not worried about the threat of? He should be back now. Okay, we must. Yeah, we are back, guys. We are back. Just a minute. Yeah. Only thing is I'll have to adjust certain things, which is okay. But this is Pragg's position here right now on the board. And sorry for the lag. The OBS hanged.
You have to give me the stream and the Zoom also.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
So
Yeah, so we were
yeah,
analyzing this. The point is now, queen g1 check is just a check, yeah? What else you have after that? That's my question.
Yeah,
You got me.
mainly knight on f5 controls this important e3 square, and now if I go rook e1, I have no threat, right?
And I'm coming for the black king, by the way.
Rook e1 blunder? Mistake.
No, rook e1 is not a blunder. I'm telling that,
Yeah.
white is counterplay against the black king. That's what I mean
Yes.
to say. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, that is a good news for us. He went king c2 over here. Pragg goes king c2. Actually, knight f5 was a nice move, what you suggested. But Pragg went king c2. Sandro went queen e3. I think he just wants to now simply go for equality. Queen takes e3, bishop takes e3, and rook f3 by Pragg. Bishop goes to g1, attacks the h2 pawn here.
I don't know what's happening here. Maybe it's slightly better for black now. Because the queens have been exchanged. Rook and bishop versus rook and knight is traditionally better for black, and white has doubled pawns on h2 and h4. And once again, I think black is better in this.
But how much better? Like this Pragg should be able to hold, right? Because materially it's equal and
See, it depends. Let's say something concrete with knight f5 here. attacking
Bishop
h6.
if you
No,
take
no,
bishop
no, that
h2, then
then
knight
you will
h6.
get
Yeah.
knight into h6.
No,
So
that's
let's say
bad.
black plays h5 here.
Yeah. Knight
Now, if you
h6.
go back, no, knight h6 can be met with rook e7. No, not really. I have a
e7,
clever
no?
defense. Amruta, I have a clever defense. Shall we ask chat? It's a little tough, but what will black play in this position? I think there is something clever here.
Okay.
Black to play, how will you defend this position? So I
What
think
has
many
a
guys
king
did get the
g7
answer.
rook e8? What is the
I thought
answer?
rook to check and rook f2, Very clever.
Oh, that was the previous one, bishop e3. Okay, so rook e2, no? Rook e2 check.
Rook to check and rook f2 to defend the pawn.
Nice. X-ray
No,
defense.
if you come king d3, I may actually go rook into b2. That's just a wild position. I don't know what's happening there. Allowing rook f7.
But rook
This is just
f2
a
is
wild
stronger.
position.
That's what the computer says.
Okay. That's what the computer says. Okay, then it's okay.
But
So rook
then
e2.
white Pragg went h3 over here. He didn't go only knight f5. He went h3, defends his pawn on h2 here, which is nice because now he is threatening knight f5 with the white pieces. Sandro is
Amruta,
thinking.
now black can play bishop h2 here. It's very clever.
Bishop
The
h2,
point
knight f5, no?
knight f5. Now I have rook e2 check.
King d3, rook b2, knight h6. No, I don't
d3.
want
Let's
king
say
b3. B for Bombay, I'll go to. Sorry.
you'll go Bombay. If
Yeah.
you go Bombay, I go h5. If you go knight h6 here, I will comfortably defend my position with f6 here. How is f6 for a defense?
Here at
Hey.
king b3, f6. Sorry, did I miss something
No,
for
no,
king b3?
no. h5, knight h6, and black has f6 here. Wow.
What? Rook f6?
Hey,
Oh
clever,
man.
being very clever.
Amazing. This is
Hold on.
amazing.
I think it's not yet over. What happens to rook e6 here?
No, but you
It's
can
not yet-
take. Oh, not yet
Yeah.
over because you cannot take
Yeah.
the knight still. That
Hold
would
on,
be
hold
a
on, hold on.
you
And,
wanted to ask.
It's still not, yeah, exactly. It's still not over. Now black can play bishop d6, yeah.
And now you're no, but then knight f5. Bishop
But
d6
then
will be a mistake.
no, the king and pawn ending is winning, Amruta. Knight f5, king f6. Winning
Knight
for black.
d6. No,
Knight
it's
d6,
not.
d6. It's not winning for black.
No. Let's see what
Oh,
it
that's
is.
a surprise.
Because
I think
king
white has
a4.
king a4, b6, king b5, and he will also get a pawn and
Yeah.
draw. That's
But
a wonderful variation, guys.
amazing,
Not
amazing variation.
analyzing without the computer, we all got this far very correctly. That's nice.
Amazing variation. But oh, that game is also, okay. We will go to this moment because some moves have happened. Rook e3 played, rook e3, bishop takes e3, and knight f5 played by Pragg. And now black to play here. Actually, what computer says is that black must go bishop f4 here. Because if he doesn't go bishop f4, and if he play, what else can he play? Actually, it's forced, no? You can't
Bishop
go
f4
anywhere.
is forced, I thought. Yeah, bishop f4. But the
Yes.
problem now, peculiarly, the white knight is dominating the board somehow.
Yeah, and Pragg goes h5. So, which is this move number? 36th move number. 3 or 4 moves to be made in this game. Any results? Firuza's game is crazy, people are saying. Guys, but Vidit's game ended in a draw. Nair versus Vidit ends in a draw. Arjun Oh, Arjun's advantage has gone very, very low, but he's still better. Arvind and Nihal Sareen. Arvind is clearly better against Nihal Sareen. They are also on move number 36. Nihal has very less time. HG4 has been the last move. Should we stick to Pragg's game or should we keep shifting for until the 40th move? I mean, later, of course, we have.
I think, Arjun's game was also very exciting, actually.
Okay.
But also we should maybe we can shift between these two games. Arjun's opponent, Juma Bayev, has only under 1 minute in his clock.
And last move. This is the last move for
Arjun is
Arjun,
over
actually. In Arjun
Ah,
in
sir,
9
last
minutes.
minute.
So he will be able to find
Then I think we should stick to
Pragg.
Pragg's game only.
Okay, bishop knight f5, bishop f4, h5. His opponent plays a4.
Okay, a4. Actually, it is black who is under pressure here, I have a feeling.
Yeah,
a4
can
is
I go
very clever.
c4 and king c3, king b4? Actually,
Exactly. When you go king c3, black will go bishop c1. That's his defense.
yeah.
I was trying to work out this, let's say c4 here. Now, what will black play? That's a question.
Oh, I
because
hate my king here. f6.
Exactly. Yeah, let's say, no, f6.
Even ugly.
Exactly. So king d8 or something.
Okay.
No, that has a downside. See, king c3, bishop c1. Now, king b4, bishop into b2, knight into h6. I don't know how dangerous is that pawn on h6.
Could be a
a3,
race.
king b3,
a3,
king b3.
b3 forced.
Yeah, this ending I'm not sure. Generally, a single knight with the h pawn is not so dangerous, but particular position, what it is, we have to work it out.
It is actually leading to the complex endgames, yeah, not as simple draw as we thought.
Yeah. I mean, to commentate them without an engine's help is very dangerous, actually, very tricky. One can make a fool of himself very easily with a simple blunder in such position.
Pragg does go c4, by the way. He's gone c4. So Sandro has 2.5 minutes. And he has to make 2.5 moves, 3 moves. Himang says Aryan Chopra is winning as well. Wow. Shobit says we are going towards a Hikaru versus Hans encounter in the next round. By the way, Sriram says, Saravanan, you were saying, okay, I'll take this question after 40th move, maybe.
Yeah, but that's the whole story. I think, just discard it. So Abhijit Gupta drew with Amin Basim today. Amin Basim, sorry, how do I pronounce his name?
Amin Basim.
Basim. Yeah. Aryan Chopra is better against Grandmaster Adam Kozak with a rating of 2566. Other games of the day. Murali Karthikeyan has an equal position against Shreyas Royal, Indian origin player from England.
And Himang says Adiban won his first game today, which is very good to know.
Okay.
King e8. King e8 played by Sandro in the game. As we were discussing. So King c3 will happen.
Yeah.
Stepping Stone asks, what if after King d8 can white go b4? After King d8, or maybe here you want to say, yeah, b4.
Before I can just take a b3, king b3.
And then you are liquidating. I mean, it's okay if you don't want to get into the super complexities.
I can play king d7 followed by c6 now. After b4, a b3, king b3, I mean. See, if at all there should be a complication here, then white has to give up the b2 pawn and capture the h6 pawn. But I have a feeling that even that is not going to help white win the game. I think it's just maybe it's just a trivial draw we're looking at.
Then Pragg should just simply actually go for b4 and keep it simple because he was under pressure, right? The full game almost. So then it
Exactly.
would get risky to go for something complicated.
Exactly.
So so then let's go to Arjun's game because Arjun still thinking for knight e3 rook d8 was the last move, and Arjun is trying to think what to do. I think for candidates f6 definitely has to be one. Materially he's a pawn up, but also this knight is very much at the edge of the board. Bishop also very nicely controlled, yeah. The bishop can't really go anywhere as of now.
Okay, one question is, how is Arjun going to progress here?
f6.
I'm not comfortable driving just one guy down the block, you know. I would rather prefer to play something like G4 here.
That's also good move.
I thought G4 is the best move. Let's analyze a little. Let's say G4, Bishop B3.
Okay. Now you have to
G5. Let's go G5. G5.
Okay. Bishop.
Is this winning, Amruta? Because it looks very attractive for white. Now what remains is I just have to bring the king to E5. White has to bring the king to E5.
Okay.
Right?
So bishop f7
So just a
I
regular.
get firstly.
Yeah, let's say king f2.
Can I go knight c4? Oh, then
Doing
bishop
it cleverly. Doing it cleverly. Aren't you blundering something after knight into c4, bishop into c4, knight a3? Aren't you blundering something,
bishop
Charlie?
d3, yeah. And
Rook b6 check. Rook b6 check.
Yeah, I am
I want the
blundering the
pawn.
pawn.
I tricked you.
So knight c4 not happening easily. Then knight c6. I just want to get this knight in the game. But if I go knight c6, then you go king f3, king g3 maybe. No check on e5.
That's what I basically bring the king up the board and then play h4, and I should be able to win this position without any risk even.
Correct.
So I think Arjun is going to wrap it up quite fast, in my opinion.
So, okay, Arjun actually is still winning then. Nothing really to worry about. Arvind Chidambaram versus Nihal Sarin, I think it's important to, get a look at.
Suddenly it got complicated, Amruta.
It is.
That it was going quite evenly. Suddenly it has got very complicated. And Arvind is completely better.
Yeah.
Look at Black's king. Look at Black's king. One look at Black king and it is enough to conclude that white is probably winning here.
Winning,
it's
yeah,
white
winning.
It's white to play in this position, correct?
Yes, and this was just the 40th move. So
40th move. Just take bishop into c6 followed by bishop d5 and rook c8. It's over. Right.
Oh yes. Oh, Arvind is so better.
Over.
Actually, how did he get here?
Yeah, exactly.
Rook
Okay, he
D8.
had a slight
Here we
advantage
saw
all through. We saw very early, okay?
h3, f6, queen h4, queen d6, bishop went to g1, rook e6. c6 here was not a good idea. That's what the engine said. Going bishop f7 was important, but anyway, to see how it led to this moment. G4. Man, Arvind was
that's
wow.
that's proper Arvind Chidambaram for you.
Knight h6.
The knight on h6 is now, Goda ko, what is the saying? Goda ko gada bana diya.
Yeah. Oh, now you know Hindi quotes as well. Good one. Queen d2 here, actually. And queen d6 was still an important move to be made. Queen d2 he goes. So this exchange
This
favored
ending is just
black.
completely winning.
Yeah, the double bishop actually were very much more powerful than I thought.
Always. Two bishops are always powerful,
Yeah,
except when being played against Vishy Anand.
why do you say so?
Countless games I can give you where Vishy will have two knights against two bishops, bishop and knight against two bishops, and he will win. Not just draw the game, he will win the game. You know, Vishy Anand and knights. Actually, there's a
Speed.
book waiting to be written there. Actually, Vishy Anand with knights.
That also has to do a lot with the speed. No, when you like speed chess, then you like knights more in some sense. And no,
That I don't know. In my opinion, Anand does well with knights better because, to play the knights well, you need a kind of a tricky way of thinking. And Anand is extremely tricky. Anand is extremely creative in calculation. I think that is why he has always been so good with knights, in my opinion.
amazing. So his games have to be. I wasn't so much aware of this. So that's a very good information. Rook
Hemant Ghosh says the late great Sultan Khan also had a strong affinity towards knight. Is that so, Hemant? I didn't know this actually. That's a very nice information. I have the book by Daniel King on Sultan Khan, but I haven't read it. So I will read the book and confirm your statement. Nice information to get actually.
And we had a question by Shriram who asked, you were saying your games in 2010 made a huge impact in your career, bearing which you might have become a GM. So what's your advice to the current generation players who encounter such situations?
Well, it's not an easy memory and it's not a very, pleasant memory to talk about. So I'll just simply answer very briefly here. Just play well, that's all. One thing maybe you can do is crucial points in your career, you should concentrate very, very focusedly. Not just chess, other things also, like, health and fitness and concentration, not to get distracted and all this, emotional support and all that. That's it. So, what is happening in Arjun's position?
Yeah, he played for F5 rook G8 was played here, knight E3, rook D8, knight A3. Arjun goes back with the knight, and bishop goes to B3 now. So he'd attack this.
Oh, that knight A3 looks a little ugly.
Yeah.
That's what, as I said, I think he should have just pushed G4 here.
Is Arjun tempted for something like C4, where in some way he's also shutting this bishop? Of course, his knight also needs to be shut.
But again, why show blood to a shark? Why put it on C4 so that it can be attacked by the rook with rook D4 or something? But instead, past pawns must be pushed. Just push ahead. That's it. Yeah. So knight A3, bishop B3. Now, assuming I don't want to push C4, can I still go ahead with G4 here? Or should I play King F2? King F2 might invite Rook D2 check, which I want to avoid.
G4, Rook D3, what's your plan, by the way?
Rook D3. Actually, I didn't see Rook D3 coming, which means I lose the C3 pawn, right? Okay, Amruta, that means C4 is a forced move there. For
actually.
Bishop B3. I think there Arjun misplayed the position a little bit, mishandled the position a little bit.
Because maybe what he thinks, this was a 40th move, and to start pushing the pawns while you are looking at rook coming to D2 or rook coming to D3, he might have felt some discomfort, and he must have okay, this is sustaining, and now he has good enough time to figure out how to push these pawns.
There is this wonderful book, 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rosen, Grandmaster Jonathan Rosen, by the way, with whom Sagar Shah did a very nice video for ChessBase India recently, a couple of months ago. So in that, Rosen has this beautiful concept. Talk to your pieces. Ask them, how do you feel? So following that advice, if you talk to the knight on a3, definitely it's going to tell white, I was on a good position at b5. Why did you bring me back to a3? And after bishop b3, if c4 has to be played, I'm at a miserable position at a3, supporting a pawn at c4. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, okay, this is not really a credible theory to play chess, but a very interesting way to describe that pieces shouldn't go to bad places, you know.
Yeah, nice.
I think that is what Jonathan really intended to say. So if you talk to the knight on a3, it's definitely going to tell Arjun, yeah, why did you bring me here? That's about it.
Oh, 40, Arjun will say 40th move, knight. Just 40th move for a while, don't you worry. Bishop b3. Oh, he doesn't go c4 actually. He goes king f2. Oh, and you were so right about this, feeling some stress about rook
No,
d2 check. King f3.
H2. See, that's what now H2 hangs. And why get into all this? Why show blood to a shark?
Hmm.
But one good thing is, okay, Juma Bayev is in his last seconds, but the
No,
40th move is
it's done. It's done.
done.
41st
So
move.
now he has all the time in the world to think now also.
But I think Arjun might have put this trick, yeah, where rook d2 check, and for king f3, if you take on h2, Arjun wants to go f6.
Amruta, but aren't you seeing a pattern here? Repeatedly in this tournament, Arjun is scoring his advantage towards the end of the
Yes.
game. You know, it
Yes.
may be talking something about his physical fitness. Maybe. Because we need to analyze at least 50 to 100 games to come to a certain conclusion. In one tournament, you cannot say. But, I see a pattern. Almost every day he squanders his advantage towards the end of the game or after 40 moves.
Yeah, that isn't no, definitely something to do with the energy levels, without doubt.
Yeah.
So, okay, so he can still vanish, but it can also get complex, not like a little previous moves where he was clearly winning and there was really not much of counterplay. Whereas for Arvind here, after Rook A2, Arvind will
Yeah.
think a lot, but yeah, just amazing bishop. So the way Arvind has converted against Nihal, it's brilliant with the white pieces.
Yeah. I mean, we thought the game was being equal, and suddenly came the G4, G4 takes the cake of the day for in Arvind's game. Arvind Chidambaram's game.
No, G4 was ultimate. And this game is over, by the way. Gukesh has lost with Narayanan. The game ended at, here the game. This was the
So
final
second
position.
victory in a month for
Oh.
Narayanan against Gukesh. That's very creditable.
Actually,
Even though, we are fans of Gukesh also, we have to applaud Narayanan's victory.
Absolutely.
Consistent
And
second
no
victory
chance.
again.
This game had no chance. At least the Qatar game was a lot of some roller coaster, I can say. Gukesh was worse, but at some point he had fought and it was equal. But in the major piece endgame, Narayanan found this amazing idea, d5. So,
Grandmaster Lev Sakis, with whom I had a training session long ago. It was in 2003, actually. So he was very, very critical of me that I used to play only the King's Indian defense. So we had gone together to play in a tournament in Czech Republic after the tournament, after the coaching session got over. It was me, RB Ramesh, and Aarti Ramasamy, Ramesh's wife. So I lost the game and he caught me in the tournament hall the next day. He came to me with, mock pity. He was showing as if he was showing pity, but actually he was making fun of me. Okay, good natured. We are quite close and all. So he came to me and asked, my friend, you lost yesterday? I just started laughing. I said, yes, Senor. My friend, you play the King's Indian defense? I said, yes, Senor. Said, my friend, you suffered? I said, yes. Yes, my friend, you play King's Indian defense, you have to suffer. So, if you play the King's Indian defense, many times it happens that you will suffer.
what
It's a very tricky opening to play.
perfect mimicry, yeah? King
So
before.
nice. My friend, you lost yesterday, and I know what was coming. The whole thing played out was so nice, actually.
And then you still kept playing Kings Indian, yeah?
See, that, okay, after that, of course, I branched out and I learned other openings also. But the point is, in life, you have to do what you like to do, including, what to say, opening choices. And sometimes in life, even the results are not coming as much as you would desire also. Still, certain things in life you love to do, you continue doing. That is how I did it. Maybe it was not a right thing to do in a period of time, just playing the Kings in defense. But okay, that's how it is. That's it.
You were happy. You were happily playing it. That was important.
See, you have to, the next thing, whatever you do in life, you have to accept it and you have to be happy. Whatever happens, whatever result comes your way. Yeah. So I'm happy either way. Anyway, rather.
This is the current position for Pragnananda. He's reached with his king on c5 and a nice barrier here for the black king. If black king doesn't have actually barrier is huge, so he cannot attack the knight, and if there is f6 pawn on f6 then it's whole barrier. Oh, so nobody can kick the knight away.
Yeah, nobody can kick the knight away. At the same time, white cannot intrude also. So I think it's just a
It's a draw.
nice.
That will be the fifth draw for Pragg.
Yeah. So does one opening help to get a title? Definitely not. Times when I learned my opening and I played my chess, they were different from today's chess. Today, you can master an opening in just 2 days or 3 days. You can learn a variation in just half an hour. That is where we are today. So in today's times, with so much of electronic help available today, so much of coaching is available and all that, one should become an all-rounder. Starting with A00 to E99 in the encyclopedia code, one should be able to play any opening, and this is very important. Whether you play or not, it is extremely important to know all the openings. What is happening in theory of all the openings, it is very important to know. I'm talking about, for a youngster who is aiming for the world title, let us say, who is a grandmaster by the age of anywhere between 15 to 18, let us say. For them, it is extremely important to know the theories of all the openings because that gives you a certain knowledge. See, knowledge need not be only about Petrosian, Fischer, Karpov, Pascal. It can be about what are all the openings existing in chess and knowing all of them also. Such a knowledge gives you a wholesome idea of how chess should be played. Yeah. So it is very important to know all the openings. It is very important to play a wide range of openings and all that. That is when, in the long run, you will blossom beautifully as a chess player. That's something very strongly I believe nowadays.
And that's
This
not
is
so
John.
easy, yeah, to kind of sometimes you that's why you get attached to one opening and then it's difficult to learn something else. You don't want to change the structures, you don't want to change your style. As you said, reinventing is very, very important for the growth of a
There
chess
is one
player.
more factor. I played only one opening or two openings because, there was no easy way to change openings in my time. Information was not so easily available. That is one. And okay, also there is my laziness, definitely. But the point is, it's not easy, but if you are aiming for the highest glories of chess, then you better learn all the openings.
They're still thinking, and whether we have some results, if they have been updated. What I can just try to do once is to get to show you today's
Why is Black not playing Rook D2 here? Jumai Baye, why is he not
40
playing
moves
Rook
are
D2?
over. I think he's calculating.
Still, isn't Rook D2 kind of obvious, Rook D2?
Yes, it is.
Sriram quotes a very nice one by Timon. Half the variations which are calculated in a tournament game turn out to be completely superfluous. Unfortunately, no one knows in advance which half. Very nice. There is another beautiful quote by Bent Larson in the same way. Bent Larson's quote is, all long variations are wrong. It's a very nice one as well.
Here we have the results. Like Vidit's game has ended in a draw. So as of now on 3, nobody has been able to win. So no one's gone to 4 points except for Esipenko. He could still very well be able to maintain the sole lead if nobody wins, and on 3 points. So Arjun, if actually Arjun wins, he is going to be the joint leader. An important thing. Nakamura is winning, I believe. So Nakamura will also go to being the joint leader. So right now we have 4 people possibly going into joint lead. Let's also have a look at their games. Going to other games for us, Narayanan's game is over. Pragg is playing. Harikrishna drew with Ponomariov with the black pieces. Maksudlu beats Ronak Sadhwani. Abhijit Gupta drew, yeah, with Amin Basim. Aryan Chopra is better. Murli Karthikeyan, I have no result here. Adiban beats Wooly. And Leon is also playing with Parligras. I think Leon is also having a not the easiest of the event. And for women's, here we have Vaishal. Oh, by the way, Asubayeva beats Tanzongi. So Asubayeva becomes the sole leader then. And tomorrow
It's a
Bibi
big
Sara versus
result.
Vaishali then. That's clear, no?
Big result, yeah. That's big result on the thing.
Yeah, yeah. Because beating Tanjong is firstly not so easy, and oh, so no, Goryachkin also has gone to 4, so we don't know. By Bibi Sara will
Gukesh
play
have
it.
won.
And other 2 games are going on. Savita is playing, Vantika is playing, Divya is playing, and Tanya is. Everybody is playing actually in women's, or at least here it has to get updated. Got it. So let's look at the boards, top boards once, to get to know whether Arjun also, if he wins, has chances to be the joint leader. Nakamura's game. Nakamura after F5 has been played by Sarana, and Nakamura is a pawn up, right? This should be winning.
Yeah, Naka had a huge advantage in the beginning.
Since wrong.
You know, the famous rule about knight and pawn endings is most of the knight and pawn endings are king and pawn endings.
Yeah.
If you apply any king and pawn ending theory to this ending, white is completely winning this.
So white is winning.
This must be a trivial win for white.
Firuza versus Hans now is a draw. Looks like a fortress, absolute fortress.
Unless Magnus Carlsen is playing such endgames, we need not bother to check. Magnus is playing the endgame, then we have to check, is there a minutest possibility to win that?
Yeah, so true. So this is a draw, so they are not, none of them is going on 4. Predke versus Vincent also looks like a draw. So in fact, right now, if Arjun manages to win this, then we will based on current situation, we will have Arjun, Esipenko and Naka, 3 people on 4 points. Very important game for Arjun actually, because today he's so winning that this shouldn't, he should not let this slip away from his hand for sure. What did he play? Bishop e3, king f2, king c7 was played, by the way. Jumabayev did not go for rook d2.
Yeah, basically it just goes by general theory of activating the king in the endgame. So king c7, king f3, let us say king c6, king f4, some such thing.
King d6. King d6. Yeah, king d6. If I try to stop your pawn. King f4, king e7.
Yeah, then g4, g5. I don't know if the king should be played.
I'm helping you.
There is this theory in endgames, sometimes if the king is on the side where the pawns are being advanced, then actually the king helps the pawns in advancing because of checks and mating attacks and so on.
Nice. No, I think I made a mistake. So then what did you say? King c6. Okay.
That's what king c6 and see somehow I feel very strongly that the counterplay, black's counterplay should come from coming with the rook to d2. I feel very strongly about it. So, unless black plays rook d2, I don't think he has any counterplay.
So
If
actually,
you
if
keep,
you
for
go
example, if
rook
you just
d2,
keep the king on c6.
huh.
Sorry?
No, so
If you
then
keep
why
it
not
just
rook d2?
yeah, that's what. Rook d2 is the best move here. You have to imagine just like the previous move, it was played, then, white would have played king f2 to king f3 anyway. Only now, black plays rook d2, then white can save the h pawn. So, I don't know. It's still complicated because black has counterplay in this position.
Oh, an important move. Sarah, here, also the chat, we should ask the chat, black to play here, if h3, if rook d2 and h3, then what should black play?
Is there anything important here?
Yes, very important.
Really?
No,
Uh-huh.
Rakshit, Hans is not
I
beating
got it.
Piruza. That's
I
a
got it.
draw.
It's cute.
Black to play black is a very cute move. God. Yes, rook a2 is the right move, and now you were right, like the knight on a3 suddenly
Let's see
under
what
attack.
happens. Knight b5 check now. What's happening?
King c6,
Knight a7 check.
king b7,
Knight b5 back.
draw.
Come on, white is winning, right? Why should
No,
white take a draw?
exactly. Why
Ah,
should
exactly. Of course.
That's the point.
That's the
Yeah,
cuteness.
Slok,
No,
that was
I
very
was under the
cute.
impression that after knight a7, I mean, this position, let us say after king b7, knight b5,
Hmm.
now somehow I feel that, black's pieces have become very active. So something like, I was wondering what happens to something like, no, let me not keep the king on b7. If you can go back one more. One more move, please. One more move, please. Where was it originally?
King c6.
Yeah, somewhere here, let us say. Can black go king d7 and start playing for a win? I was wondering.
Oh, acha.
No, but
No,
okay.
I
This is
always have
probably risky
g4.
because anyway, I have my g4 and f4. Yeah, of course, black would take a draw.
Knight is not getting trapped, right? Like if I go bishop a4, then the problem is once the bishop moves, you have this b6 weakness is very irritating.
Hmm.
And then you also have the knight on a5. So, yeah. So he plays king c6. He still doesn't go rook d2, and it's a.
Hey, Arvind Chidambaram blundered.
What? No, that
Exactly.
position.
Exactly.
Oh my
I
goodness.
don't know what got into his head. See, here he played. Can you go a few moves before? Can you go a few moves before? See, bishop f5 check. King h8 was played before. Yeah, bishop f5, king h8. Here he played bishop e4. Still, it doesn't spoil anything, though I don't know what his idea is with bishop e4. Now, black played rook a2. Now, he just blundered with c4. The point is, why this is a blunder is because rook a4, a very tricky move is coming. The point of rook a4 is, if you play rook c6, I have bishop e2 and pawn may be lost here.
No, wait. Bishop d5, knight e7.
Bishop d5, I have knight e7. That's the point.
And there is no check also. And then there is
There is no
ping
check.
also.
Yeah. So for c4, rook a4, if you play bishop d3, there is bishop into f3 check is the problem. Yeah. So c4 is a blunder. How much time does Arvind have? He has a lot of time, Amruta.
Yeah, because 40th move is over. And here he must have thought for these 2 minutes.
You know what? c4 is the 41st move. Remember what I told yesterday?
No.
Many blunders get made on the 40th, 41st moves because your body,
Relax.
physically, your body is crying for a release, That is why you
Mm.
blunder. Yeah. So classic blunder just after time pressure.
Amazing. Wow. Because, but my another question is, why did he even look at this pawn? Like there is nothing to do with this pawn, right?
Exactly.
What was the winning? It's like suppose you would have taken on c6, let's say.
Mhm.
Still, that was not a good idea. Black had a important
No,
defensive
Amruta, just take
piece.
bishop c6 is a simple win, I think. Just take bishop into c6. Why play c4 at all?
So your threat is now going bishop d5, rook c8.
My threat is just winning a pawn. That's it. The crudest threat in the world.
Yeah, so
Win material.
let's
So
try to
now,
make a 2-3 move. Suppose I stop anyway, bishop d5, I go bishop b3. What do you do? How do you
bishop
progress?
b3, if you go, okay. Now I come back, bishop e4, centralization of the bishop. Okay.
Are you
Is that-
threatening c4? No, I
Yeah,
go
bishop
a5.
a5 if you push the pawn now. Now I go c4.
Yeah.
It's a race.
So I
In
can't.
a race, I am operating with 3 pieces. You are operating only with 2 pieces. The knight on g8 is a gada, remember? So this is a trivial win, in my opinion. I mean, for a player of Arvind Chidambaram standard.
So c4, a4. I mean, in this race, you know what it feels like. If I don't look at the bar, it feels like the a pawn is closer to to becoming a
No,
queen
that's
than the
the
c
point.
pawn.
See, the dark square bishop controls the a1 square, right?
Yeah.
So with the dark square bishop, I can sacrifice the bishop for the a1 when the a pawn reaches the a1 square. But you will find it difficult to sacrifice any piece when the c pawn reaches the c8 square. That is the basic of this position. Or I can even say that if I put my rook on a7,
Yeah.
you will never be able to queen the pawn, right? Because I have a bishop, dark square bishop, and the rook on a7 guarding you from queening the pawn. As simple as that. Yeah. This must have been a trivial win for Arvind. I mean, really surprised with this technique.
Also, here, if he would, in case, just to, if rook c6 was a mistake, bishop c6 was important. If you go rook c6, maybe this is what he would have seen, that taking the pawn with the rook lines you up.
Okay, why is that a mistake?
Not easy here again, to be honest. The next move for black, very tough, very tough.
Okay, are you going to exchange with bishop c2 or something?
Yeah, but
bishop c2, bishop c5. Bishop c2, bishop d5. I have rook a1 check and knight e7. I cannot help but exchange. If you exchange the pawns, then it is a problem in winning. Okay, now I get it.
And then this is fine. With one bishop
even-
less, then it is fine.
But even is this not winning after rook into a6? I'm a pawn up after all, isn't it?
Knight
Now
jumps
black
to
come
e7.
for the
The drawing
f3
pattern,
pawn.
I guess.
Yeah. Knight d5 and knight f4 and all that.
Yeah.
That's a big surprise, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe he saw this. So what he played is c4. And the point is, you are saying Nehal should find rook a4 here, right? It's important.
Yeah. So c4, now it's very crucial that Nihal is to find rook a4. In fact, rook a4 is the only move here to find equality. No other move will help. So rook a4, the point is I'm threatening the c4 pawn. And you cannot play c5. You cannot play bishop d3. So you have to take rook into c6.
Why can't I play bishop d3, by the way?
f3 is hanging.
Yes.
Now I go bishop e2, and once again the c4 pawn cannot be saved anymore. I mean, we saw this, right? If you play bishop d5 there, then I have knight e7 again.
Yeah.
So this knight e7 is very irritating.
Gada.
Gada became Anand's knight.
Okay, so Arvind, so this is an important moment, guys. Please do keep a watch, and when if Nehal finds rook a4 or not, let us know in case we are not on this board. Let's go to Arjun's game. Sorry, this is Vidit's game ended in a draw. Arjun's game after king c6. Arjun finally starts with g4.
You sound exasperated, Amruta. Finally, the guy goes G4.
Really, but you know, the computer, what the best move he was again and again still suggesting is c4. Of course,
Yeah, I
g4 is good,
understand.
but
This is a typical kind of computer play which humans will never get to
yeah,
play on.
it's so
Never.
risky with allowing rook on d3 when you have the knight on a3. It's so unnatural.
Exactly.
So g4
Exactly.
is good. g4 I like. Okay, for black, for Jumabai, if he now goes b5 and also starts his pawn majority, what are you going to do?
Black's counterplay, I have a feeling, still comes from rook d2 only. Bring the rook to d2 the first rank and then harass the knight on a2. I think that's the way he has to go. Okay, b5, b4 if you're going to push. Let's say g5 now. Let's not bother about b4.
Okay,
If you
that's
go b4,
yeah.
then c cross b4, c cross b4, I have knight a c2. So the combined pawns of the king side are more dangerous than the single passer on the b file. That is why, in my opinion, the black's counterplay doesn't come from pushing the pawn. It is coming from harassing the white knight on a3. You got my point, right? Yeah.
But also,
That's
if you have these passers, and let's say I give up one piece, if I give my knight for 2 pawns, which is not going to be easy, by the way. But
which I will not, exactly, which I will not allow easily. That's the point. But one more thing, Amruta, this position is not winning for white. White only has an advantage. It may actually end in a draw also because, you know, in ending, even a +2 advantage in an ending may not be a win because at the end of the day, I can just throw the knight or the bishop and achieve a draw. So this is not a winning position for Arjun, by the way. He still has to win the game and his opponent has to cooperate as well. To think that he had a much easier win much long ago, that's what, as I said, this tournament consistently, Arjun, towards the end of the game, he is messing up the positions, which is really concerning. Okay, now that we have analyzed b5 and b4, now you understand why computers consider c4 an important move. So that there is never a threat of a passer being created. That's the point here. Computers are always right. As Peter Swidler says, we shouldn't even bother to play against them or like them.
You are very good at mimicry, by the way. You're very good at mimicry.
I was actually since childhood. I used to do it in schools and when I was small, competitions and among chess players and all.
Nice. Yeah, I doubt.
Has Swidler ever been on a ChessBase India stream, by the way?
Interviews, some interviews have been there. No, and live stream, I doubt.
In my opinion, I think, Vishy Anand and Peter Swidler are probably the two best commentators in the world.
Swidler, I think Swidler was...
Vladimir Kramnik as well. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Swidler.
Anish.
Sorry. Okay, Anish is good in commentary, but see, Anand, Swidler, they bring in certain richness to commentary, whereas Anish, Peter Liko, they are very good commentators. It is like, you have 2700s and then you have 2800s, right? It is like that.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, when it comes to jokes, I think Anish is the boss. When it comes to jokes in commentary, nothing like Anish.
Anish is, yeah.
No, we have this coaching platform, Pro Chess Training by R.B. Ramesh, Suresh Shekhar Ganguly and Mahesh Chandran. So Anish once in a while comes for master classes in that. That's just 1 hour of masterclass. Anish packs so many jokes. It's very, very enjoyable. So one day he was one masterclass. He just showed one game between him and Gukesh, played in I think what is that Masters? Dortmund Masters or something. One tournament being held in Grenke Masters, which happened last year. So he showed a very beautiful, nuanced end game where he missed a win against. He showed the end game, and then the game ended in a draw. And afterwards, he says, "Guys, please go out and tell everybody. We had openings, we had the middle game, we had end game, everything we had. Just in 1 hour, we had such a good class. Tell everyone to come and subscribe, and tell everyone to come and attend all my classes." The way he did the whole thing and the whole, I mean, very, very enjoyable. And so, what is happening?
I'm just looking at, by the way, just Divya and Harika. I will check if they are playing or what happened with Savita is playing Rook Endgame. It's a draw, clear draw. Divya, Harika won. Harika beat Divya actually. That's the result. It went into a Rook Endgame. And yeah.
Rook endings are never won, but this one looks like it is winning for. This is just a simple win.
So she won, and Vantika drew with Koschenuk. That is a good result with the black pieces. Tanya is still playing, and Tanya is clearly winning. Oh, that is great.
Tanya is
But
winning now.
she's actually done, but oh, such a horrible king. And how many pawns? 4 pawns and a knight. Nice. Okay,
Chess
so
has
Tanya is
seen
winning.
strong battles like Lasker, Stanitz, Fischer, Spassky, Karpov, Kasparov, Vichy, Kasparov, Kramnik, Topolov. We don't see such one-on-one contests. Is this some cultural shift? Not at all. First of all, earlier the canvas was much smaller. Like any era, if you take 70s, 80s, 90s and all, there were only one player who could be considered as a great player. Today, yeah, we have one Magnus Carlsen, but apart from one Magnus Carlsen, there are about 7 to 8 players who can be considered as all-time greats also. See, if Carlsen wasn't around, it would have been a fantastic fight was the world title right now between Caruana, Vasher Lagrave, Alireza Firozia, Anish Giri, all of them. It would have been a wonderful title. If you see the 90s, for example, you had Kasparov, you had Karpov, and below them there was a huge vacuum. And at the time when Anand and Kramnik were at their peak, there was almost no one who could challenge them at the top because Kasparov retired prematurely. So the canvas was much smaller earlier. That is one. Second is today in chess, it is impossible to build a two people rivalry because the world championship doesn't have the same prestige it had 20 years ago. Today, see, for example, one of my favorite players is Nakamura. Okay. Why he is one of my favorite players? Because he wins Title Tuesday every week. So every week I get to see him in action in 2 tournaments, 3 tournaments, 4 tournaments. So I like him a lot. So, where is the question of a rivalry here? There is Nakamura operating on one side in Title Tuesdays. There is Alireza operating on one side. You have so many people. You have Digler, you have Nepomniachtchi. So many people, yeah. So there is no rivalry today because the canvas is so huge and the pie is so huge. So many tournaments and so many players and so on. I think it is very healthy for the game that, this is basically there is so many opportunities available today. So I think the current trend is much better. I mean, I don't miss rivalries anymore. What I mean.
Also, at that point of time with world wars and everything, it would be a little different, right? Where now it's, of course.
Yeah, chess was not just chess, At some point, chess was a propaganda machinery, for Russians, for example, for Soviets, for example. For Bobby Fischer, chess was everything. We had colorful characters and all that. Today, who bothers? I mean, there are many guys who don't even bother to read a single chess book. We are in that state right now. So there are no legends, there are no romantic story is built around players and so on. Everyone just plays an effective game of chess and pushes off for dinner. That's about it.
But do you like playing right now? If playing journalism, uh, I mean, so many training related. So what is it that you would say that tops your list of
I
enjoying
love
hobbies?
playing. Or I mean, even today, I love playing. See, for example, if I had retained my sponsor, which I had a sponsor between the age of 18 to 40, I had a sponsor. If
Hmm.
that sponsorship had continued, I would never have quit playing. I love playing even today. So when I don't have a chance of playing, I love both of it equally. I'm not a full-time trainer. I'm not a full-time coach because I love to love to write. So I would consider myself as a trainer who has writing ambitions as well in the long run. And I write too, not a lot because there are not many opportunities in writing, by the way. And I don't want to start writing books right away because I'm still deciding what to write and so on. I'm more of a trainer. Between training and writing, basically, there is no livelihood in writing. So you have to become a trainer. I became a trainer reluctantly, but I started training a young boy only in 2019, Pranav. But I really liked the journey so much that now I really like training as well because now I know the secrets of training. And I've been close friends with many trainers, among them RB Ramesh and Vishnu Prasanna. These two are my extremely close friends. Through them now, with long conversations with them, I know a lot about the vocation of training. It's so enjoyable. It is so satisfying. And there are a lot of challenges, and you have to work extremely hard to be a trainer. Extremely hard. So because of all that, now I am getting there. As a trainer, also, slowly have started liking the profession of training.
But whenever a chess player does something else, I think the pursuit to kind of make yourself better and learn, be it any field, you are going to do well if you were a dedicated chess player. I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
That is one thing about chess players. Once you are a competitive chess player, afterwards, whether you become a trainer or whether you become a writer, that competitive instinct is always there. See, for example, I consistently said no to writing book opportunities for the last 10 years because in my mind, I don't want to write a book which will get published and which will be forgotten in 5 years. I don't want to do a chessable course which will be done and forgotten in 5 years, even if it will give me a lot of money. I want to write a book which, see, for example, chess books you say, and then you say which names you comes to your mind. Dvoretsky comes to your mind. Gary Kasparov. See, Gary Kasparov, how he wrote books, I think that's the benchmark. My great predecessors, second series, what is it called as? Kasparov and Karpov duels. It's called as Creativity in Chess or something. Creative Persistence, whatever. And then Kasparov and Kasparov series. He wrote 3 series of books. Amazing chess books, which will never be forgotten in the history of chess. So, if you want to write chess books in my dictionary, you should write like that. There may not be money in writing at all also. Actually, it doesn't matter. There are certain things in life you do because at the day of your passing, when there is a tombstone, in the tombstone, you should be able to write, he did this, I did that. That's basically, that kind of ambition you get when you're a chess player from your teens childhood. That's the ambition you get later on, whatever you're going to pursue in chess. That's very true. I mean, what is chess player without ambition?
A chess player without ambition. But you do, like whenever you write a book, I'm sure it would be something everybody will look forward. So it's I didn't get that point where 10 years like you've been waiting to work on writing a book there, you're waiting for that, because I don't think if you write 5 years ago or if you write now or if you write, of course you're evolving as a person, but your book will always be having that rich content. And
See,
so it wouldn't
whatever you
matter.
pursue in life, I have this very good feeling that, let us say if you are pursuing something, let us say chess training or let us say chess playing, that pursuit cannot be one of the 5 pursuits you are doing in life. You cannot be a chess player, a trainer, a writer, a commentator, a stock investor, a traveler, all rolled into one, and then sit and write books which can be brilliant. That cannot happen. So, you pursue in life one or two things, then both of that you will excel. This is what I very strongly believe.
You
That
like
is
to
why
focus
I don't want to
on
write.
at least one or two things at a time.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to write only when I will focus on writing as one of the 2 pursuits, whatever they will be.
Nice. Cool. We will look forward to it. And maybe the next sometime when we'll be getting more books in ChessBase India, sure, with one time it will be yours.
And I hope you will publish my books. That's what I
Of course.
kidding.
Would be an honor. So yeah, lovely conversations with Sarah over here, and people are not. I think for you, we have to start, a podcast where people have so many questions for you, and you can
By the way,
answer all.
Amruta,
Yes, these 2 moves have happened. Rook
Juma
D2 and
Bayev has
F6.
brought his rook to
Yes,
D2,
finally,
but I think it's a little late because
two
the pawn
moves
is
late.
running away to F6 already. See, what Arjun is doing is he's not pushing all the pawns together. Suddenly he has a runaway pawn on F6. See, now the question is whether it was worth it to bring the king to C6 at all. So I think this counterplay with rook D2 is coming a little late. That's what I think.
So now here this should be lost. Yeah, if you go a move like Rook H4, then okay. There's there's a big blue. Nice, nice
What's that?
tactical blue.
Now?
Yeah, now
Yes.
white to play.
I see it. Come on, put it for chat. Come on, guys. White to play and win. What's the move here?
I'm sure. Oh, it's 1 a.m. I think the chat, guys. Are you awake? Are you sleepy? Are you lying down on your bed watching the stream and fallen asleep, or are you going to find it?
Okay, one guy is sleeping. Give the pawn. Many guys are not sleeping. They're found to win.
But this is also interesting. The best move, okay? Best move. Lovely. Well done. क्या बात है? 14 people found it at 1 a.m. Brilliant. Shashank, Pulkit, Sunmit, Mohit, MS, Tamit, Nipun, Anon, Varun, and Harsh. That's the right move there, taking the bishop and then pushing f7. So that's why you couldn't push f7 earlier. So Rook H2 can't even be thought of. Earlier we were looking at ideas like Rook A2. That also you don't have time for that. So what can black play actually for f6? He will have to move the bishop away from the square and stop the threat of rook is always.
Which is a waste of time, by the way, yeah?
Yeah.
Or you cannot take, no, you need not take rook h2, Amruta.
B5.
You can take b5 here.
Yeah,
You
B5.
can try pushing the pawns. See, but now the point is, even if you play b4, white will come knight c2 boldly. You cannot capture the knight on c2 because then f7 will queen, right? So already white's advantage has increased compared to a couple of moves ago because this counterplay with rook d2 is coming slow here.
But here, for me, what is natural next move is g5. But then g5, b4, you will take or you will directly go, you will take, right?
But Amruta, why would you play g5? What's the point behind g5, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, if I was in the game right now, I would be very tired and it would feel like I want to play g5. Natural, right? You feel like joining the f6 pawn. But so right, no need to play g5.
Let us say g5. Let's go with this. g5, b4. So cb, cb. And
Knight
now
C2 you mentioned, right?
knight C2 or maybe maybe knight C2 will go. Maybe knight C2 will go.
takes.
So knight C2, king B5. Now this is a big game. H4.
Oh, but
This
it's
is a real gamble.
hmm,
I'm just sacrificing a piece for the sake of getting two passed pawns on the sixth line.
man,
This is going to be real fun.
man.
Fun for us. Again, Mel Brooks.
No, Arjun
One
will
man
avoid such fun. He will say ki, no, I'll keep it simple. No entertainment for you guys. That way. I hope he doesn't play
Trying
G5.
to see if there is anything else here.
Yeah, for F6, B5. But it's coming by force, yeah? H4,
It
B4,
is.
CB4, CB4, Knight C2, King B5. Oh, this is coming by force. At that point of time, I had a move G5, but the difference is here in this situation, White is not forced to play a move like G5. White can play an improvising move. And let's try. What I don't know how fresh you
Amruta
are.
is very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Right now it's white to play, right?
Yes.
You know, C2 knight is not attacked.
It is attack.
White has H6 here.
No, where this is the
H7,
position.
H5, H5. White will play H5
Exactly, but H5 out of
You know,
all
do you
these
see the
is so
point of
unnatural.
Bishop C2? I have F7 here. F7, don't take the knight. F7 wins.
Yo, you
The
were
point
trying to
is, if
take
you
this
go
bishop.
rook d8, if you go rook d8, I have knight C2.
B3?
B3, G5 wins the game. Beautiful.
Oh, G5.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Takes. And then knight. You
This
also
should
have
be a
knight
trivial.
E4 also.
Yeah,
Nice.
just give the knight. Give the knight. This is beautiful, yeah, this position.
Amazing.
So suddenly an anticlimax in this game. It's like
But you have to be a little
hope Arjun
accurate,
is-
right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly speaking, I don't know the variation we analyze is accurate or not. I was not consulting an engine. I don't know if you were consulting
Yeah,
the
it was accurate.
You were, so it was accurate.
Yes. F6.
Yeah, then it's see the point behind H4, H5 is I was afraid of the bishop coming to G6 if you play G4, G5 first. That's why I played H4, H5 first instead of G4, G5. You got me, right?
Yeah, I'm just
So-
putting the position again. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like this move, but H5 I found a little bit difficult after King B5 because first I will start with G5 or
See,
if
G5,
not
that's
King
all.
F4
G5,
or something.
G5 black may go. I was afraid of bishop F7 at some point intuitively. But even that's not the problem, yeah?
No, do you know the problem?
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't
What is
know.
that?
Bishop C2 now. And
Yeah,
if you go
F7.
F7 here,
Yeah.
the next move is not stopping the queen, but taking the rook and allowing you to make a queen and kind of fighting this position.
This position. This is computer which we cannot fight against.
No. Hey, he played something very different. After F6, black just goes king D7.
Gosh, what is happening?
Oh, then there is no worry, no, about B5, B4. But is the
Exactly.
worry about stopping these pawns? We have
Now you go H4 and G5. As I said, this is big advantage for white, but may not really be winning. So
But this makes the task a little easier after king D7, for sure.
a little easier for
White.
that way you mean. Okay. See, that's what this counterplay with rook d2 came late. That is why suddenly white got this opportunity to fight back at all. I think this is one of those rare endings where the actual active king is probably not of much use compared to his bishop and rook.
Yeah. Yeah, so true. Even I was falling for this thing that if I want to take the king closer to the pawns, but then as you mentioned, the pawns will roll. another thing, black has wasted a move. Did you see this? Actually, he went king c7 and then he goes king c6. I mean, if he had to go king d7, then still
Yeah, yeah,
here rook d2 and king d7. So, in
yeah.
some way, it was difficult for to calculate this
White
position.
has cooperated with black in this thing.
So, okay, so what about Nihal? Did he find that rook a4 or not?
Oh, we didn't see that team at all.
Wait. Oh, is there a game over or what? No, it's playing. Oh, he did. It seems he found it.
Oh, he
Nihal found it. Rook
You found it?
a4. Yes. How much time did it take? Not sure. I can't see here.
But for rook a4,
Bishop c5.
c4.
f5. Wow, this was. Look at this. After rook a4, we didn't consider this move bishop c5 at all. And I thought rook c4 here. But then, maybe this is what Arvind had in mind for rook c4.
So it was bishop f8 and bg7. That's the point, yeah?
Yeah, bishop f8. And it's a mate, checkmate in one move.
f5 is beautiful, Amruta. f5 is the indigenous defense. Genius defense. You saw the point, right? If bishop f5, he has bishop and f3 check. If ef5, then after bishop g7, bishop f8 check, bishop and g7, it's not checkmate. That's the point. So let's go along with this position right now.
No, here no rook c5.
No. f5 ef5. So f5 gf5. So let us say knight f6. Let's come back now.
Yeah.
Come out rather. So now if you go bishop f8. Sorry. This is very cute. Sorry, king g8, Amruta.
Oh.
The problem is king g8, bishop g7, knight e4, fe4, bishop f3 check, and bishop d4. This should be a drawn ending. Got me? Yeah, this should be a drawn ending. Yeah. f5 is brilliant. Yeah.
So he had to find two. Matlab rook a4. He had to consider this move was very important, and this idea basically threatening a mate. That's what. Why did he play c4 then? If Arvind wanted to give a mating attack,
Yeah, that's what. C4
why did he not go bishop c5 directly then?
Exactly. That was another win shown at that point by the engines also. C4 was, I mean, it was quite way off the mark.
Completely. And now
poor
if
Arvind.
f5 there is...
He played the game very well otherwise. Poor Arvind. He deserved to win this game for the way he played it. Of course, I'm happy for my favorite, one of my favorites, Nihal also, that he's escaping. But Arvind also is one of my favorites. So Arvind deserved to win this game, really.
Yeah, this has happened, by the way. Bishop f3 check, king g1. And
this
then
is absolutely
bishop
no chance of winning
takes g4. Another nice move by Nihal. What a defense. The whole defense there. Because if you take, then there is a double attack. So bishop goes back to d3. And in fact, black is 2 pawns up at the moment. One is hanging. Yeah. Yeah, this would be very sad because c4 was. It seems like for a while you go blank. That kind of a move.
Really bad luck. So what happens to Arjun's game? Let's go back there.
f6 king d7. Arjun goes rook e1, and now his opponent plays rook takes h2.
I'm definitely sure rook takes h2. If you talk to your pieces as Jonathan wants us to, the rook will say, what are you doing with me? Why are you taking me to h2? Definitely. So now a move like knight f5 should win the game, in my opinion. Correct? Idea is to play f7. Bishop f7 means rook e7 check and rook f7. Grab a piece and enjoy life.
Can't stop it. Yeah, what to do? Rook. What if I go rook a2? No, rook h3 check.
For knight f5, rook h3 check.
Yeah, king f4.
Okay, sure. King f4.
Now rook c3. Will you go f7?
3. Okay. Should I go f7 and take the piece, or should I go rook e7 check, rook into h7 and take the pawn? I'm
I
thinking.
think f7 will be mistaken, no? यहाँ पे or no, takes because end में
It also should be winning, Amruta.
no, it's not.
It's not.
Because okay, rook e7 check, king
Uh-huh.
c6, rook f7, rook a3,
Uh-huh.
rook h7, and rook a4 check, or even c4. It will be a race, but
But this gets too diluted. So I think yeah, the f7 is a bad move.
yeah.
Maybe no, it's a simple thing. For rook c3, I go knight b5 first.
Knight b5
Save
is
the
a
knight.
nice
Save
move.
the knight. Save the knight. Yeah.
Nice
Should be
move.
simple.
Yeah,
Again,
then
winning.
it is winning because next you are going rook e7 check.
So finally, the g pawn will win the game for me.
So rook h3 check not very useful, but what if even if I go directly rook a2, you can anyway go knight b5, right? Threaten the same idea, rook e7 check.
Yeah.
So knight c6. Now my black knight will finally say, कुछ तो काम करता हूँ.
Rook h1. No. Sorry. b5 check. b5 check. b5 check. That would be disaster. So where is the win? Let's find the win, guys.
Win is nothing beautiful needed, just simple. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication.
I think I've run out of gas. I'm not able to find the win.
No, it's not anything like directly clear or something. People are asking f7, no, because now f7, bishop f7, and the knight controls e7. King f4,
Can
then
we
king
check?
g5, yes. King f4. Sunmit is asking direct knight e7. Very interesting suggestion there, and it's very complex, but okay, let's not go into this. The simplest one is to go king f4
Idea
with the
rook
idea of
h1.
king g5,
Rook h1.
rook
Rook
h1,
h1.
yeah, rook h1, bishop d5 is now not there. So same idea, rook h1 actually. Nice.
Yeah.
So rook h2. So Arjun is thinking, I think he will play knight f5 here. What else? Other option is g5.
Yeah. Yeah, but g5 doesn't really achieve anything in the long run. Why do you bother?
Correct.
Maybe the other option is c4, maybe. Idea f7. Yeah.
That way. And if rook
Computer
a2,
is not impressed.
not impressed because he says rook a2.
Okay, let's go knight d5 here.
Rook
Why is
a3,
impressed? f7.
f7.
Why is it not impressed? I'm curious.
Oh, why?
Bishop d1 check. Bishop
No,
d check.
because
Bishop
there I ignore you and neglect you.
really.
And one
What
square
else?
for
What
the
else?
king.
What
Important.
else? What else?
King goes to e4 here.
Okay, rook
And
f3
rook
is not.
f3.
Is it? f3, knight f4, huh? Still. But what is the other move apart from bd1? What else was winning?
Man, this. I mean, the move I'll tell you, but I don't still know why. Because bishop takes
Huh?
okay. Of course, bishop takes c4 check.
Really? King f4? Is it? Bishop d5.
King where? f4 or e4? Actually,
That's
king
what.
f4.
Whichever you play, I have bishop into d5, which is not winning because of rook f3 checks keyword. Wow.
Rook f3 takes, and then bishop d5, and then black is the one who will be having double bishop. Man, it's so tricky. Like the resources black is getting for some such ideas, I can't even believe. Tactical alertness which is required. It's hard, it's impossible at after 45 moves to see all of this on the board actually.
After 5 hours of commentary also, it's very difficult to see all this.
Yeah. Hikaru, please. Okay. एक बार दिखा देते. Knight d6 and Hikaru's pawn is just going to be pushed here. E4. What's the worry there? All good for Hikaru fans. He's winning. Oh, he does play C4. After rook h2, Arjun actually goes C4. And we calculated this rook a2. If Jubaba plays rook a2.
Uh-huh.
Man. Oh my god. So what did we see for rook a2? For knight d5 was the move you suggested.
But
Which
it
will
was
be
not
important. No, c4 was... But in this position, c4 was natural, right? You want to block the bishop.
That's what I suggested c4, but then I saw that nfi was better. Arjun is playing uneven chess in the last hours of the game. Okay, Jumabayev has 17 minutes only. Let's see whether he finds rook a2 here. This is a roller coaster of a game, man.
But this variation which we saw right now deserves one more time attention. Like rook a2. So firstly, guys, if you play f7 here, then the king goes to e7 and I stop your control a pawn, win your pawn. Can't just push the pawn. Now if you go knight d5 because you want to play f7 and also block this thing.
Rook a3 came.
Rook a3 and then it's giving this disco attacks, which is the biggest problem. So yeah, one more thing is there. If we play f7, then it's a mistake here. Bishop takes c4, beautiful move. King wherever you if you go king f4, rook f3 check, or even if you go king e4, then
bishop d5 and rook f3.
This is important. First you give a check and then rook f3. So this is bishop c4 is an important move. So that's the reason you don't go f7. And for white to still maintain his advantage, he has to give a check. Like let's say knight b6 check. He wins the pawn. Okay. Now they calls the king to attack this knight on b6. And you really don't care. You move your king away. But once again, to move your king away to threaten f7, you have to choose the right square. Because very natural is to go king f4, I guess. But going king f2 here is important. And to understand this, I am going to play king f4 first. And can you do you see any move for black?
That's what you asked me last time itself. I couldn't find it. Is it rook a2?
No, not rook a2. Rook a2 is possible move, but black is getting advantage here. So that way knight takes c4. Actually.
Oh my god.
Which is all very tough. I mean, I'm not even sure. He plays rook a2, but
I see it. Now for f7, black has knight e5, I suppose. Yeah.
And if you make a queen, the problem, this knight suddenly from a5.
Oh my good god. This is too much after 5 hours of play for anyone. Leave alone the commentators. I'll take a small break and come.
Absolutely. But look at this knight, which in the last 3 moves, like for the whole life it was on a5, but in the last phase of the life it just completely changed itself. And so once again we are seeing how hopeful one must be and not give up. Jumabayev, I didn't think he would be right now will have any hope here. But somehow a natural move c4, rook goes to a2, and Arjun has 22 minutes. He has 95, which lands in crazy complications. And if I apart from 95, Arjun goes a move like king f4, just bringing the king out of the third rank. Rook takes a3. This is another possibility for him. Going f7. With the idea of queen. king going to e7. And here guys, white to play, even for white can actually land in trouble. But if he tries to go anything like knight f5 or something, you get nothing. So he has to play knight c2 check, king f7 and go into two pieces. No, exchange up position. But this would be very difficult to win. So yeah. So big task for Arjun right now to do. Let me show you the today's video as well, so that it will also come in a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, while Arjun is thinking, let's check once Arvind versus Nihal. Knight f6 and bishop t3, knight f6 played by Nihal. Nihal is currently 2 pawns up, but this is hanging, and after rook c6, because of the double bishop here, should end in a draw. While Nakamura goes e4 and close to victory and going into the joint lead. Arjun's game, most critical moment actually was over here, where he played c4. He had to play anything like knight f5. Maybe, maybe even g5 was okay that sense, but c4, rook a2, here it's important moment. If he goes knight b5, we saw all those complications there. With knight takes c4, you can't just keep pushing the pawn that way. f7, knight e5 check, and you're losing the pawn. But did we not see this? Knight f5. No, we didn't see this. Sorry, we didn't see this. It was not this variation. For rook a2, we were looking at knight d5. Yeah, knight d5 is one option for Arjun to go, one candidate. Another one is king f4. If you go, this is something which I am keen to know. rook a3. Let's say you give a piece, and for f7, king e7. Now this position after knight c2 takes knight a3, knight c4. You don't take on c4, but you try to get the bishop. You attack this bishop. The bishop can't go here anywhere. The bishop can't go here. You lose the knight. And now the bishop has to go to a2. Forced. Already you can go rook a1 and bishop e3 and the draw is there. Of course, which you don't want. But after bishop a2, rook a1, is there a progress after bishop b5? Yeah, with exchange up, Arjun can fight this position, but it's very minimal pawns on the board, and I don't know how much better this can be. So this is one position which will have to be assessed. I think Arjun will try to assess this one position, which comes from king f4. Apart from that, knight d5 is something which we saw, and we didn't look much at knight b5, a move like knight b5, because here it feels like, oh, this c4 pawn is directly hanging with knight takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4. But is there anything happening with rook e7 check? That's the question. King c6, you wouldn't want your king on the last rank here. So king c6, check, king d6, check, king c6, and rook takes h7. This position with the bishop and the race, again I'm not sure, it could become rook h7. And let's say, what is black going to do? Because f7 is a threat, and if I play a move like b5, saying that you can go f7, I don't mind. I wait a check from behind. You can't make a queen. Is this anything at all? This can get... This will have a lot of calculation and a lot of assessment. And at 5th hour, for rook a2, looking also at the time and situation from where the game, how the game has progressed and where it has led, I don't think knight d5, the best knight d5 is so simple to calculate, or even knight b5. So maybe king f4. Maybe king f4 is the move I'll expect. Maybe we will go into something like this. This is what looks takes and knight a3. I think this is where we are going to go. Looks very, very forced. And knight b5. What are the realistic chances in this position, you think? Chat, do you think white can convert this position?
Hey, I'm back.
Hi. Did you get coffee?
Yeah, I did. So what is happening?
You are
It
keeping
might
yourself
be-
up through all the different things, yeah, coffee and this. But this game is very exciting for you to leave it at this moment.
Honestly, this is a very difficult job for Arjun, because he knows it's slipping away. He knows he was winning, and this is happening consistently. Or rather, sorry, I shouldn't use the word consistently. It has already happened in this tournament as well. So, so many emotions he must be going through. So I think it's a really difficult for job for Arjun to play this game even at this stage, I think.
Yeah, that sounds true. In fact, here I thought he will be taking a lot of time, but he plays the move knight b5, and the other moves which we were looking at was knight d5 and also king f4. So in this moment, one variation which I was looking at is this king f4, rook
Uh-huh.
takes a3, because it is
Yeah.
all happening by force. f7,
Yeah.
king
Yeah.
stops the pawn, and then there is a disco, takes, and knight takes c4. Rook goes to b1. Again, the bishop cannot go anywhere on the other diagonal. You go to a2, rook a1, bishop
Got
goes here, and here knight b5. So whether this position has any chances for Arjun to convert, which I don't think it is practically possible.
Very difficult, but okay, you cannot rule it out. Remember, third time control is coming, which is the final time control with a sudden finish. So, considering that, there might be some chances, but okay, logically speaking, I mean, with logical analysis, this should be a draw.
Yeah. So he goes then for knight b5. Now this move, if Jumabai, because he has to find here the answer through elimination, which is not so difficult, right? Because Arjun's threats is very clear.
See, for example, here, knight c4 is the only move to draw. So the pressure is on Jumabayev also, right, to find the draw. So this is not easy for both of them. But at the same time, Jumabayev has fought back well in the last few moves. So that's what it's extremely complex position where black has all the chances for the draw, but he still has to find the draw.
But with knight c4, will Arjun have a position where he can still try to keep pressing, or is it dissolving? Like knight c4, what are the moves? Like knight f5 and knight
No, there is
takes
knight d to
c4.
check. Knight d to check is devastating in that case. You have to be careful with
So
knight
if
d
I
to
go
check.
knight, let's say if I just take here and you take here. So this was one variation I was checking, rook check. The king goes to c6. Then you give a check. King goes to d6, check, king here. And now rook takes h7. But in this kind of a scenario, it seems like the bishop and the pawns and the race, should he try to risk it?
He can, because see, if you see for plain looks, white's pawns are more advanced than black. But the problem is black has a bishop, a long range piece compared to white. But all said and done, he can risk it, but risk is a risk after all. So honestly, I'm not able to take a decision for him here, what he should be doing. Really, really tough call this.
Here for black, a good move is rook a1, stopping f7, giving
Rook
a
f1
check.
check, yeah.
And g5, this looks so deadly, right? White's pawns. This can be tempting for white to go into.
Of course, yeah.
So maybe this is what is tempting right now for Arjun, and he's played a knight b5. Another thing is, if for knight c4, if you don't take on c4 and you go knight f5, knight d2 check you were mentioning, and then the king goes, actually if I go king f4, maybe there's a problem with rook check. And for king g5,
knight
blunder.
f3.
So that's why king can't go there, and king g. Suddenly the knight in one move, two moves, completely different character. This is so complex to play in the sixth hour almost now. Oh, that's Jumabai, by the way. Arjun versus Jumabai. Guys, look at the video. It's the today's starting moment, so
from the visual sent by Sagar, the tournament hall looks beautiful, right?
It's nice.
Really nicely done.
Arvind's
We have
game.
only this game to focus, right? We don't have
No,
almost
Arvind's game
nothing
is
else. So
going
the
for a. Oh, did it finish?
Yes.
1 second.
Aravind or Erwin?
No, Arvind.
Aravind. Okay.
They drew. Arvind versus Nihal,
Yeah,
their
sure.
game ended in a draw. And
That's,
Nakamura, is he playing? Yeah, he's playing. His pawn has coolly, calmly reached e6 right now.
yes.
King h2. Take this pawn.
Take the king to g6 and it's a simple.
Yeah. King e4, g5, king f5. Oh, knight g7, king f6, of course. Okay. So, if Arjun actually withdraws, then Nakamura and Isipenko will only be like 2 people on sole lead. So, we have to see. This is... By the way, women's pairings must have been out by now.
Yeah.
Let me just check. No. Oh, Savita is playing or what?
Oh, you mean to say Savita's game is still going on?
No. Yeah, in chess results, it's not updated. It's a draw. Her game is over. Okay, Arjun played knight b5. Jumabayev takes on c4. He finds it. Knight c4. Arjun immediately takes though. So we might go to that knight a7, knight c8 check, rook on e7, and a g and a f6 pawns. Still, there is a chance. There is a chance, I think.
Well, what can we say? We can only say that, man, be careful. That's it.
Yeah. But the chance is such that even like black, I don't know if it can get dangerous from black side.
You know, it's like this. It always pays to be careful. That's about it. Yeah.
By the way, today in live rating, Pragnananda is now on 14th, world number 14 with 2735.5, and Gukesh on 2733.1. So he's on number 16th, and Vishy on number 10th. So in live ratings, Vishy number 1. Pragg number 2 and Gukesh. Rook e7 check. Sorry?
Gukesh and Vishy changing places without any fault of Vishy.
You're important for black to go king c6, but it's obvious. You don't want to go on d8 or c8 and be so passive. The c8 is a direct blunder, of course. King c6.
Even here you see, king c6 is the one to draw. You know?
Yeah.
Goes to show that it's not easy even from, okay, he played it. So even from Jumabayev's viewpoint also, it's not easy, but the point is, at that level, even at the 5th or 6th hour of play, these guys will find it because they're too strong. 2600 plus Grandmaster, they're too strong.
Hamid says, and we are forgetting the rise of Parham Maksudlu. He's world number 17 now. Wow.
See, the thing is, we get reminded about a lot of Grandmasters throughout the day in our chat. See, the point is, essentially we are an Indian channel, ChessBase India, and we almost always, we just concentrate on the Indian Grandmasters because, basically that's our primary focus, that's all. It's not like, we don't want to or we don't have time for all the global stars. In fact, though I'm commentating, I'm actually looking for the games of my favorites among non-Indian grandmasters. It happens to everyone. But it is just that, we have limited time for commentary and we have already 20 Indian guys to cover. That's the reason why we consistently cover Indian grandmasters more than the others. There is no other reason for this. Correct, Amruta?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And whenever there is some beauty of chess happening, we do check those games out as well. So, but this tournament, especially when it is about qualification, it's a little different one. 20
Okay.
Indians. So, yeah,
2 qualifying places, right? From this to the
two in the
candidates.
men's and two in the women. So, essentially, I think right now, if we see the race, at least in the top race, Arjun is one, and Vidit drew no today. So
Yeah.
depends on this game of Arjun, very important, and Vaishali in women's, of course. So
Hmm.
knight a7 check. Okay, how realistic this is if we see king d6, knight c8, king c6, and now you are going to take on h7. Or if Arjun is very tired, he might even, or if he assesses there's no chance, then he might even draw that. But rook takes h7 here. Rook a1 is again an important move. What if I go b5? Is it like a real mistake or not as much?
Really risky to do all these things. To be
With
honest.
b5, yeah?
Yeah.
So if
Low b5. Okay. Now the third result comes into play. As long as you just check it, take a draw, it is a game for 2 results. The moment you take h7 and allow black to play b5, then it's a game for 3 results. I don't think at this level of, this is the 5th round after all. Arjun needs to take this.
you are saying Arjun, it's better to settle for a draw?
I think so, yeah. I think you should just take a draw here. Accept the fact that it was not a good day at the office towards the end. Take a draw, have a good dinner, go for the next game, prepare for the next game. I think that's a better thing to do.
But you see, with b5, it's like suppose black goes for b5, and let's say we enter this race g5, b4, g6. Once again, black reaches a position where he needs to be more accurate.
Exactly. He needs to find the accurate moves, but that same onus of responsibility might come on white also going into the position. I don't think Arjun needs to enter that at this stage of the game. Is what I feel.
Because it already came from clearly better to than going into this scenario. What happened?
Saravanan indirectly says, take a draw, let me sleep. Man, you're a mind reader. You're a mind reader.
Arjun has time advantage. So this is guys 50th move, and you need to make 60 moves, after which you get another 15 minutes each. If Arjun does that,
These are guys who will find such draws in even, hyper bullet games. 30 seconds games also, these guys are capable of finding such draws. There is absolutely no chance that, just because there is a time advantage, you can do anything, because after all, black has 5 minutes. That's more than anything to draw this position.
king d6.
So Hikaru has won, it seems. Officially, finally against Sarana.
Nice, this knight is overloaded. Now it's won. Done. Done and dusted. Hikaru wins the game. So if you see on absolute top boards, very few decisive results. Here. Wait. Finished. The result of Hikaru is actually on top board. If Arjun draws, Hikaru's result will be the only decisive result in top 10 boards. For Duda, I don't know what happened. But in top 10 boards, every game ended in a
Draw.
draw.
It's also a draw, and for top 14 boards, that's the only result.
Oh, man.
So not necessarily round robin tournaments have too many draws. Swiss tournaments also can have, because players fight it out. Tooth and nail, they fight it out, and they're extremely strong players. That is the reason.
Absolutely. The women's results all are updated there. So we might get the pairing very soon. Anyway. Oof.
Ruda's game is still on, and
Yeah, exactly. What is it?
looks like a draw.
But they are playing. Then there is Jeffrey versus Murzin, opposite colored bishop. Draw. And Leon is also playing actually. Oh. Leon playing with white against Parley grass.
Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, he just gave knight d6 check.
Leon.
So similar to Arjun in the sense the f pawn and the rook and knight. Adiban won Rugway. Today was his first win. Abhijit Gupta drew.
I know. Yeah.
So yeah, knight d6 check.
Okay, so it is better for Leon, definitely, because of f5 passer being a runaway one. And Black's king has a little bit of a
King c5.
space issue here.
He goes king c5.
Yeah, white goes king e4 now. Stop the black and king from coming to d5. This is extremely complicated, Amruta. I mean, it's not at all clear as to how and why white should be better at all in this position.
Is he going to win the G pawn? But still, that may not, because there is this pawn as well. Two passers. How's the time situation? 6 minutes for Leon and
9 minutes for Parley grass.
And then they have to make 8 moves. And in the complicated endgame. Okay, guys. Proud of you.
The only thing in white's favor is that the white f pawn has a easier path towards the queening square, whereas the white king on d3, which might go to e4 soon, that will block the black pawn from queening easily. So that is the only advantage that white has in this position, and this is not at all a definable advantage. So Mendonca may be better, but not necessarily. This is a winning position for sure.
Rightly said. Yeah, I also doubt. I think this might end in a draw. We'll keep coming here until they're playing.
Yeah.
But Arjun goes for a fight. No perpetual draw.
King
c6, rook takes h7.
I don't know whether to praise him or otherwise.
I am happy because I think the chance of still even Jumabayev going wrong, I understand even Arjun going wrong is there, but these pawns look so tempting, so just 2 steps away from I like this try. The risk there by Arjun. Arjun there on the video. Come on, Arjun.
So, Narvekar, you want me to have another coffee? Unfortunately, my coffee mug has run out of coffee. So,
what?
I'm done with coffee. Yeah, I drank some three glasses of coffee, I think.
Narvekar, you should say, Amruta, you should drink coffee. Saravanan, no, so much coffee. Are you allowed? Three cups.
Okay. Once in a while, I have to make a full nighter, and I've crossed the age where, just by determination, I can get through a full nighter, whether I'm writing something or something. That's okay with me. It's okay with my
Then why
family.
don't you sleep? Really? Like if it is so.
That's okay. I thought I'll see what will happen to Arjun's game, but this is going to go on. Yeah, okay, maybe.
Maybe you can
Let's
decide
wait for a few
after
minutes to see. I mean,
yeah.
it's a little interesting as well. So I'm just going to see what exactly Arjun has in mind to progress in this position.
So
Because see,
firstly,
B5
here
looks
what Black here has to play Rook A1. Will he find this according to you?
exactly. Finding Rook A1 is actually not so easy. See, here at the 6th hour of play, your hand will automatically go to the B pawn, push B5 here, for example. And B5 is actually a risky move, yeah?
Yeah.
Because after B5, G5, B4, a race if it goes, white pawns will be faster towards the last rank, G6 and F7 and all that. So white has to find black has to find Rook A1 with under 4 minutes on his clock, which is not going to be easy,
No, he didn't find Rook A1. He goes Rook A8, but that is also actually
Good
as
enough.
good as Rook A1, it seems. Whoa.
Let's say 97 check what's happening. 97 check King D6, yeah.
Oh no, it's not. King D6.
What else?
But then King D6 G5, no? I've been waiting for that. King E6.
Can we make head and tail of what is happening? G5 is fine, but so what? Let's say Bishop E6 there.
Bishop
How are you going to
E6.
progress? Idea C4, C3,
I
C2.
can't go G6 here, yeah? If I go
Yeah.
G6, then you attack this pawn with the king.
E5. Exactly.
And if I have to push F7, then there is King F6, and suddenly this rook controlling F8 becomes very important, and I lose the.
And how is anyone going to calculate this with just 3 minutes on his clock is beyond me.
So not G6, but man, over here, white to play. I don't know. I'm not sure if the computer really understands this, but at least it says that white has one move, which is great, and all other moves are a draw.
Easy.
Let me try to. Are you able to think here at all? Or are you tired? White to play. For white to play, any move suggestions in the chat? Samyak says knight f5. No, knight f5 will be hanging. Bishop e6 has been played. Knight g. No, guys, in this position. In this position, white to play. Ah, yes, Hatras. Tanmay is saying king f4, but if you go king f4, can I not play b5? Actually, king f4 is an interesting suggestion because b5 is a blunder. I have made a blunder over here. You get a check. And this rook endgame, if you take, rook endgame, white is winning. Huh? His pawns are faster.
Yeah, rook endings, pure rook endings, white must be winning. But
yeah,
I would black part with the bishop at all.
Yeah, and even if you don't take here, still g6 coming by force, and now you can't attack these pawns, and this is just too slow. Okay, so this should be fine, but the problem for king f4, which was a nice suggestion, was rook a4 check is important. Once again, I think it is impossible to play this so accurately, so somebody somewhere is going to go wrong without any doubt.
The point is, the logic is he will keep on checking now. That's the logic.
I can't get
white king cannot escape
king
checks
g2
now.
check, king
Check.
g3 check,
Okay.
king h.
No!
Oh, you got your coffee right now. Nicely alert. Amruta making a blunder. Okay, let me see in the chat, guys. This is a big blunder which I made it. How many of you can find what is the blunder I made? King Naga. Well done. Very fast. Oh, kitne? That's a very good number happening right now for 2 a.m. in the morning. 10 people are thinking and solving. Chess is fun. Parth, Maharshi, Tanmay, Praful, Mriganshu, Manoj, Paradox, Arvind, Aditya, and King.
By the way, Arjun hasn't made a move for the last 5 minutes, which is worrisome. Now he also has only 5 minutes in his clock against Juma Bayev's 3 minutes. Also worrisome.
Just show you. Yes, Rukesh 3 was right. Also,
It's worrying.
so
Concern.
Ruket, he must not have seen Ruket. I think he might also have been considering a move like Ruket 1 from giving a check behind. So Ruket, or maybe he calculated B5 majorly. So Ruket. Technically, he's not in a danger because, as you said, his pawns are more advanced. But
You have a knight against a bishop, which is always a flag.
that way definitely a danger. Okay, he gives a check, and Jumabayev now quickly goes king d6. Both Arjun and Jumabayev have 4 minutes. They have to make 6
G5.
moves. Oh, Arjun,
G5.
don't think now. Go g5. Quickly. Knight b6 and opponent is pawn down. No, when you that time your king was here, so you couldn't take. What if knight b6? Why is everybody asking knight b6? Guys, knight b6, king b6. Nothing is happening. He will play king f5. No, he won't play king f4. You mean if white goes king f4? No, then the problem is king goes to e6, attacks this. Okay, can Arjun get tempted with bringing his king to g5? The reason I don't think so.
G5. But the problem is, the guy has been thinking forever. That's the problem.
But it is a complex position, right? So,
Yeah, but Amrita, when you have 8 minutes on your clock in such a volatile position, will you be thinking of 5 minutes? Beats me. Now he has lesser time than Juma Bayev on the clock, which is really worrisome. I mean, this is how tragedies happen towards the end of the game.
So that's why you were saying he already like with so many draws in the top 15 boards, even a draw keeps you a little stable there.
One of Vishy Anand's very favorite description about taking risks is take a risk by all the means, but not at the cost of overthinking on the board and getting into time trouble. Vishy always says if the position is too complex, just take a practical decision if you're not able to see everything, because you should understand that in chess, you will not be able to see everything on the board. Chess is too complex for that. So, thinking for, okay, he didn't go g5, by the way, he went king f4. See, that's what slight inaccuracies, you never know when they will cost you like this. But Amruta, one encouraging thing is now black has only one move to draw, which is supposed to be king e6.
But that's also
Juma
the problem.
Bayev has to
When
find
you
it
have
with
to
just
make
4
a
minutes
move.
on the clock.
He doesn't find it. He goes b5.
He played b5 blunder.
Oh, and he makes a blood. As we are talking about, it's very difficult to keep making accurate moves here. And maybe black was more in that place of like if Arjun 30% and 70%, that kind of a thing. And b5. Okay, but still, I still don't think the position is easy until it's over. Maharshi says another life. वैसे ही लग रहा है यार.
What did you just say? You said it is not easy until it's over. Is that what you said? I'm just trying to process whatever that means. Just joking. Arjun played FIDE check.
Yeah, he does play check.
Suddenly, black enters the forking zone on the board, which is very encouraging. Let's say what happens to king c6 here? G5, is it?
Yes.
B4? Now, why is the computer so
Yeah,
enthusiastic.
because it gave a move like knight f5 and all happened in the this check and everything came in a tempo, I think, which was not happening earlier. The king had to go to e6, right? While you were pushing the pawns, like at this point of time, if
Yeah, yeah.
g5, the move was no, not even here.
Now we got to check the white king on the side, which is not happening now. That's the major. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, after king f4,
And
if king
this rook
e6,
a4, yeah, rook a4 check we were giving. That is also not
exactly.
happening. Okay, so b5, knight f5 check, and in fact, I was just saying that I thought Jumabayev will find king e6 there, the way he was playing. In the full game also, there are phases where one has a form and then you lose the form, and then you have a form and you lose the form, and with such a tough game, such a complex game, there are games where they go a little slow until 3 hours, and then you kind of reach a very complicated endgame. That's one type. But then Arjun's game, which from day one, like day one or even this move one over here, has been complex. Now that sixth hour is way different than those games which last for 6 hours. So accuracy is perfection is just not possible. And then
Well,
somewhere
at this point of time, I agree with whatever you say.
aha, okay. That's why I get sometimes when Sagar is like, when he's tired, he agrees to everything. And then I
There is
have to
this
say,
movie. There is this movie, Untouchables, a brilliant movie, an ensemble cast. Kevin Costner, um, Robert De Niro, first movie of Andy Garcia, and of course the great one and only, who was the first James Bond? Sean
Sean,
Connery. Sean Connery. So it's about the prohibition times in the US. So there is this brilliant dialogue in the end. Robert De Niro is a gangster and Kevin Costner is an attorney. And De Niro loses the case and Kevin Costner shouts at him, "Never give up the fight till the fight is fought." So that's basically what is happening right now. Both of them are not giving up the fight till the fight is over.
oh, nice. No, I'm very happy with this current situation, but it should not be too elated, of course. I think for Jumabayev, a similar thing happened in Qatar. One long game he was playing, I don't know with whom, maybe was it Sundaro? And it was a draw, and towards the end, something went wrong, something like that. If I'm not. So, yeah. G5 by Arjun on the board, and finally the pawn is saying I'm unstoppable. G6 is happening on the board. Okay, if you go rook f8 and stop your G6,
What's the idea of rook f8?
because G6 would be a
Stopping
blunder.
g6, but isn't it
Then
calling for king e5 right away?
oops, sorry. King e5, no? Yeah, king e5 is. But then, yeah, g6 is unstoppable. If b4, g6 is too fast. Okay, he does play. What did he play? b4, and Arjun goes g6.
Now Arjun is playing very fast as if he has seen the win already. I hope he has seen the win. Let's say b3, where is the win, by the way?
Yeah, b3 important.
b3,
You can't.
now he can take it cool, yeah? He can just come
Hmm.
something like rook h2 or something. No.
Yes, very good move. Yes, very good. Rook h2.
Rook h2, rook a2.
Rook
f7,
a2.
yeah, f7.
f7. f8 is.
Even direct f7, which is a blunder according to the computer. According at this point of time, I'm not going to guess why it's a blunder.
No, it's a nice little move. You don't have to guess. But
see, Amruta, third result is always possible.
oh no! Oh my god! Did he play f7?
Yeah, that's what I told you. He played f7, which is a blunder according to the computer. You're sleepy now.
Oh my god. No, I thought you were asking if f7. But here, for number of ways, everything in fact. One is bishop f7. This is, I think, gf7 and rook f8. And then
All
the
are
pawns and then, yeah, that's one thing. But he goes b2. That's, of course, that's also a possible way. Rook h1. Oh, and now bishop f7 or even rook f8. Oh no, he was just so close. What did he have to play? A rook h2 was important.
H2 instead of F7. I think it was important not to push both the pawns. Either of the pawns you shouldn't push unless you take the king to H6. That's what I felt at that point.
You're right, actually. You're very right. This was important. So, to assess that these pawns are not dangerous, and if you can't go anything like bishop d5 and all, 97 is there. If bishop e6, king e5 is always there. Important point you mentioned is that rook endgame is going to be winning for white. He's too fast.
Yeah, that's what. But also I also mentioned that there was no way that black would exchange his bishop for the knight here. Yeah.
Bishop f7 or rook f8. 28 seconds, and this is 59th move. So still 2 moves of
And
time pressure.
Black blundered with bishop a2 according to the
Oh,
computer.
because there were only 2 moves possible.
Now-
Bishop f7
Yeah,
or
now-
rook f8.
So now white goes king e5, king f7, and there is no more draw here.
Another chance. Another chance. Come on. No, but he has to find king e5, right? Because if you go king g5, that's a draw.
King e5 is Arjun will definitely find king e5 for sure. And
Why,
tell me
why
why
is this not natural? King g5.
always towards the center here. Chess players are conditioned to play always towards the center, and he played it.
Okay, Arjun, well done. It's okay you're not playing perfect, but even the opponent is not playing perfect and you are tired. That's fine. 60 moves complete. Now Arjun is like, what's your plan, guys? We are getting half an hour extra.
Jo jeeta wo Sikandar.
Whoa. So, this guy blundered here with bishop a2, okay?
Yeah.
No, let's complete the 60 moves first. He goes king e5 and 15 seconds for Jumabayev.
That's another time control domain.
Guys,
That
after
means these guys will not allow us sleep for another 1 hour. That means.
That's
right?
what I said right now, Sarah. Where were you?
I'm just joking. I thought anyway. I'll just see how the game ends.
Yeah. Rakshit says Arjun Mera Sathi. I think a lot of people trying to stay up for doing their other stuff, studying and all. Boeing says the game is jolting me on and off from sleep. Somebody is watching the stream, falls up to sleep, and then it's like, oh my god, there's a blunder, and then he wakes up, looks at the blunder. Okay, he goes king b5. 60 moves are completed, king b5 by Jumabayev. But I would still say the end game is still far from,
Isn't it simply winning now? Just knight d6 check, knight e8 is a simple win, right?
Wait a second. Knight d6 check, king
98.
b4, knight e8, and there you go, a draw.
Draw. Why is it a draw? Please tell me.
Same reason. Bishop f7.
Yes,
gf7. No, it's not the same reason here, of course. Only move for black. Let me ask. No, let me not ask the chat. They are very tired. Rook
Okay,
a1.
this is just going into an ending where, okay, there will be some minute reason why this will be a draw in the ending.
But rook
Rook
a1
and
is,
Benjamin.
yeah, but what you said again was very, this is difficult, no? You are not getting the queen on the immediate move. So it can feel like, actually you were so right. What you said is so natural to go for 96 and 98. And that's another.
Please, Arjun, don't do it. Just don't do it, Arjun. 60 moves are over for both.
Yeah, now he's going to think.
Okay, really on that note, let me
Yes.
take leave because this is going to
Absolutely.
go for another half an hour and that will be too much way beyond my capacity. Thank you so much, Amruta. Nice of you. We had
Thanks.
time today and let's continue tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow's day after tomorrow's a rest
Oh,
day.
guys, yeah, tomorrow is a rest day.
See you all. It was a really late night fun with all of you. Good night.
Yes, thank you, Sarah, for all the analysis.
Thanks, Amruta. Very kind of you. Bye.
And guys, there we had Saravanan with amazing insights, nice stories. Oops. So he did try to stay as late as possible, but Arjun is going to play on and on. So मजा आने वाला है this game. लेकिन Arjun did make it super exciting without any doubt. Super exciting, and you can also people see the video there. The starting moments, Caruana versus SC Panko. That's the very top board there. So after King B5, 15 minutes additional, Arjun is going to get. Bala says, you two sleepy heads are hilarious. Yeah, half the things maybe might be won't be able to say it properly, like blunder हो रहा है ना वैसे ही, but हो जाता है. Also today the game started at 8:15. By the way, I have still not understood this part where 96 check exactly. Isn't this what we were talking about? This is, I said, this is the most natural because, man, oh my god. Guys, firstly, let me ask you, white to player, the move, I would say it is not at all possible when you are so tired, you cannot make that move. So even if the move which computer suggests is white is winning, I would say it was not possible. Rakshit is asking, Amruta ji, can you explain what is daylight saving? मेरे को genuinely समझना है. अरे मेरे को ही नहीं पता है, मेरे को ही नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. तो इसके लिए I think other people have to let me know, otherwise बाद में रिसर्च करना पड़ेगा. इसीलिए पूछा. इसीलिए अबे ओए, अभी तुझे पता है I would have no answer for this, तभी जाके पूछ रहा है. But yeah, King Breaker is from UK. He might be able to tell us. Rook F1 was the move. Parth, you are saying Rook F1, but Rook F1 is so unnatural. G7, many of you have said, but that's a blunder because you lose a pawn. But again, I understand why you guys have blundered. What else? Nothing else. Knight G7 is the move which many of you have said, but then there is B1 queen. So the point was Rook F1 was the right move. कौन से सपने में पता चलेगा कि Rook F1 is the move? Like, so many things happening there. Firstly, what is the problem with B1? Rook B1 check, Bishop B1. So this is the problem with B1 कि G7 आ रहा है and you cannot stop my queen. That's why white is winning. Okay, clear? Basics clear? Okay. Next, apart from B1, so if black normally used to have somehow this move which was always drawing, Bishop F7, G7, Rook F8, but this time it is not, and that is the main point. Still I have to, what I think is the main point, I have to confirm, because Knight E3 in this case defends F7. Once again, my question is, what if B1 queen? Rook B1 comes with a check, so you don't have time. And if you move the king back, once again, my king goes here and I am winning. Okay, so Rook F1 was the point to support this F7 guy here. And also to now move the knight away, threaten the queen, G7, all of this is coming. Still, I find it very hard move. So what Arjun plays here is knight d6. Not G7, knight d6. And what we were looking at is king going to b4, knight going to e8. And now bishop f7 is working in this scenario, gf7, because of rook a1. This is the move which for black, this is something he will reach here and go for this, because that's the only way. There is literally nothing. Even if this was like, if he has to go towards resign, he would go through this. because everything else is dead lost. Like how I'm dead sleepy, this is dead lost. So you go rook a1, and now to assess this, where you have f8 queen, for example, rook takes h1, this can even get dangerous for white, because imagine you make a queen and you have to give up a queen for, then you can land up in rook and pawn versus knight. So that's why it will land in perpetual somewhere. Okay, that has happened. He's gone king b4. Oof, what a complicated game. Arjun is able to actually go into such complicated games. Also shows his ability to sustain this complexities, and to not avoid the generally many moments one chess player will avoid it. You like tend to avoid it. It's enough, at least towards the end when you're so dead. But loving it. In Europe, Sanket says, in Europe during winter the sun rises really late and sets very early. So the clock is changed forward by an hour, so people get more time in the sun. They reset it in the summer, basically get more sun. पर एक बात बताओ, फिर इंडिया में ऐसा क्यों नहीं होता है समर टाइम में, सॉरी विंटर टाइम में? उधर ही क्यों हो रहा है फिर? अभी जो है वो है, अभी whenever the sun has to set, it will set. Because if they are changing things there, then either time difference is changing here also, na? So that's the confusion. UK changes its timings by 1 hour during winters. Usually it is 5.5 hours difference, but during winters it is 4.5. Yeah, yes, Praharsh, I did get it. GK says, bro, I have my exam tomorrow and I'm watching chess videos. It's okay, bro. This is a very complex variation. You can try to understand and it will help your life to become simplified. Kaustubh says, we live closer to equator. India is near equator. So, my geography really bad. So मतलब इंडिया का विंटर में फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा क्या 1 घंटा, if you kind of change that? Oh, he has gone 98, and the question is, will Jumabayev go for bishop f7 or anything else that can be exciting for him? b1 means it's just like saying resign. b1 means resign. I don't believe it. He will go for bishop f7. He will go for bishop f7. अरे रक्षित भाई, ऐसे सवाल नहीं लेने रहते हैं. But if Sagar and Magnus play, obviously I would want Sagar to win, which is technically very difficult, of course, I understand, but yes. Bhavik says it is changed because in summer year sun rises around 5 a.m. and sets at 8 p.m. and people want to wake up at 6 or 7. So if they change the clock by 1 hour, ठीक है, मुझे वो समझ गया. I understood why the UK time is changed and everything. That I have understood. What I have not understood is why the same thing doesn't work elsewhere. Or does it happen everywhere else? The magnitude of difference in sunsets is greater as you go from equator to poles. Okay, तुषार बता दिया, इसने जवाब दे दिया और अपन है इक्वेटर के पास. ChessBase India. Sagar, please Sagar, please keep the suspense. I'm telling you, don't you dare. Okay, wake up. Okay, let me wake up. But okay, यहाँ पे guys, bishop f7, only move to find. Jumabayev is down to 7 minutes and he can make any number of moves because now it's clear 30 seconds increment. Calculate. Sagar says calculate. Come on, let's calculate. What are the natural moves, guys? You know the move, okay? But if you didn't know the move, still, what else would be your candidate move? Chalo, let's try. Ankur says, I don't understand why computer says drawn. Sagar, should we calculate bishop f7 or anything else? If there is any guidance, let us know. But you have surely woken us up. And thank you for doing that. So guys, what Sagar is essentially saying is calculate. Varian saying b1. Good. Thank you for, we have seen this. If b1 queen ho jata hai, to takes g7. Let me finish it. Absolutely. I'm threatening to make a queen. You cannot stop my queen. You try to bring another pawn. f8 queen. c3. This time. Oh, sorry. There's a check. You can't even. So that's over. I'm not even getting into b1 anything. Now, let's look at anything else. What else can... Black makes a move like rook d8. Okay, let's say just rook d8. Queen. नहीं, बस queen. और क्या है? हो गया. Fine. So then you land up in bishop takes f7. Now, Arjun will play g takes f7. Now, Jumabayev has to play rook a1. So let's say Jumabayev goes rook a1. At this moment, for Arjun, white to play... Will you make a queen or will you give a check? Guys, rook h4 check या f8 queen? No, Mrinal, we don't know what has happened. He's actually woken us up and made it very, very exciting. So, whether you go rook h4 or whether you go f8 queen, बताओ. Bishop f7, gf7, rook a1, rook h4 as saksham. Okay. Ashay says rook h4 check. So, Mohammed says f8 queen, Shailendra f8 queen. Confusion hai. But yeah, these are the two main moves. Suppose you give a check there. One question is where? This is the moment. One question. Let me use my chat chess moves and ask you where should the black king go? Black to play. For rook h4 check, where should the black king go? Where should the black king go? Oh, by the way, we are maybe going to reach here because bishop f7 has been played in the game. Where should the black king go? Rakshit says home. This is the moment, guys, where let me show you. King b5, king a5, c, king c4, king b3, king b3. Super confusion. अगर तुम लोग इतने confused हो तो obviously it is not so obvious. Understand the point? That's why you can go wrong. If it was like obviously you have to go here, फिर तो हो गया. But king b5 or king b3, all those who said, let's say king b3, that's a blunder. f8 queen, and हो गया, बात खत्म. Queen here, queen f7 check, king b2, बात खत्म तो है, कैसे है देखेंगे. Queen b2 check. Basically you are going to get checkmated, or if it goes here you will lose the queen. If king goes to c2, rook h2 check आ रहा है, king d3 गया, rook h3 check, king c2 गया. The staircase roller coaster mate is happening. Okay, so that's the reason this was still not so easy, I would say. So king b3 or king c3, that's one of the problem. Only move for black to play here is king a5. Out of all these squares, these three would be the most tempting squares to go towards the pawn. And then you are going king a5. I mean, that's the last move to consider, because then it is king b5. So this is the right move. So mostly what I am predicting is Arjun would have given this check. And I think Jumabai must not have gone king a5. This is what is my prediction. So, Sagar, how do you like that the chat has woken up? I have woken up. Are you there? One more point here was that when we were looking at one more point here was that after rook h4 check, if king c3, is it making any difference there? Queens, and then in fact it is helping white even better because of this check. Finally, rank cutoff is there, and you are landing in a staircase mate because of the way these queen and rook have placed. They're like perfectly placed in the corner of those files, and you are able to then manage this staircase mate. Let's say king goes to d2, rook h2 check, king d. Oh, if king d3, there is queen d4 direct mate, and if king goes niche, a staircase mate, that is over. So king c3, already a blunder. King a3 also I don't think can have a another problem is same check. You take this with a check, you don't have queen b4 and all. King a2 will have this type of a mate this time. King goes here, rook check, and staircase mate. Thanks to only this cornered rook and queen, yeah, and the cornered king. This is why we are getting these staircase mates again and again. If it was not the corner files, then it would not be the same situation. Now, if I go back here, check, we have discarded these two easily. So same question for me is, and we have discarded king b3 also. The same question is, what if king b5? Queens. Oh, but he did play king a5. He did play the right move. So kaise? How? What? Show the current position. Okay, bhai. Okay. Check. Right move has been found by Jumabayev. Arjun makes a queen here. And now b1 queen ko kya ho raha hai? Isn't it the same Oh. Man. Wow. क्या बात है. So there the problems arise. b1 queen, and yes, if you try to play queen c5, doesn't work because this time the queen going to b5 defends and you don't get the mating net time to do all of that. But here, white to play. If b1 queen, white to play. White to play. Find a move. That is like game over. Like if I have to tell you the engine evaluation, if you find a move, that is 59 plus 59. b1 queen has happened on the board. Will Arjun find the next move? अरे guys उठो, जो भी सोए वो उठो. Last move है, खत्म. इसके बाद खत्म, finished. Fight to play. Jago. King d5 nahi. King d5 too slow. King d5 will be too slow. Oh, slow क्या? तुम हार जाओगे भाई. ब्लंडर मत करो. उठ गए मैम. बोलो. बंकिंग मास्टर बोल रहा है. अरे मैं क्या बोलूं? Fight a move here for Arjun before he finds it. He has 11 minutes. He has to find his move. White to play so that he wins. Knight c7, knight d6, king d5. Variant Crasto is like something with the knight. वो भी सो के उठाया अभी और इवन नाइट को भी उठा रहा है. एब्सोल्युटली. किसने किसने ढूंढा? प्रियेश मिश्रा काफी जल्दी ढूंढ लिया. तहमीद नूर, एजन प्रजापति, फ्लॉलेस, किंग, chaos, knight d6. Arjun finds it. Never expected such a twist. Such a twist. Jubabai just was right there. Perfect chess. But here he had to make this move and intermezzo. Rook e1 check was important. We will know why it was important. First, we need to know why knight d6 is winning. With such a queen and a rook, with so many checks possible, queen e1 check hai, queen b2 check hai. दो ही check hai, by the way. If queen e1 check, the rook gives the shelter to the king. Now you have another two checks. Okay? If you give queen c3 check, the king goes to e6. दे दो, कितने भी check दे दो. Check, king e7. Check, king e6. Sorry. Did I miss something here? King d5 जाना है. Check, king c6. Doesn't matter. And the whole point is, the knight is covering the squares and the queen is threatening a mate to you. Am I right? Just to make a move, random move, queen 8 check, king b6, queen b7 check, king a5, queen b6. So that's the mating net and you cannot get rid of that. So that's why if you would have given this check here first, king d5, and now if you would do the queen, and now if you try to go knight d6, there was a defense which was too hard to see, the perfect check to be given. So that very, very obvious why Jumabai might have missed it, because it was just too hard. Like, this is the kind of position we are talking about, which will come in the books of Dvoretsky. And it would start a long back. The position would not be here. The position would start 10 moves before. You have to calculate everything, and on some 15th move of your calculation, there is this amazing move. This is the most brilliant position to arrive on the board, and what a beauty. And that perpetual, not taking that perpetual, guys, here. Just the fight. I'm loving the fight. Yeah, it could have been almost, it was ending in a draw at some point. It would have very well ended in a draw. That's fine that way. But he chose to fight where he had to. Queen b2 check given. Let's see how Jumabayev is trying to stop the mate. Game of the day. मजा आया कि नहीं? मतलब, this is a game where you see it, you see what's happening, you see how, you see the whole calculations, and you feel so happy. Super proud of Arjun. of course, for Jumabayev, I mean, what a fight that guy has also shown with Arjun. Brilliant, completely amazing. Nothing about him. Matlab, of course, he fought hard. But we do support Arjun. Hamid says, and really commendable how Arjun finds 96 after having such a long game. Yeah, it was so easy, right? That you don't go 96. Like after the queen, you just don't play 96. Just. But then knight c7 was also a possibility. Yeah, yes, covering this square. But the point of knight d6 is the reason you are able to find is you have worked a lot with the queen and knight. The queen and knight are such a team where with this check, this square, the knight is helping you. And then it sort of in such a position, it kind of becomes natural where to take the knight. If that is the question, then it is more natural to take it here with this check in hand. King e6. अभिमन्यु सिंह 6 घंटों का पता ही नहीं चला. क्या बात है. Theory of relativity. Einstein's theory of relativity. Queen e2 check. Arjun is a gladiator. Yeah, actually this game is for sure. It was a gladiator game. No, absolutely gladiator game. Bunking Master says, I really wish at least one Indian qualify for candidates from Grand Swiss. And for Gukesh, it can be from the circuit. Oh, 3 people. Finances Zilla says, Amruta, this shows that Arjun deserved a Qatar Masters. He is the GOAT. Arjun very well deserved that. No doubt about it. King d7. By the way, if Arjun, let me just say that once the game is over, but if Arjun wins this, then he, at the joint lead, he will join Nakamura and Esipenko. So yeah, so King d7, now there is no check here, no check here. Time to think of this threat with Queen 8 check and Queen b7 and Queen b5 mate. But he is saying that I have covered this square. So how are you going to mate me? So after King d7, Jumabayev thinking there is flag fall. Because what? Let's say you get your rook out. You get your rook out. Then where is the mate? Where is the mate? Because if you give a check now, Queen going to a6. I'm so much in wonder with pieces actually defending the black king. How is black getting mated? Oh, it's not just about the mate, but once again, this knight is such a boss, man. If this, then check. And there you go, after King d7, most probably I think Jumabayev's flag falls or he resigns, one of them. But Arjun wins the game. The result is updated. Oh, Sagar, thank you so much for giving us this hint कि भाई उठो, क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग. मजा आया. After queen check, rook a4. Yeah. If rook b1, like move, queen 8, queen a6, you also have rook a4. Yeah, that's even simpler. And this also, wherever you go, there is knight c4. So fork is also there. Oh man, Arjun. What a day it has been and what an end. Was this the last game going on? Not the last. It was The Duda is also playing, but the second last penultimate going on. Worth staying up, worth watching every calculation here, worth that it was so easy that he would not give a perpetual. Then he goes into this. Then he actually lands up in some kind of trouble also, or it finally ends in a draw. And it's like, oh, maybe he could have saved the energy with perpetual over here. But that was not the point. He played on, he fought, he was the gladiator. Which is in fact, if I have to see my favorite move of the game, Rook h4 check 96. No, it has to be 96 here, this night. But even Rook h4 was such a cool move. Just the last few guys, for all those who've joined late, you should know this, where it all began. Very quickly, I'm going to take you through. Here, Arjun had a possibility of giving perpetual, but he decides to play on 50-second move, and he takes this thing. Knight goes to e7, king d6. He goes king f4. G5 would be better, but he goes king f4. And practically, this move was way better because for black, he put in a situation to find a only move with 4 minutes in hand, and with this 60 moves time control. The only move was to go king e6, where also king g5, and the game goes on. I mean, the complications go on. But b5 was played. Black, we're going to say black must find counterplay. Black must start his play. This is what we say, and that's what he's done. Jumabai, very natural to start pushing the pawn. Arjun gives this check. King went to c6. Arjun goes c5, g5, and there is this race happening. And here he goes f7. But if you look at Arjun's move with 3 minutes in hand, once again, a very natural move there. Rook h2 was the best move which white had to play. But why is computer giving f7 a draw? Because of that whole rook e1 variation. Come on, you don't look at that. So this blunder is actually not a blunder, because you are expected to look at that rook e1 move. b2, rook h1, bishop a2 was played here. One blunder. Oh no, this move, sorry. Maybe I missed that. Here first, bishop f7 was an important move. Gf7, and would remain complicated, but the game would have gone on. But the fair result in this scenario would have been a draw. Rook and knight, and yeah, you lose the f7 pawn. But bishop a2 was played, wanting to make a queen. And for Jumabayev, he says, okay, I've stopped the queen. So makes sense there. Also, you can't go g7 because bishop f7 is there. So Jumabayev played a very nice natural move. Arjun went king e5 now, very calmly. This king went to b5 because you couldn't make a queen here, because after take, there is g7. Arjun is making a forced queen. So Jumabayev goes king b5 and waits. Once again, Arjun gives a check here. He couldn't progress with g7 or something. This is hanging. He gives a check. At this point, the right move was rook f1, but that's the computer right move. It's not, again, I'm not even going to say Arjun should have played this. No, Arjun can't play this here at 61st move. You can't make that move. He goes knight d6 check, king b4, knight e8. This is natural, threatening f8. Takes rook a1, and he goes check. An important moment because you retain your rook here. King goes to a5. Very smart by Jumabayev, not going anywhere here. Very alert. But what he misses is after f8 queen, he had to give this check. Crucial moment. And a check. And the whole scenario would have changed. We still have to understand why this is a draw. Because practically, even if it was a draw, I'm not sure. I mean, you won't give this check because queen b5 is just a plain draw. But after knight d6, black would still have to keep playing those accurate moves. Even here, black to play was to find a best move. If you give a wrong check, one wrong check like queen b3 check, more natural to keep it closer to your king, wrong check. Queen d1, wrong check. The right move was to give queen d3, only move. only move, and I'm not saying that it was easy for black to play this. That's why rook e1 was very unnatural move. Queen happened, and then 96, and queen b2 check was given, king e6, queen e2 check, king d7. That here either the flag fell or Jumabayev resigned, because it's going to be loss of material or a mate. So this is how Arjun wins. Varian says Saravanan is going to wake up shocked. Possibly, very possibly. Mohammed says actually when Sarah went to sleep, Arjun was in a winning position. If rook e1 check would be there, then it would be different. But this was the whole story of Arjun, and Arjun OP in the chat is perfect. वही होना चाहिए. Itachi says Arjun shows his class in this tournament. Tamit says it would be really interesting to see how Arjun would assess those misses, and would come back strong for the upcoming rounds. Yeah, no, this was amazing. And these many complicated games, if you even look at games of Gary or Kasparov or, classics, for these complicated games, it's very, very illusionary to say that you can be 100% perfect. Like how impossible it is to say anybody is perfect in a life. You can't be perfect. You just strive for the perfection, but you never reach perfection. But you don't ever need to reach perfection. Oof. Bunking Master says Vaishali will qualify for candidates. Imagine. Yes, we did imagine that. That was amazing. By the way, the pairings, now time to really see the pairings, but I don't think we'll have for men's. This is Duda's game going on. 76th move, and Duda is white. It's all equal, but Duda is trying because he's an exchange up. Or what? Maybe not. Maybe Bartel is the one who is trying, or what? Not sure. But let's have a look at the pairings for the women's section, maybe. For Vaishali. Is it up? Yes. The pairings for... Oh, Vaishali is playing with Goryachkina and Anna Muzichuk is playing with Bibisara. Actually, if you see, Anna Muzichuk plays pretty consistently in any event. Hardly you see her performing badly. So Vaishali Goryachkina is such a critical round because, yeah, if this game, if Vaishali is able to beat Goryachkina, that's another thing. But even in this form, it's possible. So what are the rankings for women's? Bibisara on number 1. Vaishali on number 2. If the tournament had to end today, then Vaishali would qualify for candidates. Okay, that's a little too early, but these are the rankings. And even, at least in these rankings, it's a great thing to see someone in top 3 spots. Beautiful. Well done, Vaishali. Then we have Savita on 2.5. Harika also on 2.5. Tanya on 2. Vantika on 2. And Divya on 1.5. So looking at the pairings for Vaishali Goryachkina. Oh, Harika is again playing with Savita. So she's played with Tanya, Divya and now Savita, which is a pity there because so many Indians, out of 6 that too. Nino playing with Tanya, Vantika playing with Mariam, and Alice Lee playing with Divya. And for Open, have they updated in any rankings? So it's not only Nakamura who has had a decisive result, but even Arjun joins that decisive result in top 14 boards. Because Duda, I believe, is ending in a draw. And in rankings, have they updated? No, they have not updated. So question is whether Nakamura, oh, all three on white. Arjun was white, Naka was white, and Esipenko on white. So who will? So they will first try to see Nakamura will play with. I think Nakamura versus Esipenko tomorrow. That's what I feel. Arjun will down float, and he will play the top player who is on 3.5. ठीक है. That's about it. मजा आया guys, क्या ही मजा आया, इतना मजा आया. Yash asks, how many norms does Vaishali needs more to be a GM? No, she doesn't need norms anymore. She finished her third GM norm at the Qatar Open, which ended in this month on 20th. She needs to reach 2500 rating. Live rating is also okay. Need not be published rating. Rakshit is saying Naka Arjun. No, Naka Arjun nahi. अरे रक्षित सो जाओ, हो गया. ठीक है, that was it guys. So tomorrow also 8:15 and then we have a rest day on 31st. I need a rest. I need to sleep for 24 hours. Maybe that rest day will be like that. And then we will see each other on 1st November. Not, I mean, tomorrow we will see. नहीं तो डायरेक्ट 1st November को मत आना guys. Come there tomorrow. Let us support Arjun and Vaishali, who right now are on, I think, absolute, absolute top. So definitely in contention for the candidates there in this first half of the event. Then we also have, our other players playing steady. Vidit on 3.5 among Indians in the men's section. After Vidit, we will have the rest of them on 3 points. So that is Narayanan, Arvind Chidambaram, and Nihal Sarin. All three of them are on 3 points. And yeah, Pragnananda, Gukesh, Hari, Ronak not having the best of their events yet. But because it's a long event and 3 decisive games can take you at any point, we would not lose hope for anybody. Vaishali's live rating 2480 plus. It should be even more. She needed, no, you calculated kya? Ankur says Vaishali crosses 2500 live rating. She qualifies for GM or is it? No, she becomes, if 2500 live rating reached, that's already Vaishali a third next grandmaster and a third women to become the men's grandmaster in India. So it need not be published for any norms. You just need to reach in the live rating 2482.2. Thank you, Alkit. So that means, and Bindu, 18. She needs 18 points. Actually, one tournament is very difficult. Like before this tournament, she needed 30 points. And in one tournament, 30 points is very unrealistic. So we are not really looking at, I mean, if that happens, like it's a huge bonus. If that happens, means she's also in candidates. But even if that happens in 2-3 tournaments, it's fine. Yeah, 12 years ago, we had our last, our grandmaster, 12 years ago, right? Humpy and Harika. Harika became a GM 12 years ago. ठीक है. Puranjay says sleep cycle is done for me. Is I am equivalent to WGM? No, I am is greater than WGM. It's not men's GM, it's open GM. Yes, you are right. Okay, guys, that was it. Had a great fun. Thanks to all of you for joining in, and we will see tomorrow. Absolutely, Ankur. Yes, but let's not be hard on our players, because in some tournaments somebody's going to play well, somebody's not going to play well. In some phase, somebody plays well in a few months, in a range of few months. Some players have a very good time. In some other few months, some people play really badly. In fact, a few months before, Vaishali had a very tough phase, but that's what it is about. It's you don't stop. Yeah, you just don't stop. Keep going. Don't lose hope. Bye bye, guys.